Guys, welcome. Oh, the cams are still in place. Good. What a good start to the day.
Perfect.
Guys, welcome. Thanks for hanging around. Thank you for coming today to finally talk about DPS DKs in all their glory. Well, or maybe not. I guess we'll find out. But certainly one of the most anticipated classes and two specs for DPS world. A lot of people have been asking about it, wanted the show. It's kind of a DK-ish themed expansion too, so lots to talk about. Based on my knowledge, at least, and we'll dive with you guys for sure. Probably one of the classes that received the most stuff or changes, which we'll get to in the Shadowlands portion. But nonetheless, welcome. If you guys want to just give a little quick intro to yourselves, let us know who you are, what you do, where you raid, if you do M+, etc., guides, whatnot. Biceps, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. I'm Biceps. I write the Unholy and Frost guides for Wowhead. I'm also heavily active in the theory crafting DK community. So I tend to do a lot of thinking about what's optimal and whatnot.
Okay. Atlas?
What's up? I'm Atlas. I played DK and Limit. I joined at the very end of Legion, right before BFA came out. I've been suffering as like the main DK of Limit for a while now, and tried posting a bunch of feedback recently about my thoughts on how the class has been shaping up over the beta. And yeah.
Alrighty. And Mini?
Alright, hi, I'm Mini. I'm a raider in Echo. I used to play in Limit and play DK until Atlas bullied me out of my spot. And in this expansion, I played everything but DK. And hopefully I finally get to go back.
Okay. So you got a little feud going on here. We'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
He's like my son.
Mm-hmm.
I've known him since he was like 12.
Yep.
I mean, dude, so you had him when you were like 18. You look like you're 19, man. A bunch of youngsters in here.
Listen, life happens.
True. Don't I know it? So welcome, guys. So as we kind of chatted a bit before the show, I give you kind of a bit of a rundown how things go. And one of the things that we always start with is history of the two specs, in this case, Frost and Unholy, just to kind of paint the picture of what Blizzard did right and didn't do right, what had us end up where we are now on the on the doorsteps of SL. I know particularly, actually, one of the first things I saw in terms of comments in the sections, Mini, you were particularly passionate about talking about the WOD to Legion changes for DKs. And the reason we start with Legion is because that's kind of the expansion. Well, it's not too far too far behind us, and it's the expansion where they tried to redesign and rehaul all the classes and specs. So why don't you start us off then with, I guess maybe not a positive note here, but what your feelings were going from WOD to Legion with DPS DK changes, I suppose, overall at this point.
Alright, so in Legion, we changed to 6 homogeneous death runes, and that's where all the problems started. In WOD, we had 2 blood runes, 2 frost runes, 2 unholy runes. Different abilities were on different runes, like Blood Boil was 1 death rune, or 1 blood rune. Scourge Strike was 1 unholy rune, and you could balance abilities based on the amount of runes that you got. Since we have 6 runes now, we have issues with, how do I put this? Needing to have a way to have a spender and a filler, essentially. So it's kind of like, I have an issue that they're kind of like combo points now, except they're all on one target. It's really strange. Whereas before, DK could target swap with no problem, and it was perfectly fine. I also want to say that I feel like the class identity from WOD to Legion completely changed, where you played around diseases, or they were like a main part of your game. Whereas in Legion, you kind of just put them up and forget about them and extend them forever. Whereas in WOD, you had a talent called Necrotic Plague. Sorry, I had to do it. The Festering Strike extended. You could play around with it with different talents. And it was a great, engaging talent. It was really fun. But you just don't have that type of gameplay anymore. Now you're just spending and building, and that's it.
I think it's the most disappointing part of all of it is it's been dumbed down severely, and the limitations set by having 6 death runes and no other source of like agency in your resource generation. Like we lost Blood Tap, we lost Plague Leech. All of our rune regeneration now is completely up to RNG, and we only have one type of rune and one way to spend them. So the capabilities of what the class can do has been dumbed down severely to the point where you've lost the ability to make meaningful choices between how you want to spend your runes, and now you have to basically just fire them in one simple way. So it's a little unfortunate, but...
And I assume
And
this
I just
Go ahead.
I just feel like some class identity was lost when they changed from runes. And I'm really disappointed that they didn't take this starting zone change to introduce the runes again. Which I understand why. They were kind of complicated for new players. But the new starting zone was a perfect opportunity to reintroduce them and bring back some class identity for DK. Because it was always about diseases to a point. It was always the main part of your spec as diseases were. And then they just removed them. And you just put them up now. It's really sad.
I think I think from like a design perspective, if I remember correctly, their whole fantasy with Unholy DKs in Legion was to make them like, you know, the masters of undead and pets and stuff like that, rather than the disease direction. I see you shaking your head, Bicep. What do you think?
Yeah. Yes, that's definitely a direction they've taken. It's so much more in pet damage. It's unfortunately a lot into passive pet damage. We have lots of abilities that we just fire and forget, and we have a very large portion of overall damage just coming from these undead minions we employ.
I know we're talking about like history of how the spec has played out like in the past, but if you want like a recent example in terms of like how much your pets actually do and how much passive damage actually done, this is a rough estimate, but in BFA, anywhere from like 60 to 70% of your overall damage is either melees, pet swings, or random dot ticks. And it's like you're not really doing anything yourself. You might be spamming the hell out of Scourge Strike the entire fight, but then you look at your damage breakdown, it's doing like 10 to 15% of your damage, and the only benefit you're getting out of it is a buff from pressing it. It's a little...
So you guys have basically been playing with Corruption way before Corruption came out. This is my understanding here. Okay, I got you. Been hearing a lot about one note I always wanted to put out as an Unholy, and I'm curious if you guys ever felt this way. Probably not, but you know when the whole controversial change from survival from a range spec to a melee spec happened in Legion, and we're like, what, they're, you know, overbloating more melee when melee have limited spots. I really thought in my mind, like deep down in my cold dark heart, believed that Unholy DK was going to become a range spec, like a ranged pet kind of spec, disease kind of spec. Did you guys ever like have an, I don't know, just like completely random question here, but I really thought they would. I was kind of disappointed they didn't. Would you guys ever like to see something like that? Did you think they might do that?
I would love that. I would love nothing more. I think the intention for making survival a melee spec in concept is just wrong, because you're taking a traditional range spec and pushing it into melee, and it's usually never wanted for you to have a range flex into a melee spot. Usually you're limited on the amount of melee you can bring to a raid encounter anyways.
Right.
So like having the inverse of that, of having the melee be able to swap, not characters to go range, but just swap specs to go range, provides a lot of versatility in terms of like your melee roster and what they can bring to a raid environment. But even just thematically, it just sounds cool. Like there's a bloat of melee classes to begin with, and just having something that's disease and pet based from ranged, or like even like a hybrid kind of thing. I know like survival has like some sort of hybrid thing going on between melee and ranged, but even having the applications of that for like Unholy would have been cool. And anything really other than wounds. I think universally speaking, everybody on the show right now hates wounds and think that they're a major problem that limits what the spec is capable of doing.
Okay.
100% agree.
What's so I guess we can deep dive this later, but just like as an intro thing, what's so bad about them right now?
It's just, if I were to sum it up in like a couple words, one-dimensional. It offers no sense of what you can do to play around them in terms of like how they operate within the spec.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
I do disagree slightly. I feel like Wounds in AoE provides quite a lot of thought and situational choice, and I quite like the gameplay in AoE, but single target is boring.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's part of the limitation though, is that it's only applicable if you have 15 mobs, is when you start to feel like it's, you know, playing well or like doing something, or like not necessarily 15 because that's a bit exaggerated, but like 5 or more is when it starts feeling functional, and that shouldn't be a requiring factor for it to feel that way.
And that's the only time that the wound system really feels fun, is when you're pumping on 5+ targets. It feels great when you do it, but on single target, it just feels lackluster compared to what it could be.
Fair. So I heard a lot about, well, certainly loud voices here for Unholy, but how did Unholy perform throughout Legion? You don't have to get like too in detail, but like, were they, I can't remember to be honest either, but were they like a pretty dominant spec? Were they a good spec? Did they have at least some, you know, nice things about them, artifact, maybe something like that?
I think they were pretty middle of the pack, pretty much the entire expansion. Mid to upper middle of the pack, pretty much. Which I don't think is an issue. I think it was pretty good. And on Taurus, it did pretty well. In Kil'jaeden, or not Kil'jaeden, Tomb of Sargeras, it was pretty much just outshined by warriors and rogues. But DK still did really good single target damage. I think before that, I guess Nighthold, it was probably like what, top 3 DPS with BOS Frost? I think I was.
Yeah, Frost and Unholy kind of like swapped places throughout the expansion, but like what Frost was good at, it was fucking insane at, and what Unholy was good at was like, yeah, you could bring something else though.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What about Frost? We haven't talked too much about Frost. Obviously, Frost was plagued by the same, you know, conversion to generic homogeneous runes for all the DKs were, right? Blood got blood, Frost got frost, etc. And Unholy got Unholy. Go figure. But was there anything like, you guys just mentioned Frost right now? How is Frost as the kind of sister / brother spec of Unholy looking throughout Legion? Did they receive any further changes? Did they have a more successful thematic immersion implementation to their class design? You know, just like a heavy Frost Lich Kingy style damage dealer going on.
I think it did pretty good in that regard. With Breath, Remorse.
I think I slightly disagree. There's a lot of people that have this opinion, and I think it's kind of stupid and like unfounded personally, but like they have this perception in their mind like, ooh, Arthas is a DK. He walks around with a big ass sword, and he's a Frost DK. So I want to walk around with a big ass sword and hit really hard, and like that's their bit, right? But like throughout most of Legion, where Frost shined was just like breath and like fast hits. It was like a fast playing spec, and even they did significant changes in Legion to swap you off of breath, and then the end of Antorus, you played obliteration, and it was basically just like a machine gun spec at that point too. So I don't think it fulfilled like that sort of fantasy in terms of like something hitting really hard and it's like a juggernaut walking at you. It was more like a little wizard that beat you to death with little sticks. So I don't know if it really did that, but it definitely is different thematically from Unholy. So I guess there's success and differentiation.
Completely different, yeah.
I feel like a big change going from Warlords is that they provided the artifacts and everyone became dual wield. And that was quite a big deal for many people. So I think it's quite nice that people will relive the old days of actually picking their weapon choice and having slightly different gameplay because of it.
Yeah, certainly, and you know we'll get to it a bit further, but certainly two-handed Frost has been one of the main things that at least I get asked at all the time in stream. I can't even imagine Acris and various DK communities how many people were hoping for it and wanting it. But it was up there with like, you know, SMF for Fury Warriors and all that kind of stuff. It was very demanded. Go ahead, Alex, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, no, people get very nostalgic about it, and the harsh truth is the people that are like overly nostalgic about why they want it back in the game is just because they're really bad at playing breath. It's hard to like shit on people for it, but if you really play breath at like at a high level and you understand the flexibility that talent provides, it's one of the best design talents they've ever put in the game. And most of the people that basically say like, oh, I hate breath, I wish two-hander comes back, is just they're incapable of playing the spec properly. So they'd rather just dumb it down and beat something to death with a big stick.
Fair. Fair.
I do think it's cool to beat something to death with a big stick, though.
Yeah, that's also
But
fair.
at the same time, it just
In game,
introduces
in game.
more, yeah, in game. But it just introduces more balance issues, and that's a big problem
Okay.
because we've historically had issues with that with dual wield and two-handed frost before. So it's just I don't trust them to fix it, especially with rune forges.
Oh boy, yeah, we're gonna get to that one in a bit. Fair, fair. I mean, I hear you, Atlas. There's got to be some people though, for what it's worth, that I'm sure were skillfully capable of playing breath, but maybe just legit preferred it. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
it is what it is. But like, I hear you. Like that's fair. Fair assessment of it potentially.
I think it's a very dynamic ability. The only problem with it is that when it's so good for so long, it gets stale playing the same thing over and over and over again, and nothing really changes in regard to how you play it. I think that's a fair critique of why people dislike breath.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean we've been playing breath since Nighthold as frost.
Yeah.
That's what, a solid 3-4 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it really hasn't changed much besides Legion Legendaries going away. That's it.
Okay. Biceps, what do you think about Frost?
So I can talk from a personal perspective.
Sure.
I stopped playing the game in Mr. Pandaria. I was rather casual because I haven't played a game before that, and I used to play two-handed frost. So I do have some kind of nostalgia to it, and I can understand everyone that also has it. Like it's, I remember those days, and I thought it was a good game. We'll see how it turns out in Shadowlands, and if I change my opinion. But I fully understand the excitement that people feel about it.
Okay, fair. So then throughout Legion, was Frost just greater than symbol Unholy kind of thing, where they just the better all the way through, and it was like, why bring, if we need a DK, why bring Unholy when we can bring Frost? Or did Unholy like excel in a niche or a type of damage over Frost in some areas?
I don't.
No, go ahead.
I don't think Unholy or Frost like was better than Unholy the entire expansion, because basically in raids you played Frost and Emerald Nightmare, or Unholy and Emerald Nightmare at the start, Frost and TOV. I guess that really depended on what artifact you leveled up, and then you 100% played Frost in Nighthold, Unholy in Antorus, or not Antorus, Tomb of Sargeras, 100%, until they changed it right at the very end. And then Frost was just better at the start in Antorus. And then at the end you could play Unholy just due to stat scaling and finally having enough haste to like make Arbiter RNG enough to do enough damage to out-damage Frost.
I think a large portion of why you swap specs in Legion had to do with tier sets, though. 'Cause
Yes,
that was entirely what determined what spec you played. Nighthold, the tier bonus was insane.
it was like 15
Tomb,
to 20%.
Yeah, the tier bonus was insane for Unholy. The only difference to all this is like Emerald Nightmare, you didn't have a tier bonus. And that was just because Unholy was tuned better at the beginning and had like a crazy legendary that it could put on. That was just so good that it outshined Frost.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another important point is that they fixed Arbiter coming to Sagaris. It was like the
Yeah,
start of
that's
it.
true.
So
It
it
was
started
so
working, and the
buggy.
build hadn't existed before that point. So Dark Arbiter comes into Tomb of Sagaris, and from that point, Unholy becomes quite a good single target spec.
Okay.
Yeah, Arbiter was essentially unplayable before Nighthold, and then even after Nighthold they fixed more bugs, and it finally was good enough and unbugged enough to be able to play.
I think it's important to note though that even through the history of both specs, Unholy has had the same issue it's ever had since they put wounds into the game, where it doesn't fulfill a single niche outside of like mass AoE.
Yep.
And that niche itself is so rare in any sort of like raiding content that it doesn't warrant ever bringing it in, because it's single target damage. Although it might be good at some things, it might be tuned well for single target damage, but there's plenty of specs out there that can do that and also provide something else to your raid, and Unholy has never been able to do enough single target damage to warrant them being something. Whereas Frost has like a very specific niche within Breath itself, because it's one of the strongest 2-minute burst AoE cooldowns you could ever have. So like when you do see DKs coming in for raids and like having usefulness, it's because Frost is doing something on Cleave. But like you look at Unholy and it's just struggled to ever have any sort of impact in a raiding setting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. So then moving into Legion, for these two specs. I suppose once again, let's start with Unholy since we started with that. Into BFA, excuse me, from Legion. Since we started with Unholy from WOD to Legion, any substantial changes to Unholy moving into BFA? And like, what kind of, did they still have the same strengths? Obviously, we saw a ton of Unholy DK play, and they got the whole quadratic damage thing going on that everyone always hypes about, and it was brought to MDI, and just crazy pulls that you saw in dungeons doing massive damage. But their raid representation perhaps was probably still a bit low, I guess is what I'm feeling from you, Atlas, based on some of the comments you made. So how did Unholy look at the start of BFA, and what kind of changes did they get, if any, really?
Got a few changes. Mostly got a bunch of things pruned, which is great.
Good start.
Halfway through the expansion, it started getting Festermite as an Azurite trait back, which basically made it not worthless as hell. It's pretty much the entire thing of what you played around, which is popping a wound gave you a stacking buff that didn't refresh. So then you go into cycles of Festermite windows where you'd pop like a bunch of wounds, get a big strength bonus, and then like AFK towards the tail end of that, so that you can prepare another Festermite cycle. In terms of like raid representation, though, it was non-existent. There was like a brief stint in BOD where you could play Unholy, and it was like all right, but for almost the entirety of BFA, Unholy from like a progression rating standpoint was again non-existent because of the wound system and its restrictions on what you can do in a useful raid setting.
Yeah, I mean, the only time he brought DK was for Breath and Uldir, essentially. Breath and TEP was okay as well, but after that, it was non-existent.
Yeah, basically the only time DK was good, all of BFA, was when Breath was like on crack, and that was Uldir. Frost was like the best performing DPS spec in the game, although again, from a progression rating standpoint, at least from a world first rating standpoint, it was horrible on Gahoon because the last phase was miserable, trying to maintain your breath, pushing everybody else out of melee while also spreading and like moving around and soaking things. BOD, it was like a middle of the pack kind of spec. It didn't really provide any utility. It didn't do the best damage. It did burst cleave really nice, but that wasn't really a issue either. In fact, if you played Frost DK on Jaina, you were actively sabotaging your raid because the burn strat ended up being like the more predominantly used one. We tried doing one where we like broke half the raid out of ice blocks in the last phase. That was like a train wreck. But if you breath on that boss and that elemental is sitting on top of the boss, you're just murdering the hell out of that elemental and doing no boss damage. So it was highly unfavorable for that. And then can't speak on Crucible of the Storms because I didn't do that raid personally, but also you just evaporated all the melee in your raid for that one too, so it's not really useful there. Eternal Palace, it actually did good damage. I think Eternal Palace was probably the second best raid out of the entire expansion for DK, on par with Nyalotha. There was a lot of like burst cleave fights.
For which?
Frost. Unholy in terms of progression rating and what it offers in rating, it's non-existent, all of BFA.
Okay.
It did nothing better than any of the other classes, and the things that it did the same as the other classes, it didn't bring anything else to warrant having it in the raid. So for all of BFA, if I'm ever speaking about anything regarding rating, it's purely Frost, because Unholy was dog shit.
Yeah, it was just undertuned the entire expansion.
Yeah, and then Frost again was good in Nyalotha as well. There's a lot of burst cleave, and then you mix in essences, which were also there in Eternal Palace, but you have things like Chill Streak and a lot of cleave bosses. It definitely did a lot of damage in Nyalotha, but again, there's a pitfall. We'll talk about it later, but tying all your damage into breath windows and also having breath do significantly reduced secondary target damage ended up making it not as desirable on N'Zoth, because N'Zoth also required a limited amount of melee. So basically what I'm trying to get at is DK for all of BFA and for most of rating in general has always been like, yeah, it's not bad, but there's a lot of problems wrong with it in terms of like what it does during progression in terms of its damage profile, and it doesn't bring anything else to the raid in BFA that warrants it being in the raid. But a really good change that we'll talk about going into Shadowlands is that the spec got AMZ back. So now the spec has like insane utility in terms of what it brings to the raid. So it's not just the damage thing that it has to bring anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a raid spot.
I think
Go ahead.
a big issue with BFA Unholy is that it's heavily front-loaded because of Army of the Dead dealing so much damage, and then it has a very heavy niche in mass big AoE, which means that it's kind of unfair if it would also be very good for single target. And I feel like those two issues combined makes it so it doesn't do well in any rating setting compared to other specs.
Okay. So what exactly made, like, to a more detailed extent, because Unholy is definitely the, the superior spec for M plus to a certain extent, right? At least the more popular one, the hyped one. I know you're gonna bob your head. I'm sure there's circumstances, and I'm curious to hear about it where Frost might be better. But at least let's put it this way: Unholy was certainly popularized, right, to be the best spec in the MDI, etc. Crazy pulls. I remember I was casting the MDI when we hit the first million DPS pull in Waycrest Manor, etc. So, what is it about Unholy that is just so superior to Frost in that area? But I guess Frost must have some excel in some other areas, maybe in M plus biceps. Like you were kind of nodding your head when I was saying it's just the Unholy game. But what do you think?
Mm-hmm. So the point with Unholy is that it simply scales much better than anything out there, right? You got quadratic scaling from the Festering Wounds up to 21 targets. You got the Festamite added on top of that. You got linear scaling afterwards. Like, nothing can beat that. If you want a big AoE settings, Unholy would simply do better because it scales better. And then you also have Festamite and Wounds dealing damage to other targets, which means that you can actually funnel damage very well, which is a very good trait to have in the MDI. Pull loads of stuff onto a boss. The Unholy would just obliterate the boss through both the AoE damage coming from the ads around it and the Festamite funneling into your Army of the Dead, your Apocalypse. It just all brings it together and deals an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, I think in terms of MDI pulls, the reason why Unholy shines is it does the same damage to everything, and then the more targets you add on, the more damage you're doing to your main target. So if you pull 20 things onto a boss, that boss is going to get fucked. The problem Frost has is a lot of its damage is reduced to secondary targets, and a lot of your damage comes from breath. So breath just loses value insane after you pull 5 targets in BFA. So if you replicate the same kind of pull between an Unholy and a Frost one, the Frost is doing nothing to the boss because its breath is hitting all the ads. And then the Holy one is gaining all the damage onto the boss and scaling and doing full damage to the boss and the ads at the same time.
So am I to understand then Unholy 5+ better, Frost 5 less better? Or 4 less better?
To some extent, a lot of the systems in place, Corruption and scaling towards the end of the expansion, makes Frost really good at Mythic Plus with Ice Whelp's traits and Ice Cap, because Ice Cap started scaling like crazy towards the end of the expansion with Corruption. But prior to Corruption being the thing, yeah.
Okay.
Frost, I think Frost is quite popular at the moment. Lots of people play Ice Cap. Mm-hmm. It's very consistent across pulls. If you have Unholy, you got big damage one pull, a bit lower the other. Frost will do the same amount of damage everywhere and very consistent. So it's quite a good spec to run.
Sounds like an outlaw rogue.
Frost right now in BFA for pushing keys is really good.
Okay. So then what were how reliant were the two specs for? I mean, everybody was obviously reliant to a certain extent, but I guess where I'm going with the question I'm about to ask with borrowed power like Corruption and Essences, how reliant in terms of performance of these two specs become, and how much of how many holes are going to be left in the core of the spec once these disappear in 4 weeks or whatever? Is one worse than another? Is it going to be pretty rough shape at the end of BFA? What do you guys think?
I think Unholy is going to be way worse off because they won't have Haste Stamp anymore. And you just don't have the rune regeneration. I mean, the stats are at a good point, though, I guess. But not having Haste Stamp is going to leave Unholy in a pretty awkward spot.
I think Unholy is entirely dependent on the systems in place because the core design of the spec is not very functional. It basically falls apart once you start taking away Haste Stamps and Essences. Frost is fine though. Frost functions basically the same without those power systems. It's slightly less effective at doing what it does, but it's not game breaking in any way.
Okay, so Unholy basically gets the short end of the stick. And with respect to the end of BFA now, let's start with Unholy first here. What do you guys think what do you identify as the kind of issues with the spec, right? It could be anything, right? Before we move into Shadowlands talk, like, do you feel like that they're lacking utility? Mobility obviously is always a point of contention amongst DKs. Do you think that, they just suck at single target and it's annoying and you want them to see single target? Like, what kind of holes in the core of Unholy Death Knights hoping, did you guys identify that we're kind of hoping to see changed in Shadowlands at the end of BFA now? What's your beef?
I mean, changes that I'm hoping to see in Shadowlands, that's a long shot. I don't think it's going to happen because the changes that I want are so far-reaching and overarching to the spec that, like, it's not going to happen. But again, wounds, they're very one-dimensional, and even more so going into Shadowlands now because we lost Fester Might. Basically, wounds, the only purpose they serve now is for the RP gen, and there's no thought process into how you pop them. You either put them up or you don't, and then you pop them or you don't.
Also on that note, you're literally just spending runes on Festering Strike so that you can get more runic power. That's literally the only reason they exist.
Yeah.
It's sad.
And then, like, every 1.3 minutes you put up 4 and then you press APOC, and that's like literally the entire thought process of what wounds are. So I think that's probably the biggest one. In terms of, like, what I actually think can change and would hope to change is you can't ever ignore it, but the GCD problem, Unholy has gotten this really weird backhanded exception to the GCD problem, especially when this Blizzard themselves have asked for outliers in terms of, like, classes and specs that have a severe problem with the GCD, and Unholy has had an 11 global opener on their cooldowns.
Only.
And it's the worst one of every spec in the game. Only Arcane Mage came kind of close to it at one point, and the funny part is that Unholy got no GCD changes that actually helped outside of, like, a couple which just straight up deleted abilities. And all the other specs just had all their stuff come off GCD. And even, like, the abilities that Unholy had that classified under, like, steroid cooldowns or things that took a long time to ramp, which was their justification for taking things off the GCD, they didn't even just take them off the GCD. They did some back-ended thing where they started making it do upfront damage that justified it being on the GCD. And it's like, why is there that discrepancy for, like, the absolute worst spec in terms of GCD problems? And, like, Frost, on the other hand, literally just got everything stripped off the GCD, and they're just running around spamming everything.
It's really confusing switching between the specs and having everything off GCD for Frost and everything on GCD for Unholy. It just makes no sense.
Okay.
And it's really unfun to play as Unholy. Especially.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mini.
No, I'm done.
Hold me back. Biceps, I saw you nodding in agreement there. What are your thoughts as to the kind of limitations of Unholy at the end of BFA? I know we put the GCD topic was, like, technically a bit later on, but I mean, this, let at it, because Unholy was certainly, like, Unholy and Arcane were the two super memed specs throughout all of Alpha and Beta of Shadowlands so far about the GCD issue. And then, I had my meeting with them and everybody's complaining about GCD, and finally they caved somewhat about the GCD thing. They gave Arcane a quite nice, in my opinion, and from what I've heard in the mage around, like, from different mages, they gave Arcane a quite nice, solution to most of their GCDs, combining some, taking some off, adding an effect to some, to the point that they're at, like, 2 or 3 now, right? Down from 7 or 8, whatever it was. But Unholy just, they just got the short end of this. They didn't get the Arcane Mage treatment. Biceps?
Yeah, I think that, they've approached it in a way where they take abilities that don't do much stuff up front, like Old and Hollow Frenzy. You press it, it gives you a buff, and there's nothing else there. And they instead make it do something. It now deals damage, it applies the wounds instantly. So, like, when you press it, it has some impact. And I feel like there's definitely merit to approaching the problem in that way. But it feels like they've done that for every single ability. Dark Transformation now deals AoE damage when you use it. And I feel like, it's fine to do it for a couple, but, like, I definitely feel like Dark Transformation should be off the GCD. I just feel like they could have, it's a very easy solution, and it has precedence because it has happened for other specs. So I don't really understand why they took the approach of just doing let's make the buttons do something when you press them for everything the Unholy DK has.
I think the funniest part of all of it is that they made 3 upfront changes to 3 of the cooldowns. Dark Transformation does damage when you press it. Unholy Blight now puts up Virulent Plague when you press it. And Unholy Assault, we'll go into this in the class, like specific talk about like the changes in Shadowlands, but Unholy Assault instantly applies 4 wounds and then gives a haste bonus. And the funniest part of all of that is Unholy Assault generates 4 wounds, so the thought process is like, oh, Unholy Assault, then APOC, 2 globals, very quick. You cut out 1 Festering Strike. But like Unholy Assault's main benefit is the haste bonus, and that haste bonus is short, so you want to press it after you press APOC, not before. So the 4 wounds that you generate from it don't even fulfill its intention of like setting up your APOC quicker. You still have the same amount of GCDs. And
I think
the Virulent
that's a
Plague
bit of
one
a...
from Unholy Blight is the same thing as well. Like, you're still pressing Outbreak because it's not long enough duration for it to match Unholy Blight.
I'm not 100% sure on those points because I feel like the new Unholy Strike would serve a very similar purpose to the old one. Like, you press it after Apocalypse, it gives you a couple of GCDs afterwards where you press Scorch Strike. And I feel like that kind of similarity is still there. I think it's probably going to be a trap for many people. They think that, oh, Unholy Strike into Apocalypse, that's the obvious choice, but I don't think that's the correct one, and I feel like the proper way of playing it won't make it very different from how it's played in BFA.
Yeah.
Okay. So outside of the GCD stuff, then, is there anything else you guys want to tag onto the issues that you have with Unholy, or maybe just DPS DK entirely? We'll get to Frost in a second, but at the end of BFA now, I saw you nodding your head again. Biceps, what do you think?
Yeah. I have a tuning issue, and it has to do with passive damage. I feel like since Mastery now increases pet damage, it's going to just make the issue we have with too much passive damage in our damage pool being made of passive damage, that's just going to increase. Because, all that damage used to be not affected by Mastery. It's now going to be affected by Mastery, so it will grow. And I don't like it when you don't have agency over a large portion of your damage. Like, you can have these extreme cases where just pressing all your cooldowns properly and not using any spells in your core rotation could be like 80% of your overall damage output, and I don't think that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Even then, there's like other things that they've implemented in the game, like DR on stat scaling that also affects Unholy very hard, because now that the Mastery is so like impactful in terms of like how it affects almost all your abilities, you're going to want to stack the hell out of Mastery, but like you're going to get screwed because you're just going to start getting a stat DR the second you do, and other stats aren't nearly as impactful. I think personally, the one thing I have a big problem of going from BFA into Shadowlands is that for both specs, Frost and Unholy, the talent tree is almost entirely unchanged. If you take a look at the talent tree for Unholy and for Frost in its current iteration, the only thing that's changed outside of like, Unholy Blight now does something extra, or like very small tuning changes, is in the level 45 talent row, and we'll go over this again later. For both specs, they made one of the talents baseline and they replaced it with something else. And for Frost, the something else that they replace it with is useless, and the something else for the 45 for Unholy is an Azerite trait that you already had before. But other than that, it's the same shit. So like, the talents feel very stale. The talents have been basically the same talents for the past 4 years, assuming that they're going to stay this way in Shadowlands and carry over for the 2 years of Shadowlands. But even some talents that are there now and in BFA have been staples of the class also in Legion. So I really want some like actual reworking and redesigning of the talents. Things like Horn of Winter, Harbinger of Doom for Unholy. Like, there's so many dead talents that have never seen any play, and there's no tweaking of them and there's no changing of them, and it's really disappointing to see.
Okay.
Harbinger of Doom is basically a dead talent. It has been since they removed the old Unholy Frenzy from Legion, which increased your attack speed because Sudden Doom scales off attack speed, and it's just been useless ever since. Also, there's one other thing I wanted to say. Raise Dead is on the GCD for Unholy, and this is really frustrating because it's not for the other 2 specs. I understand that Unholy has it's the empowered pet that you can control, but the other ones you can't control. But it's really, really frustrating that it's on GCD. And for some reason, the Frost and Blood Ghoul cancels Soul Shape when Unholy's doesn't. It's very confusing.
Wait, Raise Dead is on GCD for Unholy?
Yeah, and it takes 5 seconds to spawn.
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's really it's really confusing between the two specs, and it makes no sense.
So if I'm to kind of summarize a bit here, with issues of Unholy at the end of BFA now, a lot of issue with lack of design and interaction and usefulness in low cleave / single target situation for wounds. Is that a decent way to summarize it?
Yeah.
And then way too much passive damage as part of your damage breakdown. It seems to be things you identify with. I'm curious your
In
guys...
single targets.
I'm sorry?
The damage breakdown is only an issue in single targets.
Oh, in single targets, right. Yeah, because of wounds. What are your guys' thoughts? Actually, you know what? Let's talk about Frost first, in the same vein. What do you guys think about Frost now at the end of BFA? How it's looking, its core, same treatment as we just gave Unholy. What do you think's lacking to it that you'd like to see change? Anything stand out to you guys particularly for the core of Frost?
Is that in Shadowlands or at the end of BFA?
At the end of BFA, before we get into Shadowlands talk.
I think it's in a good place where it is right now at the very end of BFA, because corruption scaling has made it so that Ice Cap is a viable build, and that gives it a completely damaged profile than Breath build. And Breath build is still like good enough to the point where you could play it. It's probably not as good at performing as Ice Cap currently is, but there's like two different play styles. They both fill different niches, and they both have some sort of identity to them. So I think Frost at the end of BFA is good. Leading up to it, though, definitely not. It was Breath or bust, and there was nothing else you could really play. You played the same talents all expansion long. But I am a fan of what they're doing in Shadowlands with like the two-handed changes, because again, it's differentiating the spec and adding something new.
Okay. What do you think, Mini? Biceps?
I agree completely. I think it's in a good spot right now. And it'll be good. Go ahead.
I do remember the days of all there with atrocious downtime on Breath of Frost. I don't know if you remember, but it was this meme where you had like, he had the lowest number of actions per minute of any spec out there.
If you want some really funny anecdote about how much downtime Frost had and Uldir, back when Mini was still on Limit and we were raiding together, we did a split together on our DKs. And I think it was Zool. We were typing to each other while doing the boss and carrying out a full conversation, and we were both playing 100% optimally with how much time we had.
It was great.
So
I have one as well. Like my hands were very cold, so I sat and like I rubbed them against each other, and people heard that in the chat. You're like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm rubbing my hands together," and they were like, "You're not supposed to play the class." And I'm like, "It's completely fine, I don't have anything to press anyway."
And
So it's like,
there's a good probability that right now that could happen for Unholy in the start of the expansion.
I'm going off memory here. I might be a little wrong. I remember seeing like the sims of like the breakdown of actions done, and like seeing Uldir Frost at the time, because a lot of people were raising noise about that. And comparing that now to like the early sims now of how much downtime Unholy has, it's really close, and I'm pretty sure Unholy in Shadowlands now is worse than Uldir Frost was then in terms of like how much you're AFKing. And if you go hit a dummy right now on beta as Unholy, within like 30 seconds, you'll immediately start noticing you're AFKing for like 5 to 6 second stretches like every other set of globals.
There is... and I might as well just touch on this now. I love that we start talking about, like, we talk about Unholy, you guys clearly not very happy with it. And then we start talking about Frost. That lasts like 5 seconds, and then it just turns back into, like, ragging on Unholy. Man, you guys are not very happy with it. But
honestly, Frost is in a good spot right now. So it's okay.
No, that's fine. It's not. It's just an observation. Like that's how in trouble you guys consider Unholy to be.
Yeah.
There are some people, this discussion's come up, this kind of discussion with the downtime has come up frequently in my experience throughout Alpha Beta when I, played through the different specs and, people were curious to see them. At one point, Enhance had it pretty rough in some areas. I'm not sure how they are now. And, seemingly enough people that thought that it's not the worst thing in the world that not every class is GCD capped and some downtime is good in some people's opinion, etc. Where do you guys stand on that? Like, do you think that's maybe a direction that they're straight up trying to go with it, or is it just too much is too much?
I agree with the sentiment. I don't agree with its applications to Unholy and how Unholy plays. Because I understand like lowering the skill ceiling for like intro players and stuff like that. You know, like you take like a Havoc Demon Hunter, it's like a toddler sitting in a chair hitting 3 buttons, right? And to some extent, Frost is that way too because it doesn't have that many buttons. But Unholy's downtime problem does not stem from it being a simple spec. It's actually like a rocket science spec in terms of like lining all your stuff up because the spec functionally doesn't work and it has all these different durations on its cooldowns and effects. The only problem is you can't even press your buttons because you walk up to a dummy and you hit 2 globals and then you're like, well, I don't have runic power. Well, I don't have runes. Well, I don't have a way to get my runes back. Okay, I'll wait. And that's it.
Yeah,
I do have some comments about the downtime. So it changes quite a lot depending on your talent choices and your legendaries and conduits and whatnot. So there's quite a large range of, this is the worst case scenario, this is the best case scenario, right? The worst case is definitely too bad. I feel like Unholy is nice when it's not GCD locked, it has a healthy amount of downtime, but it's not at that point at the moment. It's just way too much. Even when you bring in all the stuff that helps it goes into more okay territory. But I feel like generally it's not good enough to feel good when you play it.
Do you guys think that's like a lack of gear thing, like just don't have enough haste or something, or is it just like legit some CDs need to be changed around and stuff?
It's a common misconception that getting more haste reduces downtime. Generally, downtime stays the same, even with more haste. It feels better to play because you have a higher APM, but if you look at the number of seconds you're actually sitting waiting for GCDs, it's the same even when you increase the haste.
Okay.
It's a resource
that's because
problem
everything
first and foremost.
Everything scales pretty much the same with haste. Like you use your stuff more and you generate the stuff more, but generating more doesn't really outweigh it. It goes up at the same amount.
Okay.
It's a resource problem first and foremost that has like 2 different aspects to it. It's one, we have no way of generating our own resources on demand outside of Apocalypse, which isn't consistent enough. And 2, our resource spenders cost too much. And you can definitely see that by just equipping 1 legendary that reduces the cost of Death Coil. Suddenly the spec plays perfectly fine the second you equip that legendary. And I really vehemently disagree with having the entire functionality of a spec tied solely to the equipping of a legendary for it to work properly. I think that's just bad design. The legendary should enhance the way that it feels to play. It shouldn't determine the way that it plays.
It shouldn't fix what's lacking.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, and you guys just, since you mentioned it again, I just remembered the probably one of my least favorite changes from Warlords leading into Legion and to where we are now was just like the elimination of that talent row that all DKs had that ensured some type of runic power to rune return again. So you had that beautiful flow of runic power to rune back to runic power and so on. And that's just been cut off and kind of left at frankly, at the factor of like a coefficient for each spec at this point. Blood taps back for blood, which is nice. We're not getting into tank territory today, but that is something that was not good in my opinion. Nonetheless, so for Frost is looking generally okay. Unholy, we just talked about issues with downtime. I'm sure we'll touch on it again several times as we get into things. But so just once again to quickly summarize, it seems like Frost at the end of BFA still looking in pretty good shape. Unholy, not so much so. Wounds is an issue. Passive damage is an issue. What are your guys' thoughts on something that I always see people talk about with DKs and, they're very notorious, just like Paladins are, for having some of the worst mobility in the game. Their class fantasy, from a DK perspective, relies on, I am slow-moving death and you come to me, right? Death grip and all that kind of stuff. And, I'm a slow-moving, like, unbreakable force kind of thing. That's just from a fantasy perspective how DKs are supposed to be. But what are your guys' thoughts on mobility as an intended weakness for DKs? Like, is it something that you've really felt a lot of the time, or is it just, that goes with their kit and that's fine with me?
I'm personally fine with it. I've been playing DK forever in progression rating, and I've learned to adjust. It's definitely a crux sometimes, for sure. People would assume N'Zoth would be really bad because you're just like running from side to side for tentacles. It's actually not a problem whatsoever on that boss. You either have Death's Advance or Wraith Walk for every set of tentacles. Even things like Evoke Anguish, you're not running to the back because you can immune the application of the Evoke Anguish for most sets. But Shadowlands is coming, and Night Phase looking real nice, and that just entirely gets rid of the mobility problem. Soul Shape is like unbelievable as a mobility spell. So again, there's just a system in place that spans like the whole game that just goes like, you don't have that problem anymore.
Also, since they added the immunity to knockbacks on Death's Advance, it really helped a lot.
Yeah.
Especially
I do
with just
remember.
a short amount of movements.
Yeah. It was worse in Legion. I remember Kill Jade and Mythic progression. It wasn't fun as a DK.
I did blood on that, and then they added the Death's Advance immune knockback after that fight, like in BFA, and I was like, oh my god, that would have been so nice to have on Kill Jaden.
And to play with Draft of Souls on that for... Yeah, it was great.
Mini was like one of the bravest DKs. Like almost all the DKs re-rolled or just like sat for that boss. I think Mini was like one of the first DKs to actually kill it on his DK.
Yeah. Yeah, me and the other DK in our guild were the first ones. And he used Draft of Souls because we were Alliance, not Goblin. Great.
Oh yeah, Goblin helps a lot. True.
Yeah.
So mobility not something you guys are particularly salty about, especially with Soul Shape, etc. coming in.
When it's bad, it's unplayable. Most of the time, it's just like, yeah, it sucks, but it's not end of the world type shit.
You're just used to it at this point, honestly.
Yeah. You adapt and you overcome because you suffer well or whatever.
How immersive of you. Okay. So then, time to finally start chatting about Shadowlands specific things. Let's start with the core of the specs / class. Obviously, some things came, to the entire class, like the addition of AMZ. That's definitely a big one worth talking about. But we'll start with Unholy. I'm scared too, but nonetheless, we'll start with Unholy. Not talents and conduits and all that. We'll address each one of those individually as we go down the road, but just to the core of the spec / class for Unholy. Did Unholy receive anything worthwhile or some worthwhile things moving into Shadowlands now for the class and spec baseline? Whoever wants to tackle.
Yeah.
Well, they took it away. So they gave us Gargoyle, and then they said, just kidding. And then they took it back.
Did they do that because of the GCD thing?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Technically, yes, but who knows, honestly.
Yeah.
It seems like they just wanted to
Epidemic
shift around talents and didn't want to remake another talent this late into the dev cycle.
Okay. So Unholy specifically didn't really get anything baseline then.
The ironic
Epidemic.
Oh yeah,
that's
right.
Epidemic. Yeah.
We got the Hell Chains trade on steroids instead of Epidemic in the row.
Okay.
And then Mastery affecting pets is like a significant change. It's passive, but it completely changes how we scale. Like, we're going to have a much larger portion of our damage coming from Mastery, and that's generally a very good thing when you consider stat scaling going into, patches in the expansion.
Yeah. Epidemic being baseline is actually huge for the spec, because it has a functional way of doing AoE that's not tied to just like, grab 5 or more mobs, I'm going to put a D&D down, stand still. It's not that anymore. It's like, you actually have a consistent way of spending runic power to keep doing AoE damage. Outside of that, baseline, nothing really of use. The ironic part is the spec actually plays almost identically to the way that it plays in BFA.
Yeah. There's a large amount of small changes, but overall it doesn't add up. They're all in different directions, so it all stays the same really.
So go ahead, yeah.
What?
No, absolutely, go ahead.
I have 2 comments. So Sudden Doom now works on Epidemic. That's a very good change, because getting a Sudden Doom proc in AoE feels kind of bad in BFA, because you're like, I can press Death Coil, but pressing Epidemic will deal so much more damage. So now that it works on Sudden Doom, that's really great. It feels great. When I played some dungeons, I was always pressing Death Coil because I forgot about it, but it's going to be an awesome change moving forward.
Okay.
They also changed how Outbreak works. So the application of Virulent Plague used to be that you put it on a target for 6 seconds, it continuously applies it to all targets around it. Now it just applies to the target you use it on and everything around it, one instant. And that's quite a significant change, especially in AoE, because like when the tank pulls, everything is not just going to instantly snapshot to a single spot, right? You might apply Outbreak to the first couple of mobs, and then you get to get up a couple more, and then you need to apply it again. There's this kind of gameplay where you need to consider, all right, do I want to wait with Outbreak? Do I want to apply it twice? It's not too nice. Unholy Blight does solve that problem, but it still exists without the talent. Our dots actually pandemic now. They didn't do so in BFA. Like, it was worthwhile to try and put your dots up right after the previous one finished. I can go into that exactly why that's the case, but that was the optimal play. You can now reapply at 30% duration left, so it's a bit of a better leeway in a way with the dot application.
So, sounds like quality of life, kind of almost.
So, yeah, in one sense, yes, but in pretty much every other situation, it's a quality of life worsening degeneration. It's not better.
I spoke too soon. Man, nothing's good with Unholy, is it?
Unholy is just a constant chart with a downwards trend whenever you talk about any of the changes that they've made to the spec. And it feels bad because we seem to be talking primarily only about Unholy and we're kind of ignoring Frost, but it's just because Frost honestly has gotten good changes and we'll get to those. But Unholy has gotten changes, yes, but all of them suck. So there's more to complain about.
I mean, that's totally fair. The class overall did get some nice things though, right? AMZ, Lichborn.
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm not sure what other. There's a couple of. There's one more.
Death and Decay for Frost.
Chains of
Raise
Frost
Google.
as well.
Yeah.
For the entire spec. So you got some nice things. I think probably the most notable, although I know from Blood as well, there's a couple of conduits for Lichborn that make it nice. But still, breaking a CC with Lichborn, I think it still increases your leech by 10%, if I'm not mistaken. And then AMZ. AMZ is a huge one, right? Because
it's
I want to know your guys' thoughts on. We always end up talking about this at some point in the show, whether it's you're on one side of the fence or the other, and most people are actually on the side of the fence of lack of utility. How big do you guys think AMZ is for bringing DKs to fights that, now have a warranted kind of raid or major utility or M+, whatever? Because DKs, outside of Blood and AoE grip, obviously you have your individual grips on a 25-second cooldown for Frost and Unholy, but you guys didn't really bring too much utility outside of that. Outside of, pre-AMSing for personal survivability, pre-immuning, things like that. DK wasn't, the most utility-based class, unless you guys disagree with that for Frost and Unholy. I'd be curious to see hear your thoughts are. And that being said, how much AMZ kind of affects that now?
I think first and foremost, from a progression rating standpoint, the lack of utility is what broke the viability of DK in most world first comps.
Okay.
It was a B tier damage spec. It had really good damage profile in terms of like what its cooldowns offered it and what it was good for. But the breaking point at every single juncture of like end boss world first rating is just like, it doesn't do anything outside of that. And now with all these baseline changes coming in, Lichborn, AMZ, Soul Shape, if you do go Night Fae, fixes the mobility problem. There's so many tools that you have now that even if you don't do the best damage, even if you're middle of the pack, even if you're doing like good damage profile to like, I don't know, priority targets or something like that, there's still a warrant to like bringing you in for the raid. AMZ by itself is like an insane cooldown, and there's a conduit that just makes it unreal. It max rank conduit, you have an 18-second AMZ. That's a 20% magic damage reduction for 18 seconds. That's just, what is that? That no other class in the game does something like that.
Look at those big smiles talking about DK strength.
We're supposed to talk about this. We agree.
I mean, but for a long time, right? We just had it's kind of the not to fuel the fire again, but really is kind of the Havoc Demon Hunter plague that a lot of melee are felt with. Like we've had, you guys are the last melee DPS show that we're doing, because we've done all the other ones for every single melee spec, and everybody always says, why bring me when you can bring a Havoc? most of the time. Warriors usually in a pretty good position, as are rogues. Rogues have, awesome survivability. They have an immune, nothing crazy in terms of utility, but they have some stuff. Warriors still bring their shout. DHs bring obviously magic, debuff, survivability, some CC, blah 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 blah. And DK, I guess, was kind of in that boat of lack of utility. Do you guys feel that going into Nathria and just the dungeons that we've seen so far in beta, these bump ups in utility, like AMZ, etc., is gonna kind of put you up the ladder, put you up the totem pole a fair bit?
It's the exact changes that needed to happen for DK to have meaningful utility.
Yeah.
You could give it Gorfians back, but then again you run into the problem of like, why do that when you have a blood DK, right?
You can
and the thing is like the tank comp often is very flexible in terms of like what's good for a fight. Like maybe you want a Brewmaster for the buff, maybe you want a Paladin for the utility, maybe you want a Warrior because Spell Reflect is doing some weird shit. So you're not always locked into DKs for tanks. Like sure, AMZ from tanks is a great alternative. It's probably the best way to get it, but DK already is like doing okay. So why not bring the DPS DK for the AMZ itself? It's a utility button that isn't often found in other melee DPS specs, which makes it good.
AMZ is also not mutually exclusive. Like bringing 2 isn't the same as bringing 1. It adds value when you bring multiple, often.
So you're saying 2 does not equal 1? Like,
Yes.
Yeah. Mini, what do you want to say?
As long as DK isn't tuned in the bottom half of classes for damage, you'll finally see a DK DPS in World First Progression. And it will actually be usable. And it's so nice.
Yeah, no, I mean that's for sure. And with how Prideful is turning out as an affix and its damage profile with its ramping AoE pulse, it's so good in M+ as well right now too, having that 20% DR as things get nasty. So, it's funny because, in my opinion at least, off the top of my head, could be wrong here, but of all the different complaints and specs and just talks about this kind of utility and lack of utility and how should utility be and we need some utility, Blizzard please, DKs are the ones that actually they nailed it for. Like they actually gave you guys something good, something big. It wasn't just like a boring like, okay, yeah, DKs bring 3% crit to the raid or something. It was like it's something active, it's something useful, you skill shot it, for lack of a better term, you know what I mean? It's an active ability rather than something you press once and that's it. I mean, they seem to have nailed it for that.
As much as people shit on Blizzard, myself included, for the low amount of impact that the unpruning has done, the utility unpruning for DK is actually spot on.
Yeah, they made a really good change this time.
Okay.
And we're very thankful for it.
Yep.
What do you guys think of just generally, I always like to ask you guys this question, but what do you guys think generally is the meta concept of utility in raids? Obviously, you guys just got a very powerful, unique utility kind of back in a sense, right, off PvP. It used to exist in the past, but the concept that there's only one class, sometimes even spec, but one class that brings a very important, unique buff or debuff. The DK one, much like Warlock, Portal, or Aurora for Druid, is a bit different because they're instanced, they're active. You need to counter it at a certain point in the fight, etc. But things like 5% debuff from Monk, 5% debuff from DH, Battle Shout, AI, Fort, etc. How do you guys feel about not only the inclusion of these into the game and the fact that really only one class has it, but the fact that they seem to be kind of doubling down a bit more in the direction of make everybody kind of, special and unique. Paladin ores are back 3% DR. That's going to be a big deal for min-maxing in high-end content. Things like that. Do you guys like the fact that these classes bring unique debuffs and as a result lock their spots into raid or make it more difficult for M+? Would you like to see it homogenized a bit more? Maybe 2-3 classes get it? Would you just like to see them eliminated completely on the opposite end of the spectrum? What do you guys think?
I can say that I dislike when very few classes get it. So BFA version isn't good when you have just a couple of classes that bring something which is vital for the raid. I much like it when everyone brings something which is unique and kind of has a niche.
Personally, I think this is a very complicated issue. You can't really take it either way. If you homogenize it and give it available to everyone, you're just going to take I mean, again, it's all about like what's optimal, right? If you give it to everyone, you're just going to take the class that's the best and has it. If you only give it to a select few, then you feel like you have to just fill your slots with those that have it. I personally would much rather see something role-based than like class-based in terms of utility, things like this. I think Final Fantasy does a good job of it in terms of like their limit breaks. They all do unique effects that have their own situational use, but it's not tied to your class, it's not tied to your spec, it's tied to your role. And that way you have more flexibility in what classes you want to bring, but you don't feel like I need a warrior for the shout, you know, I don't need a demon hunter for the magic debuff. I'd like to move away from like these passive damage increases, like 5% more magic damage, 5% more physical damage, 10% more attack power, things like that. I don't think that's like meaningful in any sort of way. I don't think it changes the way that you interact with your raid comp. I don't think it changes the way that you play the game, really. I'd much rather have like unique things, like active abilities that like roles have on a cooldown that's shared amongst all roles.
Okay. Minnie, what do you think?
No, I 100% agree. Like, it needs to... I think it needs to be everyone or nobody. Either that, or if they stick to having these buffs, they need to at least give it to a second class no matter what. Locking one raid spot for each buff, it just feels bad. Because if that player isn't there that day, it just... What can you do? You don't generally bring a second one on the roster. It's just... It feels bad for those types... Or for those guilds, you know? I just hate the idea of them.
It's like a double-edged sword too, because in one aspect, it's also good for creativity when it comes to creating raid comps, because like you don't necessarily always need a physical damage comp that requires a monk end. Sometimes you'll just completely forego it. Even more extreme situations, like in BFA, like BFA, we had scrolls. Now we don't have scrolls anymore, I believe. But there's plenty of times we just didn't bring a warrior because they just suck ass. So it's like, yeah, just take the scroll, man. Who cares? It's probably better this way. But even in this expansion, still, there's cases where I can think of where maybe you don't have a lot of physical damage dealers. You just don't need a monk. Maybe you don't, I don't know. There's no example of it yet, but maybe there's no, you know, magic damage requirement. You know, just bring a shit ton of melee like Gul'dan and beat his head in. That could always be a possibility. So
yeah, maybe in like 2022, but yeah. So that only happens once every 10 years, let's be honest.
Yeah, here. We had a good time. Now it's never again. Sorry.
Okay, so yeah, it always seems to be similar thoughts. I've not heard, I don't think anybody at this point has actually said that they like the unique buff model. Some people have obviously gone to the extreme of just, you know, remove all of them. Some people want to homogenize them a bit. Some people want to limit them to active abilities only, so more things like AMZ, Roar, etc., rather than just tiers 5% AP and that's my job, I've done it for the entire fight. But interesting to always hear those perspectives. Nonetheless, we haven't talked about yet Frost and Frost's core changes leading into Shadowlands. I know some of the things you guys want to talk about for sure. Finally, is the dual wielding versus two-hand, something we should touch on here. And likewise, if, you know, just like Epidemic came baseline to Unholy, has anything substantial changed for Frost for Shadowlands? Again, not talents and all that, we'll get to it, but like baseline, core.
The only real change that happened to Frost baseline was Cinder Ghost's Fury, or Frost Venom's Fury going baseline, I think.
A really big one that changes a lot of the way that the spec plays and also the build that you're going to end up playing is the Killing Machine change that they gave at rank 2. I think that one's really impactful. They gave a rank 2 to Killing Machine that makes it do 20% additional damage as Frost damage. So now you actually are incentivized to gear Mastery as two-handed Frost, and there's a reason to have that stat, and it's not just a dead stat anymore.
Yeah, because
just to verify,
Mastery
it's
was only
all Frost damage.
Oh, it's not 20% anymore?
So was that
so
bicep?
there's one rank. So there's one rank which just increases obliterate damage by 20%. The 58 Killing Machine makes it so that the crit does full Frost damage.
Okay, well, it's even better then.
Yeah, that's a huge change because you got two effects there. Physical damage is reduced by armor, so you got a 30% reduction on that. You know, pretty much in all endgame content. When you have frost damage, there's no armor reduction, and you get the mastery on top of that. So just making it mastery damage is like doubling the damage of a Killing Machine hit.
Yeah, outside of just like dual wield versus two-hander, I think that's the most impactful change that they made that hits both builds, and really solves a lot of the scaling issues that Frost sometimes runs into.
Yeah, because for a long time, Mastery has been a pretty dead stat for Frost, and anything that isn't 3+ targets. I mean, in 2 it's okay, but now this finally makes it useful for single target. And this has been a change that has been asked for a very long time, just for that reason. And it's a really good change.
Okay. So the rich keep getting richer for Frost versus Unholy, is what I'm getting here. Frost just seems to be getting all the love right now.
Yeah. It's actually Frost Scythe being hard capped for 5 targets is quite significant. Like, is it 4 targets? 5 targets?
5.
5 targets. Yeah. Yeah. It completely changes the dynamic in AoE scenarios because like it deals much less damage. You spread Razorize much less, and you get much less cooldown reduction for stuff like Ice Cap. So we might see Frost Scythe getting not picked in AoE, and we might actually see other talents that shines in dealing uncapped AoE, for instance.
Okay.
I think the general gist of like baseline changes done to Frost makes it so that there's 2 viable builds now between Breath and Two-Handed Frost with Obliteration. You have more meaningful damage outside of your cooldown windows. Prior to this, it was like, do all your damage in Breath, hit like a noodle for the next minute and 30 seconds. And on top of that, there's like a different damage profile in terms of what you offer as well. If you go Obliteration and Pillar Frost, you have very meaningful short burst, which is always good to have in a raid.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, let's just dive a bit more into it right now. Where do you guys stand on the whole dual wield versus two-hander? Are they both great for different scenarios? Are they just different builds entirely, or is it just kind of down to, you know, Fury Warrior style where people are just like, oh yeah, that's more fun, but it doesn't really change based on the weapon used? Like, how does it look for Frost, guys?
It changes a lot. There's like, okay, there's a lot to break down when it comes to dual wielding versus two-handed.
That's why we're here.
Okay, yeah. So the main bit is obviously Might of the Frozen Wasters, which essentially makes it so that your Obliterate deals 5% more damage when you have a two-handed equipped. It also increases the Killing Machine proc rate. Those two, Killing Machine proc rate, it still doesn't proc nearly as much as dual wield. So dual wield has a proc rate of roughly 50% on each crit auto. Two-handed has like 70 to 80%, but two-handed just hits so much more slowly. So, you know, you get like 80% more natural Killing Machine procs from dual wield. You have the bit where you have different amount of Rune Forges. Like, dual wield can have both Razorize and Fallen Crusader. A single Rune Forge is like 10% damage increase, so that's like a huge thing that works in dual wield's favor. We have multiple abilities that uses a damage formula, which is slightly advantageous for two-handed. So stuff like Cold Heart, Inexorable Assault, Frostburn's Fury. They only use a main hand weapon, which means that two-handed will deal like 5% more damage with all those abilities. And then finally, we have lots of different talents that specifically work well with a high attack speed. So, for instance, Frozen Pulse and Runic Attenuation are two that just gives you more when you attack faster.
There's also one more layer to it as well with the conduits that they put in. Currently, the conduits that they have in place only really benefit two-handed Frost and Oblit builds. There's very little interaction between dual-wield Breath builds. In fact, they both work off of Frost Strike, so for 30 seconds, up to 30 seconds at a time, you're just not having a conduit, which sucks if you put those in. So that also skews it a little bit in two-handed's favor as well.
And the Empowered and Weapon Conduit sucks, so you basically only have one conduit. But the more damage, it's so bad for Breath.
I mean, there's always a silver lining. At least you don't have to worry about switching it every 7 days, right? So you guys are all set there.
Yes, and the fun part is we'll get to it later as well, but Unholy and Frost have multiple dead conduits, and with the RNG on upgrades for conduits, you might just loot something that you never equip. multiple times. And if you're playing like an alt with the catch-up system, I'm pretty sure that one upgrades like your lowest rank conduit, but it's random. So you might end up just upgrading conduits that are dog shit and you'll never equip either.
Sweet. So it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong here, like talents seem to favor a dual wield play a bit more, but you're getting pigeonholed with conduits towards two-hand a bit more?
No.
Okay.
Specific talents favor dual wield,
Okay.
but you pick other for two-handed, which is completely fine.
Right.
Like you can pick Horn of Winter for two-handed. It's not penalized for attacking slowly. You pick Avalanche instead of Frozen Pulse. That's also fine. You know, there's obviously a direction where dual wield wants to run Breath of Syndagosa, whereas two-handed wants to run Obliteration. That's specifically because two-handed is just very good doing Obliteration. You have the 35% damage increase on Obliterate. Obliteration increases the percentage of your overall damage that comes from Obliteration, which is why it favors that playstyle.
The thing I can give them credit for is the talents that you swap between two-handed and dual wield are tuned well enough to the point where the difference between them is pretty marginal. So you actively have two different builds that you can go.
Do the builds excel in different areas though? Like, is breath better for cleave and two-hand better for single, or?
Dual wield is typically better for cleave, just because you have access to two rune forges with Razor Ice and Fallen Crusaders, so you're not giving one up for the other. And if you don't have Razor Ice, it really sucks on AoE to not have that. However, there is like a little bit of a exception to that with the recent change to how the Night Fae Covenant works. They are now pushing two-hander to be good at cleave, so it's kind of like pushing dual wield breath out of its own niche.
I can say this specifically. Two-handed builds only favor Obliterate. That's where the increase in damage comes from. Obliterate doesn't cleave, that's why Obliterate or two-handed builds doesn't scale well into AoE. Because like the strength they have simply doesn't scale into AoE, which is why dual wield builds would just overtake them naturally.
Okay. Talk to me about, I've been seeing it in the community. I forget which one of you mentioned it that wanted, you probably all want to go in on this. What's up with this, like, four-handed build meme I've been hearing about?
Oh, I love it and hate it at the same time.
With, I guess it's like weapon swapping for different runes, something like that?
It's hell on earth is what it is.
Yeah. So I realized this weekend, actually, because I heard someone mention that. So as you know, swapping weapons, some of you might not know, but swapping weapons incurs a GCD, right? So usually if you want to swap weapons, you have to wait the GCD, which is obviously an opportunity loss. But swapping weapons can be done when a GCD is already happening. Okay, so if you press Obliterate and then instantly swap your weapons afterwards, you know, the GCD comes from the weapon swap, gets negated by the GCD from the Obliterate. So you end up just spending a single GCD and doing two GCDs worth of stuff, right?
Okay.
Another factor is that when you do a macro here, so you do cast Obliterate and then equip your two-handed, what actually happens is that you use your two-handed to hit Obliterate. It doesn't make sense. You would think that Obliterate comes and then I swap. But the swap happens so quickly that you actually use your two-handed to hit. So this essentially means that, you know, you get a KM proc, you can then use the macro to swap at the same time as you hit and get the Might of Frozen Wasters on that hit. Additionally, you can then instantly swap back to dual wield to do three things in a single GCD, hitting Obliterate, swapping to two-handed, swapping back to dual wield, and just have a single GCD worth of time spent, right? So you can essentially, you know, swap for every single KM proc and not get any GCD penalties.
You're getting the benefit of Might of the Frozen Waste for a two-handed hit while maintaining two rune forges on your weapons and proccing more killing machines because you can swap back to a dual wield and proc more killing machines and then swap and then get the damage bonus from the two hands.
So do you guys just cake weapon swap macros into your like oblits and stuff?
Almost. So there's a bit more to this than just that single macro thing. You do that. It's not clear if it's worth. So rune forges are designed in a way so that swapping weapons shouldn't work, right? So Fallen Crusader is fine. If you have Fallen Crusader in your dual wield, even though you have Fallen Crusader in your two-handed, it will drop the buff if you swap weapons. It's kind of hard-coded. Razor Eyes is the outlier, because it seems like they only check if you have Razor Eyes on your weapon, and it doesn't drop any debuffs when you swap. So what you do is that you have Razor Eyes on your main hand, you swap in the Obliterate, and the two-hander also have Razor Eyes, and then you swap back, and it stays up, right? It doesn't change. An additional bit, which they changed recently, is that with Glacial Advanced Talented, you actually don't need the Rune Forge at all up. I think they made some weird change, like the tooltip of Glacial Advance says that it should apply Razor Eyes, but throughout, even though it has said that for like multiple years, it hasn't worked that way. You needed to have Razor Eyes on your weapon for Glacial Advance to actually apply it. They made some change to make that work properly, but that also allows us to apply Razor Eyes without having equipment on our weapons. So what we can actually do is have, like, Fallen Crusader on main hand, we can have Hysteria on the offhand, and then we could have stuff like Razor Eyes on the main hand, on the two-handed, and then never have to actually apply Razor Eyes with the dual wields.
Also, just so it's clear, they need to fucking fix this immediately. Get out of the game. I don't want a fucking macro. I don't want to sit there trying to think of like timing my equip set with my fucking GCD. I'm here to just put on a big stick and beat something into the fucking floor with it, okay? I don't want to do any of this. And even if they fix like the forehead version of it, there's always a possibility that number tuning can also make it so that if you're playing like a breath build, since you do so little damage outside of your breath, maybe swapping to a two-hander after your breath just to get that extra blit damage is a thing. Get rid of that shit too. I don't want to do that either. Just make it so you can't swap weapons. That'd be great.
We're already on a weapon token with Warlocks and Demon Hunters. Just make the suffering go away. Let us only get one weapon.
Imagine going to your raid with 8 Warlocks and a DH, and you're like, hey, can I get a weapon token for Unholy and also a separate one for Frost and also 2 more for dual wield Frost and also a third one for my second dual wield Runeforge? No. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
What?
It's unclear if it's actually worth, to be fair. So most trivial way of doing this would be swapping into the two-handed for your obliteration window, right? You have dual wield to get the Fallen Crusader procs, to get lots of killing machines, all the benefit from attacking fast. And then when you go into your Pillar of Frost window, you equip the two-handed, you deal heavy damage on the obliterates, and then you swap back afterwards. Your auto attacks actually do reset when you swap weapons, so you do lose some auto attack damage. So it's like, it seems like it should be worth, but it's not entirely clear.
Okay, but the fact that it even exists as a possibility is a bit concerning, because this sounds like, for lack of a better term, very degenerate gameplay. Mini, you don't look like you'd be having a lot of fun with this at all.
No, not really. I mean, I just want it to go away. I'm like 99% sure it'll get fixed, but I really hope it does.
Yeah.
Is this like a recent discovery by the DK community? This weapon
I
swapping madness?
This Saturday.
Oh, okay.
The
So it's very recent.
Extent which you can abuse it is pretty recent, but like the second they added that Might of the Frozen Waste passive in, you could just read that and be like, well, if I just put on a bigger stick, I'll hit harder.
So basically, you guys are going to be responsible for Blizzard restricting all weapon swaps again, not only in M+ now, but rating as well.
What I think they'll do is that they'll reintroduce the fact that swapping weapons had a cooldown on Might of Frozen Wasters. So you didn't get the 35% benefit when swapping to a two-handed for like 30 seconds something.
Oh, okay.
That's the only thing they need to change, and it would just completely kill this gameplay. And that would be just fine.
Okay. And that spell's still in the game, they just need to reactivate it.
Okay.
Fuck it, go crazy, make it 60 seconds.
Yeah, let's make it an hour. Screw it. No problem.
1 week.
I would say 2 more things about this. It just never ends. It's really bad to play because you need to hit the macro off the GCD. Because if you hit it beforehand, it's going to activate the swap hands and then incur another GCD. So like if you're tiny bit fast, or if you're lagging horribly like you do in the beta, it's really difficult to play because you press the ability, nothing happens. The only thing that happens is that you swap two-handers and get a GCD. there's an additional thing that when you use the macro, you sometimes get 2 hits of Obliterate, which is quite funny. You get the two-handed hit as well as the old main hand hit. So I'm not sure what's going on with like General Grievous, but we hit with a two-handed, we hit with the old main hand, and we get huge oblits. But that's obviously not intended, so it's probably going to get changed quickly.
I put it in the Discord
About 9.2
chat thing, but someone made a funny GIF of like the weapon swap.
Oh, I think is the tweet you had a few days ago?
Yeah.
1 second. I think I got it here.
I'm a bit sad that the Reforge just doesn't match the proper playstyle, but it's still very good.
Fair. I'll give that cloud for you. Good stuff. Okay, so I assume this is going to be stomped out at some point. Hopefully by launch, maybe later. Hopefully you don't have to incur Nathria with it. But the way things are looking, it does look. I mean, we'll get into the bread and butter in just a second here, but it does look like Frost for Nathria? Question mark.
Undecided.
Except for like a KT. Yes, really? Okay.
So Unholy plays like shit, but its damage profile is good. So that's the concerning part. Also, tuning is very volatile, and they're like honestly the specs are pretty close to one another, and they both kind of do different things. And the funny part is the thing that Frost did better than Unholy, now the other build of Frost is doing that better than the first build of Frost. So 50-50.
Well, it's not
Not really quite sure.
There's a lot of time.
Yeah, there's usually no correlation between playing a fun spec and playing a spec that performs well. So we'll see.
Yeah, I've been playing DK for years. It does okay, but I'm in hell. So
you have the Shadow Priest syndrome, is what it's known as.
They give you one really fun button, and then it never feels the same after that. That's what it is.
Very true.
Yeah, it's like Destrolock. It's great.
I mean, you know, Locks didn't seem so crazy about Destro last week, but
I mean, it's really fun to play.
All right, let's dive into the more specifics of Shadowlands stuff. So we've nailed down the baseline changes for Frost and Unholy, including for DK, you know, AMZ, Lichborn, etc. Let's start to dive into talents. We'll start just because we've been going Unholy Frost and Holy Frost. Let's start with Unholy because I assume we're gonna spend a bit of time here. So who did we say is gonna tackle the tree for Unholy? Who wants to chat?
I think that was Bicep.
I think it was Bicep.
All right.
Let me just spec
Always
here.
excited for a good chat.
And as I said, you know, before the show, I'll reiterate. All of you feel free to jump in at any point if you want to comment on a talent or talent row, anything like that. Because I mean, I know you guys all play something. It's just somebody's got to be the one to talk about it. Unfortunately for Unholy in this case, but Biceps, whenever you're ready,
yeah,
let's
dive right into it. So starting with the first row, right? We got no changes, but there's some indirect changes that will affect the choices we make here. So Infected Claws obviously relies heavily on playing the wound build in AoE, right? It was an insta pick in BFA because we have Festamite. You know, you could build up lots of wounds, you popped an all, you got lots of strength, great for funneling, great for AoE damage. That's not the case anymore, so it's probably not going to be the staple pick. It has been in BFA for M+.
Okay.
All will serve now scales with Mastery, which is actually very nice because when you compare it with Clawing Shadows, that was kind of a thing where you looking at, okay, do I have a lot of Mastery? Which one's going to be do better damage, right? They now scale the same way, so I think it's going to be more of a tuning choice, right? If one is better than the other, it's always going to be better than the other, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You still have the utility from Clawing Shadows, but that's the gist, I'd say.
It's important to note also that the first row was differentiated between AoE and single target in the past with the wound build versus a single target build with All Will Serve. But now you have so much baseline AoE, now that Epidemic is baseline, you really don't need to double down on AoE anymore. Like All Will Serve is pretty good to just take even if you're doing Mythic Plus, just because it does a lot of single target damage and you already have enough AoE.
Okay, so All Will Serve kind of cookie cuttery looking like?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Depends on the tuning of Clawing Shadows, but for the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Looks like it. You do get lots of added utility from Clawing Shadows. Like I remember I did some calculations like when is it actually worth picking All Will Serve versus Clawing Shadows when you consider downtime from a boss. generally, if you get to press Clawing Shadows just a couple times in a fight where you otherwise couldn't do anything, it's generally the better choice. But depends heavily on like your movement and when you can actually use it.
Yeah, it's like on Denathrius, phase 2 especially, you're constantly out of range as a melee. So maybe it'll see play there. It just depends on tuning, really.
Mm-hmm.
It also depends on whether or not they fix the resource problem, because it could be all fine and dandy whether or not you're out of range, but guess what? If you don't have runes, you're not pressing it anyways.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you are every 6 to 7 seconds, apparently.
Yeah.
Once in a while.
Once in a while. Okay. The second row here got a lot more going to it that changed. So Bursting Swords obviously is always combined with Infected Claws in AoE. Infected Claws has unlimited application of wounds. Bursting Swords, when you pop those wounds, it deals AoE damage. That's the source of our quadratic scaling. That's why it works so extremely well in AoE. We now have a target cap on our Scorch Strike in Death Decay that has a significant impact on the amount of wounds we can actually pop viably in AoE scenarios. I don't think it's going to be like huge, but there's definitely a big change. I do think we might see the drift away from running Infected Claws, Bursting Swords in pretty much every single situation, and more focus on like direct AoE target builds, stuff that doesn't require setup. It just you hit out the damage without having to think about it.
Did Bursting Swords always have this 8 target cap? Is
that's new as well?
That's new
That's
as well?
new, yeah. It used to be 20. So there's 2 effects there. So Bursting Swords now only hit 8 targets. That means that you go quadratic up to 9, and then you go linear afterwards. It's very important for that linear bit, right? A lot of classes, they have like hard caps at specific points. 6 more if you add a 7th target to 6, they just deal no more damage. Unholy, linear afterwards, and it just goes on forever until you can't pop the wounds efficiently, right? If you have 10 to 20 targets, you will generate double the amount of wounds, and every wound will still do the 8 points of damage to all the targets around them. So it still scales, but you have the limitation. You might not be able to pop those wounds because there's a limit to the amount of wounds you can pop in Definite K.
Right. Okay.
Also pushing it on Holy Blight's favor as well. It's really good single target, and Bursting Swords is dog shit single target. So
yeah,
Unholy Blight is like your go-to for everything, and it's really good for both. So
yeah. Also, it's extremely rune efficient.
Yeah. There is one weird thing about it though. Recently, in the latest build, I believe, they messed up the portion of it that applies Virulent Plague.
Oh yeah.
It used to do some weird shit. So the first time they added that change in, it would just put it on whatever you're targeting. And there wasn't a range, so you could go to like, let's say, what's that dungeon in Bastion called? Necrotic Wake. You could stand at the beginning of the entrance to the dungeon. Once you're inside, you could target the first boss and hit Unholy Blight. Even though nothing's in range of you, you'd pull the boss, and it would apply Virulent Plague to the boss. So you could just pull anything as long as you saw it and were able to target it. You could pull it. They fixed that.
I can't imagine.
Now it's doing more weird stuff. So the way that it's worded makes it sound like it would just cast an Outbreak at the target, and for some time it did do that. Outbreak has a 8-yard application, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, 8-yard application. Unholy Blight is supposed to have 10. For whatever reason, the application of the Virulent Plague is more like 2 or like 3.
It's sketchy at
it's
the moment.
really small. Here, I'll put some images showing it a little bit.
Sure.
The first one is the maximum range you could stand at while Unholy Blight is active for Virulent Plague to go on a target. The second one is the maximum range you can stand at for Unholy Blight to hit your target. And obviously there's an extremely large discrepancy between the two. Basically, TLDR, what this means, if you want to put up your diseases with Unholy Blight, you better be standing on top of your target, because it's really short range on the application.
Yeah. Hope to fix that quickly. Very annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
What about Evan Fever? Sorry, that I missed.
I was going to come to that, talk about Evan Fever. All right. So it looks less compelling, and it is. It's not as good of a buff as earlier. So previously when we had Outbreak, our dots were actually much longer than you might think if you first look at them. So I think the base duration was 21 seconds. Am I wrong there? Somewhere around 21 seconds. And then, Ibn Fever is supposed to half that, but deal more damage, 20% more damage in the same duration, during that shorter duration, right? So it was more DPS. When you factor in Outbreak, the fact is that duration was more like 20 seconds with Emma Fever and 33 seconds without it. So you apply Outbreak, and then you just continuously reapplies it. So the last tick gets a pandemic effect. So you get like 6 seconds plus pandemic plus base. It's quite a lot. So picking Ebon Fever actually didn't reduce the duration by that much, which was why it was a bit better. So now it's just really short, and you have to spend so many GCDs applying Outbreak all the time. It just doesn't feel like it's... When you have so little resources, we kind of don't want to spend that many of those resources just continuously applying our disease.
You just don't have enough runes right now to make it worth it.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to have to look at Sims, but...
So
I mean, in any case, it's just not fun to play.
It was really funny in early alpha as well, before they attached the damage amp for your minions to Unholy Blight. They initially increased the duration of Virulent Plague base as well early in alpha, because prior to that change, if you went on beta and you took Ebon Fever, you had like a 7-second dot or something like that, and you were spending almost every single rune in your kit just putting up your diseases and watching it tick off again. So it was just, you didn't have enough runes to even keep up your diseases, and you were only putting up diseases, and then eventually they changed that.
You guys did mention that at the beginning of the show you enjoyed a disease maintenance-y kind of build. If you guys get more resources, is this something that would be fun and tickle your fancy then, Mini? Like you just mentioned, it's just not fun to play, or...
Not really. It's just another dot that you put up and keep it up the entire fight. There's no thought behind it. You just press a button, and then you press another button 20 seconds later again.
No interaction, really.
Yeah.
We could go into it maybe after the talent section, but Necrotic Plague is one of the most interactive and interesting takes on how to make disease gameplay. And I think most people that played DK extensively in Warlords of Draenor will all agree that Necrotic Plague was really cool to play with. So if something like that ever came back again, that would be how to push a disease-oriented gameplay.
Okay.
It was fun and interactive, and this is not.
There is a Conduit that does increase the duration of Virulent Plague by using Scorch Strike. So there's a possibility that picking that with Ebon Fever could possibly be a good play.
Okay.
Maybe one out of that Conduit slot.
Possibly. So not good play as in it feels good. Good play as in deals a lot of damage.
Yeah. Who knows? We'll see.
Maybe.
I don't trust that Conduit.
All right. I was looking away from the camps for just a sec there to keep reading through our itinerary. I legit couldn't tell if Atlas was crying or laughing there when you mentioned that.
I think I died inside when I heard that Conduit get mentioned.
Yeah. I do feel like you can't use Conduits generally as an excuse for bad gameplay. You could say oh, we could pick these Conduits and then we'll be all right. But I feel like it should be all right before that point.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We already discussed Unholy Blight.
Mm-hmm.
The big change is that it ramps. So previously it was just a dot. Now it stacks up to 4 times. And it gives a damage increase on your pets and applies outbreaks. There's just loads of stuff into that talent.
On your pets that are now scaling with mastery too, so...
Yeah, it looks really good because mainly the pet damage increase will be a big damage buff on single target. Obviously, we'll have to see what Sims say, but I feel like this talent would just be a go-to pick for single target, and that makes it a very compelling pick for all situations.
Just
because all states say away. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can put some thought into when you apply it as well. Like, depending on when you want to DT, because you want 4 stacks for the entire duration. It's just more interactive.
Low cooldown, damage amp, works with your other cooldowns, does a shit ton of damage, uncapped on AoE, still good on single target. Thumbs up. Good talent.
Shouldn't have mentioned that AoE thing. Just give it a build now, but...
Nerf it, I dare you.
You won't. All right.
Yeah. Finally, it actually completely removes Outbreak from your rotation of single target.
Mm-hmm.
Like, using it both through duration and pandemic, makes it so that you have like a 4-second window between Virulent Plague dropping from your Unholy Blight and you being able to reapply it. So that's quite nice, because then you don't need to press Outbreak as much in the rotation, which makes it so that you get more time pressing other stuff. So there's like lots and lots of benefits with this talent. It just feels like it does so much.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the 25, or whenever you're ready, hit us up with the 30.
All right. Wait, which one's 30? Is that utility row?
That's the utility cross spec row, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I have any comments. It's just exactly the same.
I mean, Grip in the Dead is really nice. I think it's still bugged, though, where you can keep the 90% slow for 10 seconds. It's kind of weird. But, I don't know. If they fix that, that'd be nice. Because I don't want to have to game a 90% slow, and missing it is catastrophic in some situations. It's just really weird.
Like spiteful ads for melee.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a standard utility row, and really there's only two options. Death Reach is nice if you're like leveling or something, but outside of that, it has very fringe uses. Asphyxiate for a stun, Grip of the Dead for a slow. I can't say that the slow is actually really useful for a lot of situations though. Mythic Plus for kiting if you need to.
Yeah.
Even raid encounters, sometimes Kael'thas comes to mind. His ads need to be slowed. That's a strong slow. And it's AoE with one global, so.
It keeps mobs in your Death and Decay, which is quite nice when your tank loves to pull them out of it.
Oh yeah.
So that's a great benefit of.
Although with Nightfay, you can't miss D&D anymore, so...
Well, you would think that if a flashbang popped up on your screen and covered it and it's blue, you wouldn't run out of it, but...
That's true.
It's almost like an alert to run even faster out of it.
Yeah.
Is the way I think of it. Unless it's mine, of course, on my blood, but... yeah, fair. I'm trying to think. There's only a small handful of classes that offer a 1 GCD strong AoE, really, right? Like DK, Prop Paladin, and Frost Mage, question mark? I can't think of anyone else.
Pretty good for Druid. But...
Yeah, I suppose. But that's not like spammable or short CD kind of thing.
Yeah.
But fair, yeah, that's true as well.
So
for the things that it is
DK,
good for, it's really good for.
Yeah.
Frost DK has a very powerful slow with a change to Blinding. Is it Blinding Sleet? Blinding Sheet.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah,
So
they
we
added
can
a
talk about
slow
that
at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Okay, so not too much really to say about the 30 row because it's just largely unchanged, and you would use those utilities for the various utilities that you need them for throughout playing whatever in WoW. 35 row then. Okay.
Ooh, this one's more interesting.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
All right. Yeah. So we got Pestilent Pustules. That's pretty much going to be the same, but there's been a big change to this row, which is the fact that Soul Reaper is no longer a resource generating ability. It's our execute. Sure, if you kill the target, you get the runes back through the runic corruption buff. I think it's runic corruption for Unholy, but it doesn't generate resources. Whereas the other two, they do generate resources. We've got this weird thing going where we can pick: do you want to generate resources and have kind of like a nice feeling rotation, or do we want to deal damage and have a bad rotation? I don't like that choice.
A short cooldown spammable execute is on the same talent row as 2 resource generating ones.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. That's the thing. I would love to see Soul Reaper just going baseline and then putting Plague Leech, like was mentioned earlier from Atlas, I think, would be perfect thing to do.
Yeah.
For those who don't remember, Plague Leech used to consume your disease on the target and refund you runes.
And that would make it a bit more interactive with Unholy Blight and just possibly the Conduit as well. And you can snipe Plague off the ads in the fight as well. And there's just a lot of different uses for it. And I think giving 2 runes... What?
The applications are just very great for that ability on that talent row, I think.
It's a good ability.
Would love to see that change.
Soul Reaper once upon a time was baseline, like WAD, I think, right? If I remember properly.
Yeah, I think it should be baseline for all specs.
Yep, yeah, I remember. It was nice.
If you ever have to think of something that DK had baseline that was good, it's probably in WAD.
Yep.
All right.
So not, yeah, doesn't sound like
Oh,
the best
also-
row in the world.
Also on that row, Harbinger of Doom just needs
Yeah.
either to be buffed or to go, and it needs
Just
something.
to give some perspective on how much of a buff is required for this, if they were to buff it by 100%, it might be competitive.
Harbinger?
All right.
Yeah, if you read it, it sounds pretty good. You would think like, oh, 15% more death coils, 2 charges. I'll probably get a few death coils out of that. It averages out to something like 0.7 death coils a minute or something like that. Like it's so pitiful. You get nothing out of it.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people end up in the pitfall where they go like, I'm gonna run Harbinger of Doom and summon Gargle. I'm gonna get loads and loads of death coils to buff up my Gargle, and the fact is, it's just not viable. It's just not strong enough. Like you don't get enough really. It needs to be 30%, 50%, something like that, and then would be viable. I would love to see it buffed, but at this stage, it's just completely dead as a talent.
Okay.
There's also more traps in place too, because now we'll get to conduits too, but there's a conduit that makes your sudden doom death coils hit harder. So then, first glance, you'd read this and you'd be like, more sudden dooms. Conduit that buffs sudden doom. Pretty good. Except like you'll never get that death coil. You'll probably get like on average throughout a 7-minute encounter, you get like maybe 4, 5, maybe death coils.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Or do you take the 6-second execute that does the damage of a death coil every 6 seconds? Instead of like over the course of 7 minutes, you getting 5. It's just not competitive whatsoever. It just needs to be redesigned, reworked. I don't know. Something needs to happen. Yeah, I think the Plague Leech one is probably the most like interesting change that they can make to it. Not only because it's active as opposed to like passive compared to the other things. I think a large problem that both specs of DKs have is they have literally 0 active ways to generate their own resources. Everything's tied into passive effects and RNG. In Plague Leech, you can game it, you can snipe it off of like ads that are about to die. It gives you something to fill your downtime with. When you Plague Leech off your disease, that's a global. You reapply your disease, that's another global. It also even works in with your Unholy Blight, applying Virulent Plague. As of right now, Biceps mentioned it, there's like possibility that you never have to press Outbreak, but even in cases where you do still press Outbreak and it's not long enough to match the Unholy Blight duration, you can Plague Leech off your Virulent Plague and then reapply it once your Unholy Blight comes off cooldown. So like the applications of that spell being in that talent row, as well as it just being thematically fit for that row, would be really good.
Okay. Yeah, I was ironically just working on weak auras for Unholy DK last night and doing their conduits, and I came across the one you guys were talking about with the Sun Doom proc. I think I had to sit there for 20 seconds auto-attacking, waiting for a proc just to like test the buff ID.
Again, anecdotal, I hit a dummy for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I got 1. So.
All right, weird flex,
Nice.
bro. I was just trying to say that 20 seconds was a lot. You come stomp on me with 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically Harbinger dead as it stands right now.
Yeah. There is a point to be made that it actually scales into AoE now, because it translates into epidemics in AoE. But I still think it's going to be completely dead because it's not nearly enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's ambiguous in any way, never talent it unless they change it. I think that's fair to say.
Clear
Yeah,
instructions.
pretty much.
Okay then. 40, bro.
All right.
Oh,
I think that's quite a staple utility row. You can choose between extra movability, you can choose between some medical defense or a heal. Nothing's going to change here in Shadowlands, I think. We might see that we don't pick Wraithwalk as much because we get access to Night Fae. So whoever pitched Night Fae might feel like I don't need Wraithwalk anymore. I got this awesome ability that does the same thing but better.
Yeah, there's the really good changes if you do go Night Fae. You don't feel pigeonholed into Wraithwalk anymore. Almost
That's
the entirety of BFA, you felt like you lost the survivability choice because you were so gimped by mobility you had to take Wraithwalk. Now that's not necessarily the case anymore. Important to note as well, there's weird interaction with Spell Eater that could make it insanely broken in some situations. The way that it works is it just makes it, last 5 seconds longer. So you have a 5-second AMS base. This adds another 5 seconds to it. So you get a 10-second AMS base. There is a legendary in the game that increases the duration of your AMS by 100%, and that goes into account after the additional 5 seconds from this. You could get a 20-second AMS if you put both of those on, and AMS has applications and rating situations where you can immune debuff applications with it. So if you're immune to getting a debuff for 20 seconds, that's pretty good. I don't know if you'll necessarily do that because the hit that you take from not taking a damage legendary is pretty big, but in very niche situations, that's completely broken.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you bring in a third tank. I mean, you never know what that could be good for.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but nothing else really new or exciting for this row.
No.
Shadowlands. Okay. 45 then.
Ooh. This one's going to be juicy.
Another spicy row. Okay.
The only one that changed.
Well, Soul Reaper kind of changed, but if you start off with Defile, it has big implications for running Night Fae. Okay, so it has a 20-second cooldown, whereas the buff you gain from Death's Due has a 12-second cooldown. This means that if you hit a Scorch Strike in the final tiny, tenth of a second in your previous Death Due, you can then drop down the final cooldown and hit Scorch Strike again and extend it. All right, so this is huge. That basically allows you, if you gamble this correctly, you can have a full 8 stacks through the entire fight.
It was so much stronger before the last change that they made to it. It was
that's
guaranteed 100% uptime on 15%
Yeah.
strength and DR. Now it's no longer the case. Gaming it is actually the biggest headache in the world.
Yeah, it's awful.
You have to Scourge Strike in the last 0.2 seconds or something of your Defile to be able to carry over the buff. And even then, the problem with it isn't the limitation of whether or not you can execute that consistently. It's a large majority of the time. Again, the overarching problem Unholy has is the resource problem. You just won't have the runes to even keep it up.
Yeah, you need to plan for it every single time. I do hope that they nerf the duration to 10 seconds so that we don't get this gameplay where we kind of have to game it to get an edge, right?
I do also find it funny that the tooltip is like a fucking paragraph with how much is going on in there.
4 of them.
There's a lot of examples like that. Even when they made that really horrible change of merging DT into APOC was a similar thing. It had 4 or 5 separate little paragraphs of effects.
Yeah. There's a small change to Defile now that it ramps in damage, so it increases. Each tick deals more damage the longer something stays in the Defile. So it both grows and it deals more damage, but that's kind of insignificant. It's not a lot. It doesn't deal that much damage, and we don't use it as a damage source. We use it to enable AoE through Scorch Strike Cleave.
Okay. So Defile, good, especially if you're Night Fae.
Yeah,
Possibly. Hopefully not.
Okay, fair.
really just fix this interaction. I mean,
Yeah.
having a lower cooldown on Death and Decay for Night Fae is fine, but
Yeah.
the extending interaction with less than a 0.5 second window, it's just no. Please, no.
Yeah.
I
Don't
think it's
want
also
that.
important when you talk about this talent row to take into consideration what it looked like 1 or 2 weeks ago before Epidemic was baseline.
Oh yeah.
Prior to this, Unholy Pact was not on that talent row. It was in the 50 row, and Epidemic was in its place. And that basically made it, we haven't talked about Pestilence yet, but there's a 10% chance to apply a Festering Wound to an enemy when you drop D&D. Very good for your wound build. But again, wound build is being pushed out a little bit, and your better AoE alternative was Epidemic in that row. And prior to that change, it was basically Defile, single target, for sure, Epidemic, AoE, question mark, usually. But it's not really much of a question mark. You pretty much always take it. Now it's a little bit different. Now you just have 3 different AoE talents in that row. And
Yeah.
Defile is good on single target, but again, it's a massive headache to even bother playing it, and the practical application of it with the resource problem makes it even worse.
I also want to talk about that as well, because it's also a damage reduction that you constantly keep up. It's really way too impactful, I think.
Yeah, I think if they change the duration, nerf it slightly, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
For Defile specifically.
I agree.
Move on to Unholy Pact. That's pretty much Hell Chains with an increased strength buff. I feel like that's going to be kind of the staple choice in this row when you don't do the Night Fae stuff. It's quite versatile. It increases single target damage. It deals good damage in AoE, increases your strength with scales nice and both in single target and AoE, and just performs well overall. It's a very versatile talent to take.
It's also like the safe pick because the defile thing is so contingent on you being good at being able to extend it, and if you fuck it up once, then you just lose all of the benefit that you just got from it. And you have to rebuild it. Unholy Pact is safe. It's 5% strength every single time you hit DT. Sure, it's not up as often, but it's reliable. So like if people don't feel like they're capable of doing the defile thing, just take Unholy Pact. It's good enough.
And also, if anybody want to test this, please make sure you take into account the 4 different damage things it has for some reason.
Right.
It's
It's probably bugged again. I remember when the health change trade came out, it was severely bugged, and I do think it has infected this new version, so we might have to wait a while until it works properly.
What's wrong with it exactly?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
It deals damage in weird ways, like double damage stuff.
It's coded in a weird way where it does an AoE around you, it does an AoE around the pet, and it also does damage on the line that it makes between you and your pet. And for the longest time, there was a different attack power coefficient on the pet's AoE versus your AoE. So dependent on whether or not your AoE was overlapping with the pet's AoE or vice versa, the pet's AoE was overlapping with your AoE, it would do 50% reduced damage. And on top of that, there's even more weird interactions when you like do it on multiple targets, or if like the pet's AoE is overriding the chain's spell coefficient. It was basically a coin flip on whether or not it was doing 50% reduced damage at all times. But now they've fixed that. But now it's like on your details or whatever, it breaks down into several different damage events for whatever reason as well. So sometimes it's not so clear cut as to seeing like how much damage it does. You have to actually go digging in the logs for a bit to see all the different damage of events of it.
Stimulates your brain, I suppose.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, Mini.
If there's anything you can take away from us just going into a deep dive on Unholy, there's so many like rotating parts that don't make any sense with the spec, and there's a lot of bugs with it, which is why we're so critical of it.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, again, that's why we're here, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So what's the deal with Pestilence then? Useless?
So
Kind of.
this is an interesting one because there's this general theme in BFA of Pestilence being run in the MBI, and it's interesting. It doesn't behave as one might think. It says it has 10% chance on every tick of Death and Decay to apply a wound. That's not entirely true. It has kind of like a cap where it can't apply more than 1 wound per tick. So like if you get up 40 targets, you pop down Death and Decay, you're like, I'm going to get like 1.1 wounds per target, so I'm going to get like 44 wounds. You end up getting like 8. It has it's capped in a weird manner, and it's kind of like it's not front loaded as you would expect. So you pop it down, the wounds are kind of spread out during the duration. Generally, like if you don't play this very specific gameplay Mythic Plus, we actually prioritize Death Coil over Epidemic a lot of the time. You don't run Pestilence because Epidemic is just going to be the choice everywhere. In BFA, I feel like the other 2 choices are just going to be much better. So we won't see Epidemic at all. We might not see the wound build, and that kind of defeats the whole purpose of using Pestilence.
Okay. So do you think this ability is due for a redesign potentially?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like it fits. It might fit, but like I don't feel like it will work well in BFA for us.
It's hard to even.
Shadowlands.
Like it just reduces the value even more of it. I mean, it just doesn't work anymore, I think.
I don't necessarily know if it's up for a rework or a redesign though, because it's like a relatively new talent in terms of like when it was introduced, and it was very good for all that time. I don't think it immediately needs to be changed so it's good again. I think having, the option to play Defile again after not seeing that talent for years is nice.
Okay.
It has the Necrotic Plague icon, so I'd like to see it go.
Yeah, that's the one thing it definitely needs to change.
Yeah.
It needs the icon change because it's making us mad.
Yep.
Maybe they might not be reintroducing Necrotic Plague because they already used the icon. You're like, damn it, can't introduce Necrotic Plague because we used the icon on Pestilence.
Yeah, please just get rid of it, please.
What a shame.
Or change the icon. I don't care.
50 row then. Unless you had any other comment about the 45.
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
All right. So we got Army of the Damned, which has been changed. So it now also summons the Bargers. Mages. I don't know. Bargers, let's go for that. that comes with the Azurite trait. I feel like that's a nice thematic change. A lot of people like having the Mogses show up. It's another minion. It throws shadow bolts and frost bolts. It looks cool. I feel like it's a nice addition, and it also increases the power of the talent slightly. The major change is that pet damage is increased through our mastery, which makes it so that throwing out additional Army of the Deads and Apocalypses is going to have a more significant impact on our damage output. So I feel like this talent has been buffed, not that much from Magus, but mostly because mastery.
To clarify something though, if you multiply 0 by a percentage, you still get 0. Magus does fuck all for damage. The chest enchant that you put on your chest does more damage than that thing. The oils on your weapon does more damage than that thing. It's the most pitiful thing that you've ever seen. You could APOC, it's a 1.3 minute cooldown to bring out Magus, and he could be sitting there like flinging spells right and left, and you'd walk up and melee and hit Fester once, and you already did more damage than he did.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's more of a thematic change than an actually buff. The big buff comes from pet mastery.
It is a good thematic change to put on that talent, though. They just need to buff it by like maybe, I don't know, 500%, and then it'll be good.
Yeah.
Feels like that's a common theme for this row. Just buff it by 500%.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go on.
Okay. Let's go to Gargle.
There was one thing I did want to say about that talent.
Shoot, Mini.
I really wish the army CDR was baseline. I feel like having one army per fight, unless it's a 10-minute fight, it just feels bad. And some of the most fun I had playing Unholy was trying to time my armies and Tomb of Sargeras to be at the right times. I really wish that it was baseline, and it really should be.
That tear set was lovely. I really like that. And it is a shame that we don't have a baseline. Unfortunately, playing this talent just makes the rotation go even more dull than it already is on single target. I don't want to be too negative, but I did try swapping up Unholy Frenzy in BFA to Arm of the Damned, and it loses complexity and just makes it even more like, you just put up your wounds, you pop them. There's no like cooldown, no haste increase. It's just
It's worth mentioning also, we've been talking about this talent a while, but there is also another problem that Unholy faces in Shadowlands where it's cooldown desync, and it's not really much of an issue now anymore because they kind of just got rid of our cooldowns, but it is still something that is worth thinking about because a lot of the time your cooldowns don't come up at the same time, which is fine, and you need to think about when you want to line them up with each other because they all amp each other, which is also fine. But Army of the Damned reduces your APOC cooldown, and there's also a Conduit that reduces your APOC cooldown. So then it just makes you sit there and go, okay, well, like, how the hell do I use my button? And then even if you take that talent later in the expansion, let's say at max Conduit ranks, maybe you just have like a crazy low APOC cooldown, and then that could be like a tuning nightmare as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So Gargle, the initial change was that we would get that baseline, but it has moved into the talent tree again, just because to allow Epidemic to go baseline. So Epidemic goes baseline, you've got Death Pact replacing that, and then Gargle goes into the final talent row. It's just lackluster in its current iteration. It deals too little damage, it doesn't feel impactful, it doesn't feel like you make a change by funneling Death Cores into it. It's a pity because it's a very nice ability, it's very thematic, it's an old ability from the Unholy kit, but it doesn't bring the oomph it needs to be viable and fun.
Yeah, no, this is just another talent that you could buff by 300 to 500%. We'd be happy.
Yeah.
It just does
a
nothing right now.
smidge.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it over the current fight, it just does nothing. It's really pathetic.
Yeah.
The funniest part about this too is that they took it away in terms of just solving our GCD problem with cooldowns. And this was during the same build where they merged DT and APOC together to also solve the GCD issue. And if there's ever two abilities that you would never merge together, it's APOC and DT. One's a single target cooldown, the other one's your AoE cooldown. The one that I would have loved to see, personally, I know a lot of people like the idea of tying Gargoyle into APOC. I think that's problematic with the amount of CDR you can get on that ability itself. But having Gargoyle tied into Army would have been really good back then, because they're both 30-second duration cooldowns. and they're both like your main single target nuke cooldown. So I think that would have been like the best iteration they could have had of merging abilities together. However, Gargoyle being 30 seconds long, although it's good for the ramping damage that the talent provides in the second portion of its effect, it makes it hell on earth, again, with cooldown desyncing of like your benefits from your buffs. We'll go into the legendaries later, but there's a damage amp that's 15 seconds long. Unholy Blight is something like 24 seconds long. Unholy Assault, which we'll talk about soon, is also 12 seconds long. And you're going to want to tailor those towards the tail end of your gargoyle since it's getting ramping damage the longer it's out. But it being 30 seconds long means that you're sitting on your other cooldowns for extended periods of time while you wait for it to ramp a little bit.
Yeah.
You could build up your gargoyle by using your other cooldowns earlier so that you spend more death coils and stuff prior to that to give it a bigger damage amp. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. That's like a 50-50 kind of thing as well, that you'd need a lot of data to get on that. But
I've been thinking about that quite a lot, but I'm conflicted. I think it depends on whether or not you're close to a breakpoint. Because like, if you can make it so that you get one more extra attack, it's better to use the haste at the end. But if you don't get an extra attack, either way, use the haste at the start.
yeah,
I think that's a good consensus.
breakpoints are so problematic in terms of like gameplay and gearing, especially with the stat DR thing coming into the game as well, that I wouldn't
good that
want
deals-
that back.
Yeah. It's good that it deals so little damage, so that's just completely insignificant. You can't see the breakpoints, so they don't kind of exist.
I think the nicest part of this, me and Biceps were talking about this prior to the show starting, but if something like Arbiter came back where it was 15 seconds instead of 30, and it was more impactful during those 15 seconds, would also help that talent a lot, just in terms of like being able to sync it with other cooldowns, which is good, but also a large part of why Unholy struggles to find its spot in raids again is like a lack of niche or anything that it does unique. And more often than not in progression raiding, you want the ability to have burst cooldowns that are impactful and meaningful and be able to target swap. And Unholy can't do that because of wounds. It has to build them on a single target for extended periods of time. And two, its cooldowns are so goddamn long that like for you to actually see the impact of the gargoyle, the thing that you're trying to kill is going to be dead by the time you actually get there. So having it be a 15-second stronger cooldown in that shorter window would be good too.
Yep, 100%.
Okay. So 2 summons in a row that are crap.
It's also quite fun that the damage amp is actually a rank 2 ability that we do not gain at level 50. It's at level 58, 52, somewhere along the line. So in the pre-patch, Gargoyle would be literally fire and forget. It has absolutely no interaction except with your damage increase abilities.
Wow. Good thing everyone wants pre-patch so bad right now.
Yep.
Then, so the last one, Unholy Assault.
Yeah.
I don't think this changed at all, did it?
It did.
It did? Okay.
Yeah.
A fair bit from its original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it used to be you use it, you get the buff, and then your auto attacks apply wounds, right? It worked really well with the haste buff because you applied it with Apocalypse, which then buffs your ghouls so they attack faster. It's a resource cooldown because it moves GCDs from Festering Strike, which is very inefficient when it comes to resources. It costs so many runes, to more Scorch Strikes. That helps with your rune generation. Now it deals damage and it applies to wounds instantly. It has more impact when it's applied. It has a very similar function. It's not as good in AoE because you can't like split the wounds between different targets, but overall it's a very similar cooldown.
I think this is the worst offender of their attempt to fix the GCD problem in the worst way possible because multiple reasons. It's so like the logic is non-existent for what they did to this ability. Like Bicep said previously, it was just like press the button, you get a buff, you start applying wounds. That is like the definition of what a steroid cooldown is. You get it for the haste amp. And their justification for taking things off of the GCD was for steroid cooldowns, and they have not done that with this ability. They tried changing it so that you get some upfront benefit from it. And it's clear from the intention just by reading the ability. It generates 4 wounds, and APOC costs 4 wounds. I think their intention was to make it so that instead of having to apply 2 globals to Fester and then APOC, which is then an input of 3 globals to press that cooldown, you would Unholy Assault, it's 1 global, APOC, that's another global, 2. So they effectively cut out 1 GCD out of it, and they also gave you back 2 runes in the cost of, or 4 runes actually, in the cost of putting up your Festers. As well, it also puts up wounds, so you get even more benefit out of that because you're not spending future globals putting up festers. The most back-ass thing about this change is the buff is 12 seconds long, and your APOC ghouls last 15 seconds, but they take 5 seconds to spawn out of the ground. If you hit this before APOC, you wait 5 seconds out of that 12-second duration for your ghouls to get out of the ground, and then you get 7% of that haste bonus for your ghouls. So even though the intention is for them to hit this, for you to hit this button before APOC, if you do it, you're kind of fucking trolling. You have to APOC first. You're still inputting 2 globals of Fester. You're then putting in an input of a global for APOC. You're then waiting 5 seconds for your ghouls to come out of the ground. Or I guess you could hit it directly after because it doesn't really matter too much. Like 3 seconds maybe waiting. And then after that, once you've filled the gap with God knows what during that time, then you hit this button and you get 4 wounds for it. So it's like they made this change to justify it being off the GCD. It didn't do what it was supposed to intend to do, and the original version of it fits the exact description of what would qualify as something to be taken off the GCD to begin with. And even now, the wound generation from auto attacks from the initial iteration of it would fix the downtime, not fix, but it would help alleviate some of the resource problems that the spec even has, like that's overarching, that's making it so bad to play. Because you generate more wounds on average then, and you wouldn't have to input so many festers of 2 rune cost GCDs, and then end up resource starved later. So they made this button better, but the way that it plays is so dog shit. It completely missed the mark on what it was intended to do.
I feel like it could have gone off the GCD, but I'm not too unhappy with what they did. It has a very similar function, and it has a more impact to press. So I personally, I don't dislike it that much. I feel like it's a bit of a trap for people that might think that it's better to use it before POC, but other than that, it has a very similar function to before. So I think it's okay.
Yeah. It's a very unintuitive spec, Unholy is. And the biggest shame of all of this is that at the end of the day, I doubt they're going to make any large sweeping changes to the specs anymore, and I'm pretty sure this is like the final product that we're going to make. Who knows, they might make a change. Hopefully they hear this and be like, hey, well, that was kind of a dumb change. But the funniest part is like the GCD change seems so hypocritical when you look at it in retrospect, because Unholy was the biggest offender, and the things that they did to get rid of the GCD problem for Unholy, this one completely missed the mark. It's still the same problem, but now you just have the global of having the button itself that you have to press. The Soul Reaper changed it to an execute. So sure, you got rid of 1 GCD during your opener in terms of resource generation, but now you have a resource problem. And then the Gargoyle one, they just deleted that shit from the game because they put it on a talent row where it's in a competitive option and it's too undertuned to do anything. But even if you did take it, you still have the GCD problem. So it's like Unholy actually got fucked insane out of the GCD issue. It didn't really get anything gameplay wise that made you feel like you were happy with GCD changes.
I'm not sorry, I am actually a bit surprised that Unholy didn't get like the Arcane Mage treatment, because their solution to the GCD was like they handled it in one of 3 ways, right? One of them was to make the button more impactful when you press it, so like what they did with Unholy Assault, hey, let's just give it some damage, whatever, right? The second one was to try and merge 2 spells together, and then the third one, which is the option they tried to avoid as much as possible, but ultimately finally they caved on a few spells, was just take it back off the GCD, right? That was the way they approached it. Arcane successfully got an implementation of all 3 of these things within, to a certain extent, and Arcane largely has had a lot of their GCD issues pretty much fixed, right? I mean, for, people that want everything off the GCD, it's never enough, but generally, they went down from a tremendous amount of GCDs to a quite impactful 2-3 GCDs, something like that now. I really thought, personally at least, that Unholy was going to get a very similar treatment, and it's really crappy to hear that they didn't. What kind of opener do you guys have now? Like, how many GCDs are we still looking at?
It's like 9. It's not nearly as bad as before.
Yeah.
9? I'll take it.
It used to be 11 if you only hit your damage cooldown buttons completely suboptimally, you didn't sync anything up, and you just fucking fired them, it would take 11. If you wanted to play it optimally, your opener was something like 32 seconds long for you to like get all of your damage off. Well, not 32. It's more like 20, 26, somewhere in between there. Bad, clearly. Some people have like their first cooldown coming back off cooldown during that time, so that's just like, what the hell. Now it's not nearly as bad. It's been dumbed down a lot. I think Gargoyle being gone helps solve like the syncing problem because it's a 30-second duration, whereas the rest are a lot shorter. It's just really disheartening to see that Arcane, other specs, Frost, for example, like the biggest comparison is like compare this to Frost. And Power Rune Weapons off the global, Pillars off the global, Breath is off the global. Your Dragon is on the global, but that's the only thing, right? Like they're just running rampant with their GCDs everywhere. Unholy, they've tried every single thing except just straight up taking off the GCD, and I don't understand what the stubbornness is when it comes to that. Because they've tried giving it an upfront, like effect, like the Unholy Salt one, but it doesn't matter because that's not the benefit of taking that town to begin with. It's the haste portion. They tried merging things with DT and APOC. That was the most miserable change they've ever put in the game. You played it for 5 minutes on the beta and you want to like slam a hammer into your own head. They changed it within 24 hours. That's how bad it was. So they tried the merging thing, didn't work. They tried the upfront thing, it didn't work. Then their next solution was, what if we just delete it? And they just got rid of 2 buttons that like otherwise were functional for what they were. And it's just a shame to see. It's just they refused to just take things off the GCD for Unholy specifically, which was the single most worst offender of the GCD problem to begin with. Which is like, what the hell?
It just feels like they have no idea what to do with the spec. And it's sad. It's really sad.
It's a common sentiment I hear from a lot of people that their class or spec doesn't seem to have a direction. And although I don't want to be an echo chamber and be like, oh, Unholy also feels like that, it's if you play it seriously for a couple days, it's completely evident that nothing really works or ties in with one another. It's just like it's like gathering 10 darts in your hand and throwing them while blindfolded at a dartboard and seeing where they spread.
Yeah. It's just so strange because we're going from a spec in Frost that has everything except Dragon off GCD, which is a huge nuke. I completely understand why it's on GCD. It makes sense for it to be on GCD. And then you go to Unholy, and absolutely everything is on GCD. It's so disorientating when you swap specs. It just doesn't flow at all. It feels like you're playing a completely different class.
Any like to the meta issue here, and any like personal hate aside, because I'm sure you guys have some. And why do you think like it takes so like why do you think there is this lack of direction for Unholy and these other specs? Like why do you think it's taken so long? Like lack of resources for class development, lack of community interaction with them. Like have you guys not been giving them feedback? Stubbornness. like where do you realistically think, like what's the reason? They just ran out of time? Like what's up?
I don't like speculating too much on things like this
or
how things work at Blizzard, because I think it's exactly that. It's speculation. We have no idea how things work, but I think you can try to piece together some things based off what we've been given. It's definitely not a lack of feedback. You can see that most evidently with Windwalkers. They've been providing constant, consistent feedback. They got 1 blue post, and they've basically just been left in the dark. The same can be applied to DK. There's countless sources of feedback for DKs. I posted myself on the forums. I've tried Twitter. I've tried every avenue possible that I know to try and get something heard. And it feels like I'm just basically talking to a wall at this point. I don't get any sort of direct communication, nor do I expect it with anyone at Blizzard. It's not their job to like reach out to players and talk to them one-on-one. But then there's like this inconsistency when you look between the classes and the specs. And again, it's speculation, right? I don't know what's going on between class design, but if there is like a certain person that's in charge of like a spec or a class or a role, the difference between the amount of attention that those get are so stark and so contrasting to one another. And I think the best example of that could be like the attention that Windwalker and Monks have gotten as a general like thing, and then the attention that Shadow Priest has gotten. It feels like every single week you see a new Shadow Priest build, new talent, new legendary redesign. They implement changes, they gather feedback, they reiterate the changes that they just put in, they fine tune it, and then suddenly they have a functional working spec that's like actually applicable in most aspects of the game. And then you look at like Windwalker, and it's like, yeah, it's been what, 4 months of beta now, and they got a Rising Sun Kick buff, and they actually got fucking nerfed when they were the most miserable class to ever grace this game. And it's just like so back-ended between the disparity between the attention that some classes get and the complete neglect that other classes get. And there's no logic at all when it comes to their justification for things on the GCD or off the GCD, specifically when you compare Frost and Unholy, or like other specs like Arcane and Unholy. It's pitiful to see, honestly. And I really hate just being so negative and like harsh on them, but it feels like a slap in the face, honestly.
Okay.
No, I mean, they're spread too thin. and they play favorites. I mean, what can you do? You just hope that they don't do that. But they're just spread too thin, really. There's too many specs in this game designed properly, and they don't have enough designers to fix it in time with a good release of the spec.
Okay. What do you think, Biceps?
Don't have too much to say, honestly.
Okay. The path of neutrality.
Well, now I just sound like a psychopath.
It's fine. I mean, listen. Like, in all fairness, right? It's just because you have like a harsh or more negative viewpoint doesn't mean it's wrong to put it out. It's how you put it out, right? There's no point like tweeting at them and like slagging them off and swearing at them and offering really no feedback. Like then that's just like, okay, you're just being negative, and I get your frustration, but you're not helping.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I just know that some feedback does come through. So whenever I have feedback, I personally I give it, and then there's no obligation from anyone to listen to feedback. I know that personally, feedback from your clients is just extremely valuable. So I just hope that they do listen to feedback and we see positive change. We have seen quite a lot of change, so I think we still have a bit of way to go, and I hope we'll get it in the end.
I think one of the main points of feedback from all of you guys that have been on these shows, whenever we get in this discussion of, why does it take so long, especially for the specs that are particularly suffering, right? Like, Warlock is not suffering. Warlocks aren't perfect. We just had the Warlock show last week, and they have their own issues with the classes and specs, and some dumb stuff, and demos has its issues, but to a certain extent, it wasn't this kind of being left in the dark feeling that like Unholy has, that Windwalker has, that Feral had for a while, and it seems to me that the feedback and the general communication from Blizzard in this alpha beta cycle was very good, generally speaking, for systems and stuff. Way better than BFA. I
think it's been much better.
Yeah, I've been doing this alpha beta thing for many expansions now, and I personally feel it has been the best. The problem is when it comes to the class version of this feedback and just communicating with players and either acknowledging that they're getting feedback, which they've done sometimes, or that, kind of saying the direction that they think they're going with so players can give more accurate feedback about, okay, well, you want to do this with Unholy? Well, how about we consider doing this then? I think that's, in a lot of the communities that I've talked to, seems to be a point of contention, a point of irritation, much to like Atlas's point. Like, yeah, you might sound like negative and kind of like angry about it, but the truth is there's a lot of players like that because they feel like they keep trying to help and nothing's coming of it. Like no acknowledgement even to their feedback. Even if nothing happens, even just be like, hey, like straight up guys, we hear your feedback. We just don't know what direction to go in or what we're going to do with it exactly yet. But you're not the first.
I'm not angry at all.
Okay.
In fact, I commend them more than anything because this expansion has shown that they are more willing than ever to be able to talk to the players and really listen and take feedback into consideration and even have like a direct line of communication with some players in some instances. It's just a little disappointing to not see that same level of consistency spread across the board. And I'm hoping that nobody really takes this seriously as like a sort of like tirade about how Blizzard is incompetent or anything like that and starts presenting negative viewpoints. Because at the end of the day, this is like their project, this is their baby, and they work so hard to make this game, and they're trying to make it good for us, right? Sure, we can have problems and frustrations with some of the things that they implement, and I think that's evident. Things like conduits, covenants, soulbinds, class design, you can stretch that frustration pretty much across the board for anything. It's because we're passionate about the game, and they're passionate about making it for us. So to criticize them, although it might be fair, it's not an attack on them whatsoever. It's just disheartening to see a level of inconsistency when it's spread across multiple different systems and classes.
Sure.
All we want is for the game to be the best that it can be. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we want.
Yeah, I think there's sometimes just kind of people misread. Like, criticism and feedback doesn't always have to be praise and positive, right? Like, that's how you try and improve product and give constructive criticism. There's a difference between that, like I said, and just, swearing constantly, not really providing anything and calling them idiots. And it's important to distinguish between those two. And I think you've certainly gone on the positive side of that, Atlas, rather than just raging and, disheveling your bed and having it look like THD's bed and stuff.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to mention that THD is kind of like a mental patient escape from a psych ward at this point with how much he's just running around screaming. Like, I would hate for me to ever be perceived in some way like that. Not to like bash THD or anything like that, but I think that's
It's okay. It's not like he's in chat or anything.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just, like that kind of level of pessimism and cynicalism when it comes to design of this game is a little much.
Okay, that's let's not. I'm a step away from any beef you have with anything.
No, I love THD to death. I know he does it because he's so passionate about the game. That's his thing. But,
sure. Okay.
Not the direction.
All I was mentioning is just generally speaking, it is possible to voice like frustrations and constructive criticism and be critical about things without going ham on the devs, and I think that's important. You guys, in my opinion, did that very well here.
Ultimately, I just think when it comes to DK as a whole, there's plenty of feedback. There's plenty of people who know what they're talking about and have extensively tested and provided feedback. It just seems like there's a lack of interaction from the other side, and although some feedback is addressed, consideration of how they would go about changing the problems that we're addressing is often never discussed. It feels like all the changes that they do make for things like, for example, the GCD problem for Unholy, spec design as a whole, when it comes to providing some sort of agency in player resources or depth for the specs, the changes that they make completely miss the mark every single time. Okay. And there's not much consideration for like the implications of what the changes that they actually do are.
Okay, fair.
And then they stay in the game and are not iterated on. They're just left there to sit, and then we're 27 days or whatever from the expansion launch, and it feels like there's just so many issues still.
Yeah, to clarify, Shadowlands Unholy DK, this isn't a newfound problem that the spec has. This is the exact problem that the spec had the entirety of BFA, and it plays almost entirely the same as it did the entirety of BFA. So this is something that's been in the game for 2 years now at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's move on from that very lighthearted discussion and talk. Well, actually, what I want to mention before I move to the Frost talents is you guys kind of jabbed at a few of them, but is there anything in this tree that, in your opinion, needs to either be a baseline and don't be that guy that's like everything should be baseline, because obviously that's not healthy. But is there anything that you think would really help the core of the spec if it were baseline? And is there any talent in here that just, in your guys' opinion, needs 100% just redesigned completely? Like it's just dead.
Soul Reaper, baseline.
Yeah.
Soul Reaper baseline, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
In terms of like reworking Harbinger of Doom, get rid of that shit. It's so bad. I hate giving like either a buff or a rework, one of the two, but like the buff has to be so substantial to the point of taking it. I think if it did get buffed, it would be interesting because there is a conduit interaction with it. If you do talent gargle and they somehow tune that to be good too, that would also be interesting. Yeah. So the applications of it when it is good is good. I think if you can't do that, rework it. In terms of like other talents, it's really not in a bad spot, honestly. I think a lot of them just compete in interests, and it comes down to tuning whether or not you go one build or the other. But by far and away, Harbinger needs either a buff or a rework, and Soul Reaper absolutely needs to be baseline with a resource thing replacing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Our resources are too dire of an issue, or whatever. It just needs to be baseline, and there needs to be a new talent there.
Okay. What about Pestilence? You guys kind of mentioned that one's like Biceps.
I don't mind.
No? Okay.
I don't necessarily mind it. It still fits into the wound build. It might not necessarily be good, but it saw plenty of play before. I don't think it's up for an immediate rework because it was recently used and it was recently good, and it still could be okay.
Yeah. One thing, I think Gargle baseline would be a good idea. I feel like a lot of people would want it, and it would be quite nice to have that complexity without having to talent into it. It does present the gameplay of summoning it, buffing it up with all the depth cores, that kind of thing. It's a bit of a pity that we need to talent into that to get that gameplay. It's also a bit of a pity that it's not very impactful, so the gameplay is also not very impactful. I would like to see Gargle baseline buffed slightly and then have Festamite in its place. I'm going to grieve the loss of Festamite. I do like that as red trait. I feel like it belongs, at least as a talent, for Unholy. to keep it interesting in those wound bursting scenarios.
I think if Gargoyle does go baseline, it needs to be like either a 20 or 15-second duration, though. Otherwise, it creates a lot of problems with cooldown syncing.
Shorter duration, more damage, more buff and runic power, that kind of thing.
I think this might be a good portion as well. I know, Mini, you've talked about it a fair bit before we move on to Frost. Maybe a little pluggerino here for Necrotic, and what you're like. Let's talk about that for a sec, because you guys all seem to swoon in love whenever you talk about it. So what's the deal with it? What did it used to do? Let the people know, and why do you guys think it would be such a good fit to come back?
Necrotic Plague, it was a great ability. I miss it so much. It stacked up to 15 times. Taking Unholy Blight, which was a talent at the time in the first row, stacked it up quicker, so you could spread it. Or like, there was a bunch of interaction talents that made it a lot of fun. You could remove Plague with Plague Leech, get 2 runes back. You'd do that, or you'd snipe it off of ads that are about to die, or you'd just do it and spread it again with Blood Boil because it costs 1 rune and just 1 global. I think it was just something that was really fun with extending your diseases. It felt like your kit had a lot of interaction. You could target swap pretty easily. You just had to press Blood Boil and you were perfectly fine, and you just move over to another target. It was something that it was really strong on spread AoE, partially because Blood Boil's range was so big. I was like, what, a 12-yard spread at the end, and then Necrotic Plague also auto-spread. So on something like Chromog, it was really strong, because it would hit every single hand that spawned. It didn't matter how far. It was just a fun playstyle that had interaction with your entire kit. And it was about getting as many Scourge Strikes off as you could, which was fun. And you didn't have to worry about keeping wounds up or anything. And you just tried to maximize the amount of damage you could do with it.
For those who don't know specifically what it did, it was a stacking dot that would not refresh in duration. So if you were to apply an outbreak to a target, it would put up Necrotic Plague on the target and it would start at 1 stack. If you were to outbreak again on that same target, it would build a stack, but it would not increase the duration. The only way to increase the duration was to spend runes on Festering Strike. There was another interaction where Unholy Blight back then would do the same thing it does now, where it rapidly applies your diseases repeatedly over a short duration. So the idea is you would extend your Necrotic Plague to line up with your Unholy Blight cooldown. You would let your Necrotic Plague fall off, and then you would press Unholy Blight, and then instantly get like a max stack Necrotic Plague back up. And you'd go into cycles of extension and reapplication. And the disease itself auto-spread to nearby targets, and if you Blood Boiled it, it would also bounce to things that your Blood Boil hit. So it was very interactive in the way that it worked with the kit, because you had to look at your disease timer, recognize when ads are spawning, determine whether or not you want to extend the disease a set duration well in advance to it. You have to plan around the cooldown and the stacks, and then play around that in coordination with your ability to reapply it with Unholy Blight. It was so dynamic in the way that it worked. And
you could play it multiple different ways. You could stack it up for a long time, so you always had it. Like, if you looked at Fragments' video on Manaroth, he stacked it up for like 3 minutes. Other people played it for 30 seconds at most. It was just, there were different ways you could play around it, tailoring to your specific playstyle or to the specific fight. It was just a fun ability that you could do a lot of different things with.
It also it felt rewarding when you got it right. When you hit like just the perfect extension on your disease, and you knew that you can instantly apply up a new 15 stack, and you knew that ads were coming, it really felt fulfilling in terms of disease gameplay of how Unholy worked. And it served as like a completely separate build. Breath used to be also available to Unholy, but it was on the same talent row as Necrotic Plague. So you had 2 separate builds. You had Breath single target, which focused around resource management in terms of like maximizing RP gains and eventual drain through Breath. And then you had Necrotic Plague, which revolved around resource management in terms of using your runes to allocate extension of disease to match reapplication of said disease. And we just don't have anything like that anymore. Like, our diseases are very, again, one-dimensional, which is a problem that Unholy has. It's, you have your disease up, great, that's it.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, Certainly sounds more fun than what you guys have been spewing out in terms of the current linear diseases or one-dimensional diseases. But now, without further ado, no more interrupts this time. Let's move over to Frost Talent Tree. I don't know if somebody else wants to tackle this or if Biceps you want to do it again and everybody kind of chimes in, whatever you guys are comfortable with. But let's talk Frost.
All right. I don't mind doing this one as well if you guys.
Go for it.
Go for it.
All right. Great. So, first talent row has seen no changes, but it has seen indirect changes through other stuff. Okay. Inexorable Assault is still a bit of a trap talent that a lot of people pick when they do like, oh, I want to do 200 obliteration build. I'm going to pick IA to get lots and lots of damage from it. Thing is, it crits independently. If you obliterate, it doesn't get any damage from killing machine. It's just damage increase on single target. It's nothing else. It has no interaction and shouldn't be picked in PvE generally. It's just not tuned well enough. Just making that clear. Icy Talons, this is juicy, alright? This is interesting. We've been picking Cold Heart for the entirety of BFA, and understandably so. It just deals a lot of damage. It's a great single target nuke, which does priority damage when we need it. The thing is, if you pick Obliteration, Cold Heart really doesn't work well. Okay? And to understand that, you need to consider the opportunity cost of casting Cold Heart. You want to use it at the end of Pillar of Frost when you stacked up your strength buff as much as possible. The thing is, at the end of Pillar of Frost, you either want to hit your killing machine procs, or you want to use a Frost Strike Rhyme to generate a killing machine proc. Alright? There's a decision to be made here. Either I press Cold Heart, or I press a killing machine proc, or I generate a killing machine proc.
Or you press
The big
your
thing
dragon.
here, or you cast a dragon. Dragon, you always use that, so that's not kind of included here. But yeah, you have to pay for using Cold Heart by not doing two of the other things. And since Obliterate deals so much damage on killing machine procs, it's kind of comparable to a Cold Heart, and that devalues the talent. I definitely feel like we could see a swap from running Cold Heart to Icy Talons when you're running Obliteration. One other bit, as recently as patch 8.2, we believe they changed how killing machine procs work. The idea was that previously it was RPPM, so it was just this increasing probability based on your last proc attempt and your last proc. And that changed the system, which is purely based on your last proc attempt. Okay? So if you got the killing machine proc on your previous crit, the next time you crit on an auto attack, you have a 30% probability, it's flat 30%, to get a killing machine proc. If that doesn't proc, the next crit has a 60% chance. The next one after that has 90%, and then after that has 100%. You cannot get more than 4 crits in a row without getting a killing machine proc. That's quite substantial, because that means that if you increase your attack speed, you get more killing machine procs. And Icy Talons just does exactly that. So by increasing your attack speed, Icy Talons increases the number of killing machine procs, which now has a lot of value coming into Shadowlands, because a killing machine procs gives a frost damage obliterate.
Okay.
Quite interesting. Yeah. For two-handed, it's a bit differently. The fact that Might of the Frozen Wastes increases the KM proc rate, we believe that means 70% on the first crit and 100% on the second one. So it has a much higher crit rate, but again, increased attack speed also applies two-handed, so that also gains more killing machine procs. So definitely value increase in Icy Talons, and possibly the go-to talent to run with Obliteration.
I think a lot of people also overlook the fact that melees do a good amount of damage too. So
Yeah.
you're not just factoring in, increased killing machine as your only source of damage increase from taking Icy Talons. Your melees are doing a lot too. So if you get 15% melee attack speed, it's great. And there's a lot of other things in the game that are universal, like oils for your weapons that proc off your auto attacks, trinkets that proc off of your auto attacks, things of that nature. Enchants, chest enchant off your auto attacks. So if you increase the amount of instances of that by Icy Talons, also those are now doing more damage as well.
Yeah. There is a a bad thing. So I've not personally played this talent lot. I know that pretty much no one has played it, and it is a bit too tight when it comes to duration, right? 6 seconds, it's a bit too little, right? 8 seconds would be better, right? If you're in your obliteration window, you hit your frost drake, which refreshes the duration. You go obliterate, Ryan, obliterate, then you have to hit frost drake again, and it's a tiny window to do so. So if you're a bit sloppy, you're gonna lose it. It just feels like you're always fighting against it, and it's very tedious to keep up. I think 8 seconds would be a bit more kind to the player, a bit more fun to play, and not that stressful.
Also,
Yeah.
on that note, if that change happens, that needs to apply to the conduit that's 6 seconds as well.
Yeah, 6 seconds is just too short of a duration when you're in Pillar of Frost with obliteration, because you can get lucky and just proc a bunch of rhymes, and not using them would be a waste. But then you're stuck with the competing interest of like, do I toss a rhyme? Do I keep up Icy Talons? What if I already have a killing machine? Then if I Frost Strike, I don't get another killing machine, so now I just lost a killing machine. It feels like Pillar of Frost obliteration windows are very hectic, dependent on RNG, which isn't necessarily a bad thing to have competing interests with your abilities. But when there's 4 all competing for the same global, that's a little bit much. So just increasing it by 2 seconds would help alleviate a lot of that problem.
Okay. Or just, take them off GCD. Cafe.
I mean,
Take everything off GCD.
The
it's
Frost,
gotten enough GCD changes. Why not one more?
the Frost theme. Right, whenever you're ready, Bison.
Okay, yeah. Cold Heart, we discussed that indirectly. It hasn't changed, but since we might be picking other talents, we might see it not being picked as much. I do think it's still the pick with Breath of Sindragosa. Icy Talents doesn't bring that much. Like when we factor in currently, Cold Heart is like twice as good as Icy Talents, but that doesn't include the Killing Machine buff, which indirectly buffs Icy Talents. So we'll see. It might be that we run Icy Talents for Breath builds as well, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like some more competition, at least on this row.
Yeah, definitely. But Inexorable Assault, don't think that's a play ever. It doesn't synergize with stuff, so don't get trapped into picking that talent when you're running PvE content. Alright, level 25 row. So this is the resource generating row, and for Frost, it's all resource generating, which is quite good. We have Runic Attenuation. This procs off auto attacks. They did change this slightly, so it used to be, I think it was 3 runic power, but at like 18 procs per minute. They changed that to 5 runic power at 11 procs per minute. And this was done specifically because two-handers don't attack quickly enough to actually auto attack 18 times a minute, right? Even if it procced at 100%, it would still not get the full value. So I think this is done to kind of normalize it between the two playstyles. I'm not 100% sure how normalized it is. I have not run my RPPM simulations, but I think Dual Wield will gain slightly more, but it won't be terribly big difference. Murderous Efficiency. This synergizes very well into getting lots of Killing Machine procs. So this has obvious synergy with Obliteration. We got lots of runes for that. It's generally better with Dual Wield because Dual Wield gets more natural Killing Machine procs, which means more runes from this talent, which means more value. So this is also one of those talents which favors Dual Wield slightly more by Obliteration. Dual Wield slightly better than two-handed, but it's still quite good for two-handed. Finally, Horn of Winter. This has no synergy at all with neither Killing Machine procs nor attack speed, so it's equally good for both, which means that it might be the go-to pick for two-handed Frost.
I don't know.
It depends.
This talent has always felt a bit weird to play, though. I will say that.
Horn?
It just feels
it generates
really
quite. Yeah.
Like, I know
We'll
they
have to
hate
see.
that word and all, but it's just weird to play.
What horn? You mean like what's so weird about it?
I mean,
Basic
it's
level.
an on GCD gaining 2 runes and 25 runic power. It just, for some reason, it just doesn't feel like it flows with Frost Kit, and it feels like it never has. Even when we played it back in the start of Legion, it just felt odd to press. I don't know why, because on Holy it actually feels reasonable, and you're losing your plague, but is Frost. It just doesn't feel like it flows with the spec. I don't know
I
if you
don't know.
feel that way, Biceps, but
I
that's
haven't
how I feel
played it
about it.
too much, honestly, so I don't have an opinion of like how it feels.
Yeah.
Considering only a throughput, I can see it being competitive, specifically when running a two-handed weapon. It would probably make sense to be off GCD, but that would be kind of hitting someone was already laying down when it comes to Unholy. If Frost would get that as well,
Yeah.
I think it's honestly fine. I don't mind.
And it might just be a thing of getting used to it, but it's like Frost never really had that gain 2 runes thing on GCD. It kind of just worked for the most part. So
Right? Yeah. But we'll have to see.
yeah.
It might be the play.
What did Horn used to do a long time ago? 10% AP or something?
It was a filler that also refreshed the attack power buff. I remember this from
yeah, that's right.
in Mr. Pandaria at least. It was like you gain some runic power, you would use it as a filler to reduce your downtime.
Okay.
You would pick up a glyph that doubled the duration but doubled the effect as well. But yeah, it was a filler.
Roger. Okay. The 30 row, I assume, is... No, you wanted to talk about Blinding Sleet here.
Yes. So Blinding Sleet actually is significantly buffed. So they made it so that when the disoriented drops, enemies are slowed by 50% for 6 seconds. This is quite significant because dropping the disoriented is either if you break it for damage or if the duration finishes. So the 50% slow duration is guaranteed. And it's also strong and quite a long duration. So I think it's going to be very good for crowd control in Mythic Plus.
All right.
Yeah, this was already used as a stop in Mythic Plus for certain abilities. And this will just make it even better for kiting if you have to do that. So this is a really nice change for Frost DK utility in Mythic Plus.
Even has a lot of applications in Raid too. You think of like N'Zoth with the little psychos running around. You could disorient them for 5 seconds, and they're also slowed after.
Very good.
No, this is just all around a really good change.
Hang on. The only shared thing on this row with Unholy is Asphyxiate, or do they have Death's Reach as well?
Death Reach as well.
Death's Reach as well. Okay, so basically, Blinding Sleet replaces the D&D slow, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they have similar applications, so it's quite nice.
I think it's more a remnant of Frost didn't have D&D before this expansion, so they had something to differentiate the two. Unholy had a D&D slow that's also shared with Blood. This one got Blinding Sleet in replacement of that.
Do you ever use D&D as Frost, except for Night Fae?
No.
I think it's worth using in AoE actually. It's quite a good damage per rune spent.
I think it depends on how many targets you have up. It's
Probably, yeah. If
you have like 2 or 3, definitely not. It's even in like single target AoE situations. For example, I remember I looked down when we were doing raid testing on Mythic Enerva Darkvein. That's like a 4 target cleave fight with ad spawning like every 40 seconds.
Right.
That stu did 0.7% of my damage, so it's fucking dog shit in terms of like the actual damage it gives. It's just the buff for Frost almost entirely.
Yeah, also the Obliterate Cleave is something I should talk about when we get to Covenants.
Okay.
Because that's a fairly major thing that's currently only tied to Night Fae.
Right. Okay, so Blinding Sleet, good.
Yep.
Yes.
Very.
The discussion in this tree is so much more. You got some smiles and like, yeah, feels great.
What's interesting, like there's so many indirect changes, and I quite like that because it makes you think like multiple levels. So you'd be like, oh, Ice of Talons, that hasn't changed at all. But in reality, it's a huge difference in Shadowlands compared to Fae.
Frost does a really good job of other changes to how the spec plays, makes your talents fresh again.
Right.
Yeah. Like, Frost has seen quite a low... Like, there's been no changes at all, really. Like, not a lot, but there's a lot of implications. So it's kind of like opposite to Unholy in that regard, that they change a couple of things, and then it's like, ooh, loads of stuff you need to think about.
Yeah, Frost has all just been pretty much tuning. And since the first build, it's pretty much worked. And it's been really nice.
Cool. Anything else on this row then? Or are we good to shift on over to 35?
I think we're ready for 35.
Let's do it.
Right, this is another good row where you got the two-hander versus dual wield gameplay coming into mind. So Frozen Pulse, that's directly scales off your attack speed, and it also scales with having multiple weapons. So dual wield will just deal significantly more damage than two-hander using this ability, right? You get more than twice as many hits. You actually get 2.7 times as many. So that's basically a dead talent for 200. You don't want to pick that, but you could pick that as a dual wield. Avalanche, that's going to be kind of like the staple 200 single target talent. It doesn't suffer from the decrease in attack speed, and it also has that little tiny buff that is based off your main hand weapon. So it does tiny bit more damage if you're wearing a two-handed compared to dual wield. It's quite funny. I don't know if you want me to expand on that specific damage formula.
Sure. Yeah. Well, listen, we're here for the deepest of dives on these two specs. So if you want to nerd out, go ahead and nerd out.
Right, did I get that wrong? I got a ping. Okay, yeah.
Somebody's yelling at him.
So generally, for a lot of abilities, you have a component coming from the attack power gained from the main hand and the attack power gained from the offhand. So how it works is that attack power is your strength plus 6 times your weapon DPS. For instance, if you have Frost Strike, let's look it up so we got the damage correctly here. There we go. So you've got 30% attack power coming from your main hand. So that's 30% times strength plus 6 times weapon DPS, only from the main hand. And then you've got 30% from your offhand, same formula, but divided by 2. So generally, you hit if you hit 1 damage from main hand, you get half from the offhand. That's how it works. Sometimes it only scales off the main hand, though. And the thing is that the weapon DPS is different. The weapon DPS of a two-handed is greater than the weapon DPS of a regular one-handed main hand, which means that 6 times weapon DPS, that's a tiny bit more when you have a two-handed equip compared to a main hand. This translates into 5% difference. So there's a quite a large list of abilities that use this kind of scaling and therefore deal 5% more damage with a two-handed equipped. And that includes Avalanche.
All right. Chat, you've been schooled.
There we go. Anyway, so I think Avalanche is going to be the go-to two-handed pick. Frost Scythe, that's the interesting bit here in this row. Everything's interesting, but it's specifically because they target cap that. 5 target, hard cap, won't deal any more damage to more. And that's a huge nerf. Okay?
Did it not used to be in 50 row? Am I imagining things? I might be imagining things. No? Okay.
It has been in different rows. All of BFA might have been in different rows previously.
Never mind. I was thinking about something else completely.
Frostlight was in a lower row in Legion, for sure.
Alright. There's 3 effects we need to consider with this change. One of them, there's just a flat damage decrease, right? You go to 5 targets, it's completely fine. Above that, it doesn't scale, right? Another thing is that using a Killing Machine proc on a Frost Scythe is actually comparable to using an Obliterate Killing Machine, right? The damage isn't too different, especially for two-handed. When you have 5 targets, Frost Scythe deals just marginally more damage. And that's a huge issue, because why would I pick Frost Scythe if I cannot pick Frost Scythe and deal kind of the same damage?
True.
Another effect is that it doesn't spread Razorize efficiently. Previously, you would have your Razorize equipped on your main hand, you hit everything with Scythe, it all gains the stack, right? 5 Scythes then, 50% magic damage from your Frost damage, and it's a huge AoE buff, right? It's one of the big things when it comes to his talent. It deals lots of damage, but it also applies this 50% damage buff. It won't do that anymore. It's just 5 targets. I'm not sure if it's smart, I don't think so. It's it picks the targets randomly, so it's not it efficiently stacks it up on all targets if you have plenty. So you will end up with fewer stacks overall. And then finally, the cooldown reduction on Ice Cap is lower. So Frost Scythe will crit independently on every single target. That means that if you have 10 targets, you have 10 opportunities to crit, and if you crit at least once, you get the cooldown reduction. Now you only got 5 opportunities, not anymore after that point. It doesn't really matter because Ice Cap is dead already, but it's still something to consider.
All right.
Right, that's a lot. The end result is that we might not pick it in AoE. We might choose alternative versions of running talent builds, we might pick something like Avalanche plus Glacial Advance. We might not use it using AoE. We might just do Obliterate spam and then just funnel that into Rhyme procs. We'll see. It's interesting to see, but the talent has severely lost its power.
The Frozen Pulse, though, is really fun to play with in terms of actually gaming it, to make sure that all your autos are proccing the damage from it. It adds like a layer of depth to Frost that isn't really there if you don't take it. Without that talent, when you're playing two-hander, you're basically just dumping runes when you get them, and you're just saving one for like a killing machine if you do proc, or like 2 runes for a killing machine if you do proc it. But Frozen Pulse, when you're using dual wielder, gives you the option when you're like sitting at like, let's say 5 runes, and you also have a bunch of runic power. Which one do you dump first? Do you dump the runes, or do you dump the runic power? Do you dump the Howling Blast, or do you push yourself into like another, threshold? It's a lot of thinking required about very minuscule things that it provides in terms of gameplay.
So higher skill ceiling for min-maxing, which is something that
Definitely.
higher end players always like.
The unfortunate part is if you're using a two-hander, it's so bad that you shouldn't talent it because it's based off of your attack speed. So if you're playing dual wielding, then yeah, you get that sense of like fulfillment from playing that talent because it should do more damage. But if you're using a two-hander, you shouldn't talent it.
There's one bit as well with Frost Scythe that there's no interaction with conduits, which even more marginalizes it. So you might have conduits that buffs Obliterate, that kind of thing. It doesn't incentivize whatever using that Frost Scythe.
There's 2 Oblit conduits, 1 Oblit legendary, and the Killing Machine passive that all buff Obliterate but not Frost Scythe.
Yeah, it's always been a huge issue to try to get that to be the same. Like, I think in Legion Cult's Heroes, the Belt Legendary finally got added to Frost Scythe at some point. It took like a good 3 patches for that to happen, though. I think it's just really unfortunate that they don't buff Frost Scythe in the same way.
Maybe they just wanted to keep it as a mid-tier talent, and that's it. Nothing more. Unfortunately, it looks like it's outclassed by the other 2 based on what you guys are saying for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this row, Bicep?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, one point. Do you guys remember using Killing Machine procs on Frost Scythe back in early BFA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that might be back on the menu in the pre-patch. So Obliterate damage has been nerfed multiple times, whereas Frost Scythe has stayed the same. So this essentially means that I think it's like at 80% mastery, it deals the same amount of damage on a Killing Machine proc. So just imagine the efficiency. If you're like a bit lower mastery, it's going to deal a lot more damage per rune. I don't know if it's going to be the play. Obviously, we're not going to pick this generally for single target, but if you're running Mythic Plus, it might be a consideration to be made. If you're sitting on single target, you don't have many runes ready, you can afford using a Frost Scythe instead of an Obliterate without overcapping runes. It's probably a good choice.
Also, especially for the pre-patch, you don't get the frost damage part of it until level 58. So
Exactly. That's the point. So when pre-patch is gone, it's not going to be a choice anymore because Obliterate going to deal loads and loads more damage. But in pre-patch, I think it's a good thing to do. Obviously, don't pick this talent for pure single target, but if you're running Mythic Plus or AoE scenarios, good choice.
All right. So it has like a 3-week lifespan. God.
Yeah.
pretty much.
I mean, that's, assuming pre-patch is next week. Could be October 26th. We don't know. Noted.
I mean, at this rate.
So then 40 row, I assume. Looks like the only difference here is permafrost versus whatever the AMS talent was for Unholy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, permafrost doesn't work that well with two-handed, I think.
Yeah. Also another thing that's just based off auto attack damage.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily a problem in itself, but very early on in beta, I had a very visceral reaction to them adding two-hander into the game, just because the foundation of what the spec has is all based on auto attacks, even including Killing Machine, and they didn't really provide any information on whether or not Killing Machine would get like a boost because you're using a two-hander. So a lot of people, myself included, were very upset at the addition of a two-hander because, as you can see, even going through the talents, the passives, the trinkets, the conduits, all that stuff is dependent on auto attacks, and it just doesn't really make sense for a two-hander to be in the game. Now that they've iterated it on a little bit, I actually do like playing the two-hander build way more than I like playing Breath.
Really?
But permafrost, yeah,
You've been converted.
it's more of a I'm tired of playing Breath for 6 years.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
Also, playing with Obliteration, it flows really well. It's a spec that always has resources, and it's just fun to play, and you hit things with your big stick. It's satisfying, I think.
As far as this talent row goes, though, and permafrost, it does have very specific niche uses in terms of survivability. Like, for example, Ishara, that talent was really good for that fight because her damage was almost entirely avoidable with line of sight mechanics, and she had a stacking health reduction on you, so absorbs value went up crazy. So if you could, provide your own absorbs on that fight, it went a long way.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also not that bad, two-hander versus dual wield. I don't think the damage difference on auto attacks overall is too much. I actually don't know the specific answer, but I know that it's not as bad as having the attack speed of Frozen Pulse being a factor, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other notable on this row?
I mean,
Same as
Death Pack for both specs is a very underrated ability. The only downside with it is DKs haven't been playing with it for so long because they've been pigeonholed into Wraithwalk. It might take some rewiring of healer brains to not just see your raid frame turn red because you have a healing absorb on you and to instantly heal you. But in terms of what that button provides you survivability wise, it's really good, and I'm glad to see that we might be able to start taking it again.
Yeah, that talent's been super underrated since it's been back, and I'm really glad it can finally see play with mobility changes with Covenants.
I personally love taking it. It gives me agency of surviving. It
Same.
defines good players versus bad players when you can react and press this button to survive.
Yeah. No, I loved using it in WoD, and I was glad it was back in BFA.
Okay.
So.
All right then, 45.
Okay, cool. Gathering Storm is the same as it's always been. We're going to get into that a bit more later. Hypothermic Presence doesn't work currently on the beta, so it's kind of hard to gauge how good it's going to be. It's obviously intended for Breath of Synagosa, right? It decreases the amount of runic power you spend, which allows you to have longer Breath of Synagosas, which is generally a good thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. A longer breath doesn't mean a better breath. Longer breaths are more difficult to maintain, and also you might get more damage from your breath, but you get less damage from not picking Gathering Storm, for instance. So, bit unclear. We'll see what happens, right? Glacial Advance. Now this is interesting. They changed recently that you don't need the enchant to apply Razorize with us, so it actually follows the proper tooltip, and this allows you to essentially use 3 Rune Forges, right? You use Glacial Advance to apply your Razorize buff. You have Fallen Crusader on one weapon, and then you have something like Hysteria on the other. Unclear if it's going to be worth picking Glacial Advance to be able to use 3 Rune Forges. We can do some weapon swapping here to start off with Razorize and Fallen Crusader, and once we've applied 5, we simply swap over to Hysteria instead of Razorize, and then simply press Glacial Advance whenever we need to reapply Razorize. It's interesting. I don't know if it's going to stay. I don't know if it's going to be worth it over Gathering Storm, but it's definitely a positive thing because it makes it so that Glacial Advance is actually a benefit on single target.
I think in practicality that won't actually ever work unless it's pure single target kind of scenario. You lose so much damage by not frost striking because you're glacial advancing in place of it, and with conduits that all buff you frost striking permanent strength gains and stuff like that with a short duration as is. I don't think you'll be able to fit it in, but it is an interesting interaction. It's also important to note hypothermic presence. The first meme is it doesn't work. The second meme, it is the only talent change that Frost has received as a whole outside of Icy Talents being buffed from 4% to 5%, I believe. I think one of the other talents got buffed as well, but it's marginal. But it suffers from the same thing that Unholy does, where the talent tree largely has remained unchanged in terms of getting something new, and this something new has replace something that we now have baseline, which is the big dragon, which is a good change. But hypothermic presence, it's doesn't really do anything for you outside of breath. So you're trading off like gathering storm damage, which is consistent 20 seconds, and you have a conduit that will amp your remorseless damage. It's a considerable amount of your AoE damage and single target damage for something that only works every 2 minutes. And surely it won't be better. Like you'll get like maybe, I don't know, 5, 8, like ideally 8 seconds of it being up, and then maybe like a couple extra seconds it gains you from you being able to generate resources during then to refill your bar. It can't really compete with Gathering Storm over like the course of a fight because it only has a use in one moment.
All right.
I do think it would be a good idea to, instead of having Hypothermia present, put in Chill Streak here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It kind of fits the row. It's a very nice, cool talent. It has very niche situation where you pick this. I think it would be very fun to have it in.
And it only works on cleave, so there's nothing single target about it.
Put in what? Sorry.
Chill Streak. It's a PvP talent that we had in BFA. If you took the Conflict and Strife Major,
I see.
you'd get that ability. It's basically a 2-target bouncing snowball. For what it's good for, it's insane for what it's good for. Yeah. It saw a lot of play in Nyalotha on N'Zoth and Raden. I'm trying to think if there was another boss. But it was primarily those two. I was even using it in Trump House on Zakul. It did crazy boss damage, but it would fit thematically very, very well into this row. Like you have your Gathering Storm, which amps your Remorseless Winter, which is consistent AoE, which also is good on single target. You would have Chill Streak, which is like niche 2-target bounce, and then you'd have Glacial Dance, which is spammable RP dump AoE. But Hypothermic Presence also, again, it suffers from like the same thing that Soul Reaper does in terms of the talent row, where it feels out of place a little bit, and it doesn't really have much uses.
Agree.
Oh yeah, Zanish was the other one that Chill Streak was used on.
Yeah. One point about this row, Glacial Advance deals significant damage in AoE, right? You can run it in BFA, and it's going to be a big damage increase in AoE. The issue is that Gathering Storm is a single target increase, where Glacial Advance is absolutely 0 value on single targets. And that's kind of the big issue. The reason you don't pick Glacial Advance is because it doesn't give you any single target increase. I think that possibly with the triple Rune Fortress stuff, it might actually see play on single target. The fact that it's uncapped, that Frost Scythe has been capped, we might see it to gain more AoE, where we had it naturally. We might have to pick it to the Glacial Advance to, get a sufficient amount. And I'm excited to see what we play. I think Glacial Advance might be a new talent to pick in Mythic Plus. Not too sure, but I hope we see some swaps with the talents.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be really nice to play Glacial Advance. We haven't played that talent since pretty much TOV, I think. So it's been going on pretty much 2 expansions at this point. So it'd be nice to see some changes in that row from Gathering Storm.
Yeah.
The sad part about the Frost talent tree is about 75% of these talents have been in the game since Legion. And they pretty much fulfill the same role that they did in Legion, where they're just kind of on the talent tree. They've been shuffled around a bit, but you never took them. So the Frost talent tree, more than Unholy's even, needs something new. Like, it's not as bad now because with the two-handed build rising in prominence and you having differentiating types of gameplay, you actually have more talents that you're actively using. But in terms of, like, what deserves, like, some changes, the entire talent tree is a little bit stale in terms of how long it's been there without any active changes to it.
I do think that the fact that we see so many different talents, see situational play, is great. That's what I love to see with a talent tree. I don't want to see those dead talents that just sit around for years without being used. I love to see it when you pick this talent, situation A, we pick the other one in situation B. You have to think about it. You have to make the correct choice. It's good gameplay.
Okay. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of what's the polite word?
Glacial Advance works very well with Obliteration as well, because it triggers decay and procs.
I was just about to say, to put it politely, there's a lot of angry mobbery about Glacial Advance coming back as a potential option in chat right now. Doesn't seem to be a very popular option for whatever reason.
It's quite buggy.
Yeah, it was It's always been really buggy. If they fix some bugs with it, though, it'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's always had issues with terrain and collision.
Yeah.
You hit a
It
rock,
doesn't look that
do no
good.
damage.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a pity. I'd like to see the animation be updated and make it work properly. That would be great.
Also, with breath being so good for so long, it competes with breath because they both cost runic power as well. So it's been a little bit undervalued because of that.
Okay.
There's this animation for Jaina when she does her frost thingy. That would be perfect for Glacial Advance.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you can bring it up. I don't know the name, but it's like it's a big frosted thing, and it's like shatters.
I'll let them know.
Although that just makes Frost's melee clutter even worse. With having Remorseless Winter is bad enough, man.
Oh god,
Yeah.
I would love to have that graphic plus Remorseless Winter, and then please drop like a fatty Night Fade D&D on my face, so I literally can't see anything. It's super awesome.
God.
Anything else on this row, Biceps, or any of you that you want to mention?
Nope.
Okay. Then the final Frost row.
Oh yeah. Again, not too many changes, but still lots and lots of implications. So Ice Cap has gone from 3 to 4 seconds. That has absolutely no impact, and it is completely dead. Okay? It is solely carried by Asteroid Trade, which will be gone in Shadowlands, right? You got Frost Wealth, you got Icy Citadel. Without those two, this talent won't be able to compete, unfortunately. I would love to see them like bake Frostwolf into this trade, because like I feel like the AoE M plus niche where you like spam out your pillars and you got lots of whelps, that's nice. But current state, won't work at all.
I think it'd be really nice to see Frostwolves baked into this talent, especially because it's so lacking right now. I think Frostwolves is a cool animation as well.
The other talents also don't really necessarily fulfill like the same sort of niche you would expect to find in like a Mythic Plus scenario where you want like not necessarily consistent AoE, but at least something. Like Breath is too all in on all of your damage to really be something that you look forward to on Mythic Plus kind of packs. And Obliteration doesn't really have AoE potential per se. I mean, like it is good with the new Night Fae thing that we'll talk about, but Frostwhelps to Ice Cap would actually make the talent not worthless.
All right. I love how you started this row as many, many nice implications. And the first talent, you're like, yeah, it's dead. There's nothing else to say about it.
Well, that's the good implication.
All right, then.
Yeah. Because like you would believe that, oh, it's buffed, right? 3 to 4 seconds, but then in reality, not at all. Other changes make it dead.
No, as well as Corruption being gone because you can't get Corruption anymore.
Yeah,
So.
that's another thing. It's still going to be like okay in pre-patch. I think lots of people are going to run it and feel like it works well. I don't know. It seems quite well still. But yeah, it's only carried by Acer, right?
Okay.
Okay. Obliteration. So no changes at all, but still huge changes. Mainly because KMs are so much more valuable, right? You got the frost damage, scaling with mastery from the killing machines, and that's going to make this talent much better. Every time you generate that killing machine proc, it's just much better than Shadowlands, and it's going to be competitive. Like single target, very competitive. I think it might be better. It's still left to say, but yeah, probably better. There's animation.
You do so much damage in a pillar window as two-ended frost with Obliteration. It's really satisfying, and generally it's good because it's burst, and it's more consistent than Breath is. But it's purely single target.
It's exactly the type of talent and DPS cooldown you want in a raiding setting.
Yes.
It's consistent, it's strong, it's reliable, it's probably always going to be up for any situation that you would want to be up. You don't have to delay it an extremely long time for it to be up, and you're not trading off anything by losing it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a talent that's always been good, but it just got even stronger with the killing machine change, and it's a really good thing. Right. I think it's also nice to have a talent on that row that's viable that isn't Breath. I know Ice Cap's viable right now, but that's mostly because of borrowed power. But this one will just be baseline strong, and it's nice.
I also just saw the graphic for the the Jaina that you were talking about for Glacial's Advance. I just put it on stream while you guys were talking. But yeah, that looks. I remember exactly this what you're talking about. So do many raiders in the water, but definitely very cool looking talent. But yeah, sorry. Go back to it. Just wanted to add that little note in.
Okay. 200 versus dual wield obviously has implications to this talent. 200 comes out on top, and that comes from the fact that this talent would shift your damage output from dealing damage through other abilities into Obliterate. So when you run Obliteration, instead of having 50% of your damage coming from Obliterate, you've got 60%. And 5% additional that's going to be better than no addition to that. So it works really well with 200. You know, Frost is still going to be competitive with it because you've got the active Ring Force and whatnot, but it does favor 200.
I feel like it's kind of funny looking at your details and seeing how many damage sources you have when you play two-handed Obliteration versus Unholy.
Yeah.
Because two-handed Obliteration has like 7 damage sources, 60% of it's Oblit, like 13% like melees, and then like another 16% like Frost Strike. Like 80% of your damage is just those 3. And then you look at Unholy, and Unholy has like 21 sources of damage. Each one's like 5%, 4%, 6%, all of its passive. So
Yeah.
it does look weird on your meters when you're playing two-handed Obliteration, but it does feel very good.
All right. Yeah. Obviously, the Night Fae thing works really well with this, right? You pop down your Death Stew, you pop your Pillar of Frost, and then you just hammer away with double Oblits, right? Very good for cleave.
That was a recent change, right? When they're redesigned for DD.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, that was last build.
Yeah, I don't think it should be there. It should be baseline.
Yeah.
It's in there
100%.
because making it attached to Covenant will make it so that many people that run two-hander want to run Obliterate will feel like they have to run that Covenant to get the cleave, and I don't think that's a good thing to have in the game.
So would you just add the cleave baseline into D&D, which was unpruned?
Yeah.
Yes, if they have to. I don't think that Obliterate cleave in D&D might be the best choice. I would prefer something like Frost Strike cleave, so we get a baseline runic power spender in AoE.
Okay.
I have mixed opinions on this because in one case it is good if it's baseline, that way you don't feel pigeonholed into a Covenant just for the cleave of the Obliterate. But at the same time, there's 2 different niches fulfilled by the 2 different builds of Frost, and we were just about to talk about Breath, but I guess we might as well talk about Breath now because it's relevant. It's basically just like a burst cooldown that cleaves, and it hits really hard, and favors dual wield because you can have 2 weapon enchants or 2 weapon rune forges, which increases damage like a lot. The problem with this is with D&D offering Obliterate cleave and so much emphasis between Killing Machine changes, Conduit changes, Legendary, all that amping Obliterate and de-incentivizing you from pressing Breath because you want to press Frost Strike instead from your other buffs. Obliterate two-hander is now just pushing Breath out of its own niche. So I'm scared to see the implications of this with increasing Conduit ranks and see how the expansion plays out in tuning. Breath just might be a dead talent, like it's not even good at what it's good for. Which
I'm not too sure because I feel like they changed the scaling, so it does square root cleave scaling, which makes it much better in cleave now.
It's probably still your go-to for like 3-4 targets type of things, but I'm speaking more from like a progression standpoint of like damage profile and why you would play Breath to begin with. The cleave from the Obliterate might be like worse in the long run, but it's consistent, it's reliable, it's there, it's up often. And Breath, if you really do run that talent, you're basically all-inning on your Breath damage because you're going to be playing dual wield, which has received multiple Obliterate nerfs compared to two-hander, which has gotten the Might of the Frozen Weight passive buffed. So this is something I want to talk about specifically when it comes to this talent row, but when it comes to usefulness and progression rating, the reason why Frost DK has been good is because Breath is good, and you get brought when Breath is good. But the downside to that, and this is most evident seen in N'Zoth, I was juicing on N'Zoth on overall damage, but my boss damage was dog shit. And it's because Breath is hitting the 2 Thought Harvesters and then N'Zoth third, and I can't control that. And it does significantly reduce damage to secondary targets. That's getting changed in Shadowlands. The secondary damage is going up. It's still reduced, but it's going up. But basically what I'm trying to get at is all of your damage is in breath. When you're outside of breath for that 1 minute 30 second, 1 minute 40 seconds, you're fucking useless almost. Like it's really pitiful damage. So having that crutch is really bad on some fights like N'Zoth, where like you need consistent damage over time and you need burst. And having two-hander obliteration with the cleave on a blit kind of fulfills that without losing that much. So if it might not be dead as like a talent, it might still be good. It might still be good on 34 targets, but as far as like overall universal applications and like useful progression rating, obliteration two-hand is really encroaching on its territory of its niche.
Yeah. Okay. I do
And-
have no.
Go ahead, Minnie.
Go ahead, Minnie.
I just want to say it's nice to have something that isn't breath that's viable in rating.
Yes.
Like in Antorus, we had something because of a set bonus, pretty much. Otherwise, I don't think DK would have been amazing. But I think it's nice to have something that isn't breath. It really is. We've been playing that talent for 6 years at this point. It's time for a change. It's nice to see obliteration getting buffed, or not buffed, but indirectly buffed.
It feels really bad when you've been playing DK as your main for a while and like you show up for like the end boss and you're like, oh yeah, I'm fucking owning. Let's get it. And you get to like phase 3 or something and you're like, hey guys, breath's not doing so hot right now. See you guys later. So it's nice to have like the flexibility and like also just not even like performance wise, but it does get stale. I understand a lot of people's frustration with breath and just constantly playing the same thing years at a time. It gets boring.
All right. Fair.
Okay. So, quite a lot of comments there. First of all, breath was changed from being 100% damage on primary target to 30% on everything else to a square root scaling. So when you say square root, it means that you have 100% damage on the first target, and then the damage on the secondaries depend on how many targets there are total. If there's 2 targets, each damage to the secondary, which is just 1, will be 1 over square root of t. Alright? I think that's like 70%, whatever. Yeah. If there's 3 targets, your 2 secondary targets will take 1 over square root of 3 damage each. Right? 4 targets, 1 over square root of 4 each. What this generally means is that your overall damage goes as a square root function. So it increases lots at the start and then kind of flattens out at the end. The thing is that it deals quite a lot more damage than the 130 split. So at just 2 targets, your overall damage output will in Shadowlands be 30% higher, right? And it will be higher up to 11 targets. After that point, all breath will be better than new breath, but before that point, which is pretty much every single situation you will find yourself in, breath will be better at cleaving. And it's a significant change because it fulfills its niche. It will be a very good cleave ability.
It's a large portion as to why early on in beta, I don't know if you guys have watched DK streamers or done raid testing with a DK, you just watch them destroy the meters, is because the early raid testing that they did were all cleave fights and they buffed the amount of secondary damage that breath does on them. And the blood nerfs didn't go in yet either. They still had the killing machine bonus. So they were just a little bit too good. The blit nerfs put them more online.
Okay. Second point with Breath in Nagosa, we have an absolute huge amount of tools to increasing the duration, right? If you go all out, your duration is going to be insane. We have new Runeforge in Hysteria. We got new new talent with hypothermic presence. We have the legendary, both Coltros, which generates more roots, and the one that generates runic power from Rhyme, right? You also have Swarming Mist, which is just an insane amount of runic power in AoE. Like, it's ridiculous, like 115 when you go above 5 targets, whatever. If you bring all this together, you get like breaths that are 2 minutes long. It's absolutely insane. And that's worrying.
So basically
right?
100% uptime.
Yeah. If you have breaths that are that long, they're going to be powerful. So we might see, hopefully not, that we simply go all out on breath duration. We pick up the legendaries we need. We pick up hippopresence. We do what's required. and then that's just it. That's just too much damage. I would hate to see that happen, because I feel like long breaths don't belong in the game. Like, if you have to stay glued to a boss for 90 seconds plus, it's not great gameplay.
Yeah.
You know, get an unlucky target. What can you do? If the breath is short, you can make sure to not use it when there's shit coming out, right? If it's 90 minutes, it's unavoidable. If you're unlucky, you're out, right? If you're lucky, you get huge damage. You don't want to see that happening. So I'm slightly worried. I would love to see them have like a ramping cost to Breath of Zaragoza to make sure these builds don't exist. Like, make it cost 16 for the first 20 seconds, make it cost 17 for an extra 20. You know, do something. But I really don't want to see it go into night hold durations. I don't think that would be healthy.
Again, it's all about practicality. Realistically speaking, you're never gonna really fight a boss that lets you stand on top of him for 2 minutes. So,
There's
doubt it'll be.
this tier, especially.
Yeah, I don't really think that's going to be too much of an issue. Like, it is concerning from a design standpoint. Like, maybe you'll run into like some fringe situation where you do find a boss like that, and then suddenly you're like owning. But most bosses are designed in some sort of spread, move, intermission, teleport. I don't know, something along those lines that makes you not able to do that. Also, you're just being a dickhead deer right at that point. Like, you're not doing mechanics. You're not participating. You're just sitting there beating the hell out of one thing. So I doubt it'll really matter.
But probably not very effective in Mythic Plus then, right? Because of the downtime you lose between packs.
Yeah.
Almost nowhere.
Okay. I mean, it seems like a Blitz kind of the play right now in M Plus question mark with Night Fae.
Yeah, it's very consistent.
We'll see.
Good.
I'm excited to see how it plays out, what we're going to run. It's always fun to see the meta established, see the sims coming through, that kind of thing.
So then, just like the Unholy tree, once we finish talking about that, is there anything in this tree for Frost that you think would belong baseline, or that needs just like a complete redesign talent-wise?
Redesign Inexorable Assault. I don't think it really serves much of a purpose. I mean, you can make the argument for PvP, I guess. They use it because the other two are just worthless in PvP. But as far as PvE goes, it definitely doesn't do anything. Personally, I like pushing the agenda of making Horn of Winter something unique again. I've been a fan and actively trying to push Horn of Winter being a 30-second cooldown with 2 charges off the GCD. I think that'd be really interesting. Because Ian had like an interview a long time ago, and he said there's certain talent trees where like they give passive effects, and they ideally want to design the game so that active abilities that are used properly and optimally provide a bigger increase for you than the passive effects, and that's not really the case on the 25 row. Horn of Winter is just not good enough for that. But if you made it a 30-second cooldown, 2 charges and off the GCD, it would fulfill that exact niche. You'd get like 25% more runic power over the course of a fight. Over a runic attenuation, you'd have the option to actively choose when you want resources. It would work really well with Breath. It would work really well with Gathering Storm, by being able to actively choose when you get runes as opposed to passively getting runes. I think both DK specs suffer from that. I think that's a rework I would like to see. In terms of baseline, you can make the argument for either Frostlight or Glacial Advance, but I'm not particularly for either of those. You could also make the argument for Gathering Storm, just so Remorseless Winter has some baseline interaction with the kit, because if you don't take that talent, it doesn't. But I don't know, the Frost talent tree is really not all too bad, in my opinion.
I feel like every single thing in that tree pretty much belongs as a talent.
Yeah.
What I do want to see is Hippo Presence going out and Chill Streak going in, as well as Ice Cap getting a buff through Frost Wealth or Icy Citadel attachment.
Yeah, I think those would be 2 really nice changes that increase viability of those talents. Because you're just never going to play Hypothermic Presence, and Ice Cap you can't really play right now.
Yeah, it's disheartening to see like a new talent get put into the tree, because Frost has not gotten new talents in several years, and then that new talent being dead on arrival.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, in a weird way, that's like, I mean, that is a bad thing, but that's also not a bad thing, because it just means you've had fairly high percentage of functional talents for a while now compared to a lot of other specs, right? seems like just Hypo Presence just needs either a redesign or some love. But certainly coming out of this tree compared to the Unholy tree, and based on your guys' just tone and chatting about it with a lot more positive feelings versus Unholy. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that, but it just, I guess, keeps painting this picture that you guys already started at the beginning of the show, that Frost is in a pretty damn solid spot right now, and Unholy is not so much, kind of the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what I wanted to talk about at this point, just before I move into Covenants, we already talked actually ad nauseum about GCDs. Obviously, Unholy, still a lot of problems with that. Frost, very good in that aspect right now, so not really too much else to say there. We have kind of indirectly touched a bunch on the other topic that I want to talk about, the other hot topic, which is AoE capping. Something that's been kind of, really shoved down our throats pretty hard this expansion. Some people suffered pretty heavily from it, some people not. How do the two DK specs look in terms of being affected by the GCD capping? Maybe it seems like Unholy has gotten quite a few things in there now, or
Unholy has gotten things changed, but really the design of the class and spec, or the design of the spec rather, has pushed you away from the build that got target cap to begin with. So really the things that are, uncapped or soft capped at 20 or something like that, Epidemic is still the same thing. Unholy Blight, still uncapped. Your pet Dark Transformation, still the same thing. The only thing that really got hit was the Wounds build, which sucks, but it's been de-incentivized for you to even go the Wound build to begin with. So Unholy really hasn't suffered much AoE cap impact at all.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not surprising at all to see the Wounds stuff just because of MDI. It was abused so heavily that I would have been surprised to see if nothing happened to it. Right. Even with them de-incentivizing it, or de-incentivize the build. They just had to make a stance and say something had to be done, which I understand.
The irony in it is that they did it because they thought it was degenerate gameplay to run around and pull the entire dungeon, and now you're just going to do that with the classes that still do it, which is like Unholy DK, Warlock, Boomkin, maybe. I don't know. Boomkins suck though, so maybe not Boomkins, but
don't get people's hopes up, man.
Yeah, those guys suck. But outside of those guys, like Unholy still does that thing where you pull 20 mobs and it fucks it up. It's just going to be a little more nuanced to do it, but really their change in AoE capping people didn't really meet the mark because you can still do it.
Yeah. I got a couple of comments on this boon capping because I feel like it's slightly more complex. So first of all, we got the 8 target cap on Bursting Source. That makes it so that you just get a quadratic to 9 and linear afterwards. It used to be quadratic to 21, and that's quite a significant change. We won't get the insane damage increase as we did previously, but it will still be significant. Like going from 9 to 20, that used to be 4 times damage increase. It's just now double, so it's just like not too much of a big difference. The Scorch Strike cap to 5 indefinite decay, that's the major one, because we haven't been nerfed when it comes to generating runes. Your Dark Transformation with Icy Talons, it still hits every single target, and the generation is still the same, right? If you've got 20 targets, you're gonna get tons and tons of wounds, right? The issue is popping those wounds. So now, what's a realistic number to pop wounds? You can get something like 6 Scorch Strikes in a definite decay. That's 30 wounds, right? That's still a significant amount. Like any pool, we got 30 wounds off. It's a big pool in BFA, right? There's going to be insane pools as well, but 30 is still significant. And, anything that you can't pop, that usually gets popped automatically from stuff dying, because anything dying will also pop the wounds. So I do feel like there's an argument to be made that there's not that much of an issue of popping the wounds, because we have all these, we still have quite good tools to do it, and we have stuff dying, which also pops them. I do think it kind of marginalizes your definite decay window, because you get less direct damage from Scorch Strike. So it's probably better to just Epidemic in certain times. I would have personally liked to see them actually reducing Dark Transformation AoE damage, right? You cap that will cap the unlimited generation of wounds without impacting your wound generation by tabbing through Festering Strike or generating through other sources. I feel like capping Scorch Strike is the wrong thing to do. They could have made it better to preserve the fulfilling and good gameplay we had.
Okay.
Also, Festamite going is a huge change, right? We don't have the funneling anymore.
What about for Frost then? How impacted are they by the AoE cap in comparison, I suppose, to Unholy? Or I
That's
suppose
all
just
in Frost
general?
Scythe.
Yeah,
Pretty much everything is in Frost Scythe because Breath got a buff in most cases. Howling Blast got reduced actually. It scales square root as well, so it's worse at 4+ targets. 5+, sorry. But not that significant. It's all in Frost Scythe. You just spam Frost Scythe to deal like tons of AoE in big packs. You can't do that anymore. But we've got lots of other things we can use, like Glacial Lance, that's uncapped.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frost got hit more than Unholy did, but like Frost has never. Well, not never. It was less. No, comparatively, rather. If you want big AoE, you go Unholy. That's pretty much been the gist for a very long time now, even going back as far as like WOD. So it's not really as impactful for Frost because that's not like Frost's thing, per se.
We might not see big pulls either. So
Yeah.
if everything is difficult, we might pull small. And then our Cleavy kit works very well, at least for Frost.
Almost every class is AoE capped, so you'd have to run in some pretty tailored groups for
Right.
Unholy or for AoE caps to really matter at this point. That's definitely part of it.
Warlocks laugh in your general direction.
Warlocks left in everyone's general direction.
Very true. Okay, so let's dive then into the Covenants. Obviously, we've talked a ton about Night Fae, but we can get a bit more specific on it. We don't need to talk about Soulbinds and Conduits. We'll do that right after. So Conduits just from the approach of the Covenant ability. So like, Death's Due, etc. Obviously, some notables you guys have mentioned several times now for Soul Shape as well. Wonder to what extent the Venthyr one door shadows too, but nonetheless, let's get into it. So for Unholy, what are we looking at for, let's say mechanically, because numbers keep changing, but what are we looking at for Unholy in terms of the go-to Covenant from a performance perspective?
So it used to be Night Fae for all three specs by a mile. Mm-hmm. I'm questioning that personally now for Unholy specifically. With the recent changes to the Night Fae, Death's Due, you have to actively Scourge Strike within the Death's Due to get the buff instead of just like the passive buff stacking when you drop the Death's Due. This has several implications. One, Unholy has a really bad resource problem, so like actually building the stacks isn't really practical when you're just starved of runes the entire time. Secondly, it used to have 100% uptime, pretty free with Defile if you drop the Defile on cooldown, and it was even generous. It had like a 4-second window of which you could do that. Now it's really punishing. Like if you want to maintain 100% uptime on those stacks, you have to Scourge Strike within like somewhere between like 0.5 to 0.2 seconds left on your Death's Due, and you have to actively plan 12 to 20 seconds in advance for your next one and immediately Scourge Strike and drop that Death's Due on cooldown as well. I don't really think that it's going to be that practical. I've been playing around with it on the beta a little bit. Like not completely optimizing the stacks and actually just playing the class how it's supposed to be played as like a baseline kit. I almost always end up dropping the stacks. Latency can be an issue. Wrong inputs can be an issue. RNG can be an issue when it comes to resource generation as well. That all screws you out of this. You'll rarely really be able to maintain more than 2 to 4 stacks consistently. And if you mess it up at any given point, the punishment is really severe. So I don't think Death's Due is really all that for Unholy anymore. The only alternative really to that, which is unfortunate, is like the Kyrian one. And the Kyrian one is very lackluster in what it does. It's also mediocre damage-wise, but it's just because the other two abilities don't do anything really. The Venthyr one is good, but it's only good on AoE. But the Kyrian one basically just puts a dot on your target. You spend runes, it reduces the cooldown. And we can go into conduits later, but the specific conduit for the Kyrian one is actually pretty good too in AoE situations. So it has more widespread applications than the other two Covenant abilities, which are the Venthyr and the Maldraxxus ones. I can go out and comfortably say the Maldraxxus one is just dog shit for PvE content. It's probably really good for PvP, but in terms of PvE, it's very underwhelming and has too long of a cooldown for it to be useful. On top of that, the Soulbinds for the Maldraxxus are all really bad as well.
No interest in a makeshift AoE grip from that perspective at all for utility?
No.
No. You would think, this is funny too, my friend Slizak told me this from Kael'thas testing. You would think like on the pull, there's like 4 of those little occultists spread out in different corners, and he did it as Necrolord. Well, if you press the button and you stand on top of the boss, it'll grip all 4 in, and that'll be pretty cool. In reality, it gripped one of them twice in a row, then it gripped the next one twice in a row, then it went back to the first one, gripped that one again, then it gripped the third one in. So it's really inconsistent in the way that it targets which things to grip. So in like a raiding situation, even for cases like that, where it's like, oh, I can grip a bunch of stuff in really quickly, it's not even good for doing that. So it's just, in PvE, it's pretty much worthless. You're better off, honestly, just bringing multiple DKs and all having them individually grip, which is a little sad, but...
Or just bring a blood DK for mass grip.
Yeah, like you're gonna have like a DK because of AMZ regardless. Have that guy single grip. If you want another DK, get in another single grip and then have the guy mass grip on top of them. But yeah, it's just bad for PvE.
Right.
The Venthyr one, it just does damage over time and grants you dodge chance. The dodge chance doesn't really matter for DPS. It does a lot of damage in AoE, and it gives you a lot of runic power in AoE as well. But on single target, it's very underwhelming, which is
very good for AoE because you can just spam epidemic with this one.
Yeah, it has
Hit
really
that and just do back-to-back epidemics.
Yeah, in AoE for both Frost and Unholy, this thing is nuts. For what it gives you, like for Frost, it makes your breath last insanely long, and it does good damage on its own. For Unholy, it does good damage on its own, and you're just pumping out epidemics every global. The only pitfall of this is it's like really bad single target, and you'd rather take like the safe option that kind of does both rather than like I'm all inning on one and then being really bad everywhere else. So there's a little bit of a trap with this one. The Conduit for it as well, I think is like pretty good. It does increase damage in the first 4 seconds. Yeah, it's 5% damage in the first 4 seconds of it, and the 5% goes up. So it'll actually do a lot of damage, but it's just sad to see because this is one of those things that just suffers from like covenants not being changeable. In situations where you'd want to swap covenants for AoE, this would be like an amazing pick and it would really have like a big impact in being able to swap it. But since you can't, it's kind of just sitting there and you know it's good on AoE, but you probably won't end up taking it.
Well, I mean, you can, but
yeah, it's your meaningful choice. Yeah, if you want to be a vampire, yeah, go for it, man. It's just gonna, you know.
So does the story change at all for Frost then? Like, is Frost Night Fae completely dead?
Frost Night Fae might end up being a buff.
Oh, really? Okay. Why is that?
Works. Just because they added an oblit cleave into it.
Oh, true. Yeah.
It makes it so strong. Like, you could completely throw the 15% DR and strength that it used to give you out the window and just start spamming a blitz and you're happy. Even then, Frost two-hander with obliteration actually has a lot of resource, not necessarily bloat. Sometimes it's resource bloated. It's RNG, but it never has a rune problem ever. At the beginning of the expansion with like 9% haste, which is a little weird. So you can actually spam a blitz in your D&D and actually get the stacking buff from it. On top of that, since your death stew is 30 seconds, your pillar's 45, you could just sit on your death stew for a little bit and go into every obliteration window with a stacking death stew, which is really, really good as well. Which means you not only get the ability to spam your runes into it and get the strength bonus and the DR bonus, but you're also spamming pillar buffed oblit cleaves during your death stew. So like Night Fae for two-handed Frost is just like looking even better than it did before, honestly.
What about?
It's important to note that it's really bad for single target. Like you wouldn't get a lot of stacks from the buff.
Yeah.
So is there any other good choice for Frost? Carrion again?
Carrion again. It's just like Carrion is the next runner up. It's mediocre. It doesn't really do that much damage, but hey, it's something. That's basically where it stands right now.
Okay. I assume that, as you guys mentioned earlier, Night Fae, because of its general Covenant ability, Soul Shape kind of swings things back in that direction.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Should not be underestimated. It's very powerful.
Okay.
Carrion itself has like uses in bleed removal, especially now that they've desynced the health pot from Carrion from your actual health pot. It is good. There are bleeds in the next raid. It's not to be underestimated. It could still be good, but like Soul Shape is out of this universe good.
Soul Shape just bridges the gap of DK mobility with other classes. It's so good, and it's a blink as well, so you can jump over things.
Not only
Like,
that,
it's just
you
so
can
valuable.
you can use all your abilities while you're in it.
Yeah, except Raise Dead
Yeah.
as Unholy, or as Frost and Blood.
Yeah.
You can in Unholy. Don't know why, but you can.
I mean, why not is the real question. What about so why is there no consideration for a Door of Shadows? Just inferior to Soul Shape?
It's 1 minute cooldown. It puts you on a blink. It's like cast time. Like people overhyped it a lot going into it because they're like, oh, think of the implications. You could just go through a wall. It's like, yeah, you could go through a wall. This is 1.5 minute cooldown. It's a blink. It's a 50% move speed. You get 3 blinks. It's just more universally applicable, whereas Door of Shadows really isn't that great for like a raiding environment. I think it's more useful for things like Mythic Plus if you want to like jump over a wall or like teleport all into one spot. But even then, that's pretty niche. It's not going to be something that like your average player will be like, oh, I'm going Venthyr, so when I do my 50 or weekly 15 keys, I'm going to teleport over a wall, and my entire group will too. Like people like to make that, you know, dramatic sort of like, oh, this is going to happen for sure. If you're not Venthyr, you won't get into the group for this. But in reality, it's not because you don't have Door of Shadows. It's because you can control a gargoyle that one-shots the entire pack every other 5 minutes. So
Right. Okay. Okay, so we're basically, so for Frost, Night Fae likely, otherwise Kyrian for single target, and Unholy kind of same story, but a bit more towards Kyrian, like not as good in the. Okay, then let's dive deeper into this and go into Soulbinds and Conduits. For Soulbinds, we don't really need to waste too much time talking about it. If there's any notable Soulbinds, especially let's say within, well, any of them really, but Night Fae and Kyrian specifically, since these seem to be the more viable or good options for the 2 specs, definitely, you know, let us know if there's any Soulbinds that really stick out, and then we'll get into the Conduits after that. But for Soulbinds, what are we looking at between those 2?
Night Fae had a notable one. The second one on that tree for some time had Social Butterfly bugged. It was supposed to just give you 5%. It was proccing twice. It was giving you 10% verse, which was a little busted. Now they fixed it. It's 5%, so it's a little. It's on track. It's still good though, because the very first trait in that tree gives you 10% haste, I believe, every minute, and then the Social Butterfly gives you 5% verse. So like 2 good sources of stat amps. The only concerning part is they said they're going to change this. I haven't seen it yet. Rearranging the potency slots in the conduits is like a big thing. Because although the second one in the Night Fae tree is good, during progression when you have low levels of renown, you'll probably only have 1 potency conduit, which sucks. But hopefully they change that around so you have access to more potency conduits during progression. It would suck to just have 1 and then 2 endurance ones as a DPS. In terms of like other Covenant things, Pelagos is good for Kyrian just because he gives the 5% verse.
And Mass. I don't know if
there's
Mass
like
is
other
important for you guys, but
yeah, there's also like other very situational things. Like the third one in Night Fae gives you 20% crit when you damage a new target for 10 seconds. That one could be good on a fight that constantly spawns ads. The only problem with that is, again, it's blocked by renown, so you won't have access to that during like high-end progression. Maybe people deep in farm will have access to that, but something like that on Stone Legion Generals is actually insane with the ads coming in every single time. You basically just have 20% crit like all the time. Other than that, there's not too many other notables. There's a couple good ones in Venthyr. I'm sure other people have talked about them, but Venthyr, again, as a Covenant, is pretty underwhelming in universal applications for rating, at least.
okay.
Nadja has good ones. General Draven has good ones. Probably good for Mythic Plus, but that's about it.
Anything to add, Bicep or Mini?
No, I think the nail is pretty much hit on the head.
All right.
Yep, very happy with that.
All right then.
I think the notable one, though, I mean, maybe PvP players don't really care. This isn't a PvP show, but the Maldraxxus ones for PvE are so miserably bad, it's kind of laughable.
For PvP or PvE?
PvE.
Oh, yeah.
They offer almost like no actual benefit to you in PvP, or PvE, rather. So maybe
A couple of decent ones for tanking, but yeah, otherwise they're pretty poop.
Yeah, for DPS, they're like non-existent.
Right. Yeah, that's right. They nerfed those rated Spolders. Okay, then let's get into the conduits now. Before we touch on obviously the more important conduits, aka potency, are there any notables for endurance, the defensive ones, or finesse, the utility ones, that either spec or well, it's both specs. That's class wide. Those two. Is there anything notable that you guys think are actually quite good and worth highlighting?
AMZ.
The AMZ one.
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny. The potency conduits for DK are miserably bad sometimes, and the endurance and the finesse ones are insanely good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But the AMZ one, it's called a reinforced shell. It's borderline broken. I don't understand why it's even in the game, honestly. It extends your radius of your AMZ, which is good. Makes it so people don't have to move into it. But max rank, you're going to have an 18-second AMZ, which is a 20% magic DR. It's a little bit wild. They could actually delete that conduit from the game, and AMZ would still be a strong cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it can make it 18 seconds is ridiculous. I mean, we might get to see, rank 5? So that'd be 12 and a half seconds, I think.
It's baseline 10, right? So yeah, indeed. Rank 5 is 3 seconds, so 13 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Without giving specifics, there's certain bosses in Nathria alone that have 5 AoE damage events that are all magic damage that could be covered by a single AMZ.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, it's really nice, but it's definitely a bit OP.
Yeah. Other than that, there's another good endurance one. The Hardened Bones one makes Lichborn also a 5% damage reduction. It's more honestly useful for tank than DPS. Like DPS TKs are pretty much unkillable, honestly, but this just adds a little more to it. Lichborn gives you Leech, it gives you Charm, Sleep, and Fear immunity. Now it also gives you 5% DR and a certain percentage of Leech. I think it's either 5 or 10, I can't remember. It is 10. 10% Leech. Yeah, so it just makes, Lichborn more valuable. It's a good alternative to Endurance Conduit. It is worth talking, though. DK's survivability is, like, through the roof now. It was better before with the old Night Fae, but you have, like, a stacking DR from Death's Due. You have your Lichborn, which is Leech and DR with the Conduit. You have IBF, which is a 30% DR and a 3-minute cooldown. You have a 1-minute magic debuff immunity / magic absorb through AMS. And you also have Death Strike, which is arguably the most broken survivability tool that a DPS class has against rot damage. I know specifically on Jaina progression, if you've watched people's health bars in that last phase when they have a lot of stacks, they're just yo-yoing like crazy. I was sitting at like 80% HP the entire time, healing myself for 80k per Death Strike. It's definitely a very useful ability, and this Conduit kind of just like puts your survivability over the top in combination with other things.
And you also have Ghoul Sack now, baseline.
Yeah, that's also another 25% heal.
DKs are just ridiculously tanky to anything that isn't a one-shot. It's kind of insane.
Again, not to talk about PvP too much, but dude, people are going to get really pissed watching Obliteration DKs run them down while also taking no damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's going to be amazing.
You guys make a good point. DK survivability should get nerfed. I guess is the take-home message.
Yeah, Havoc, Demon Hunters have been regarded as like an unkillable class, but DK fucks on Havoc so hard right now in terms of survivability. It's kind of wild.
All right. Anything for the finesse conduits at all?
Yeah, Spirit Drain. Successful interrupts give you 5 RP. It scales up pretty well. I think the
20.
final rank is like, I think it's
20.
20?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, goes
They
up to
changed
20.
it. It used to give you half of a runic power bar. It was ridiculous. But funny thing about this, it's your finesse conduit, and it actually provides more DPS than some of your potency conduits. Specifically, like the Virulent Plague one for Unholy, if it doesn't actually end up being meaningful, that we'll talk about, this one is better than that in terms of what it gives you, which is a little bit weird. But yeah, in terms of like finesse conduits, this one's really, 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 really good.
All right.
Fleeting Wind is also good. It's another finesse conduit. It's just Death's Advance gives you 10% more move speed in the first 3 seconds. Death's Advance is like mainly a knockback community, honestly. The move speed bonus of it's pretty weak. It's I think it's 35%.
35.
Yeah, 35%. So this one puts it at 45%. It's still good. Gives you a meaningful amount of move speed increase. Later ranks make it a lot better, but this one makes it feel like Death's Advance is a lot better later. Like you could probably get later parts of the expansion when you actually have access to finesse conduits, and let's say for whatever reason the Spirit Drain one gets nerfed and you end up running this one instead. Maybe Night Fae isn't the biggest like crutch that you have to lean on anymore, because Death's Advance itself is actually a strong movement speed increase. So we'll see. But those two are good. The rest are bad.
Alrighty. Anything dead? Mini or biceps on that?
Nope.
Then, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I said no.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
All good. So then without further ado, let's start with the Unholy since we've been going Unholy, then Frost. Let's dive into the Unholy potency conduits. Obviously, if there's any notable Covenant potency conduits, definitely mention those if there's anything important to mention there. But nonetheless, the 4 Unholy ones, not sure who wants to tackle this. If it's Biceps again, and you guys comment, or Mini if you want to do it, whoever is down.
I could take it, I guess.
Or if you want, Atlas, get in there, man.
So four Unholy general ones first?
Yeah, well, let's deal with the Unholy ones.
Okay, so go to every situation, you're going to slot it in no matter what, Eternal Hunger. It is a increase on the duration of your Dark Transformation. Again, we've stated Mastery is like amping your pet damage significantly. Your Ghoul is your top source of damage as Unholy currently. Dark Transformation is an incredibly strong cooldown, not only single target, but also AoE, so extending it naturally would be your best bet. It has the largest impact out of all the potency conduits for Unholy. It's pretty much self-explanatory, honestly. You're always going to take that.
Also scales up extremely well.
Yeah.
Besides with stats, like, just the amount of time that it adds is so nice.
It might be a little problematic later in the expansion. I'm unsure if they ever mentioned that they wanted you to be able to equip 2 legendaries at some point. Some people speculated that because you were able to in Legion. That conduit might be a little bit nuts if you can equip 2 legendaries, because we'll talk about the legendaries later, but basically you could reach 100% uptime on DT if you're able to do that.
DK or Unholy has really good legendaries that synergize with each other really well. So
yeah. Outside of that conduit, the second best one is Embrace Death. So we talked about it earlier. They have a conduit that's able to make them increase their death coil damage through sudden doom. It's actually like a meaningful number. It's 40% death coil damage, which is pretty good. You don't get that many sudden doom procs, so you can get lucky. But again, if they buff Harbinger to the point where it's actually usable, those two work really well with each other. This being your second best conduit is mostly arising out of the rest of the conduits being really bad. But this is probably your second go-to. It's not really the most interactive as far as conduits go, but it at least works with off a proc, which is good. A lot of the other conduits don't really work with procs or have that many interactions. So, I don't know, pretty self-explanatory. Has some interactions with the talents if they fix it. That's pretty much all I have to say about that one.
All right.
Now we get to the really weird ones that I'm really upset about again. So this is where my frustrations with Unholy start rising. The one that makes me slightly less frustrated is Convocation of the Dead. That one makes it so that when you pop a wound, it lowers the cooldown of your APOC CD by 0.5 seconds at rank 1. It scales up. Problematic in the beginning stages of the expansion because we mentioned Unholy has like a really bad cooldown desync problem. Naturally, you'd want to line up APOC with Dark Transformation and Unholy Blight, but this puts it in like a really weird area where it's not really lining up with anything at the beginning, but like higher ranks later, you'll eventually reach a breakpoint of a rank that like makes it so that it gets reduced enough to the point where it's worth taking. At the beginning, it's pretty much worthless though. I mean, it's not worthless. You can get an extra APOC in, but it's so niche, like the situations of when you'd use it, that it's not good.
There's almost no chance that you would use it in the first tier of rating just because it won't be high enough item level to make a difference.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that it's really good for AoE. Like, we're used to just popping loads and loads of wounds of AoE, but it's a single target ability. So it kind of doesn't really make sense that, oh yeah, you can use the single target ability loads if you're running AoE wound setup. But why would you want to do that?
Yeah.
It's kind of, yeah.
It's a weirdly designed conduit. It doesn't really have much of a place at all, really, because we've been basically begging all of BFA for them to not desync APOC and Unholy Frenzy, and now this does exactly that. So it's like, why is that there?
Yeah, and also with Army of the Damned, it's kind of even weirder.
Yeah, Army of the Damned is problematic. If you take that conduit and have high ranks of it, and you have Army of the Damned, you're gonna get like crazy amounts of APOCs off. It's a headache. Yeah. Is honestly what it is.
Yeah, that's problems for later, but it's definitely get a bit out of control.
Yeah, there's going to be a point in the expansion, I'm pretty sure, too, because the max rank is like overkill on how much CDR it gives you. So there will be a rank where like you want it, and then there will be a rank immediately after that where you don't want it again, which is also really bad design.
3.5 seconds is like significant.
Yeah.
It's like, 14 seconds off the bat just using Apocalypse.
Yeah. It was even weirder during that patch where they merged DT and APOC together, because then they also merged all the DT CDR effects into APOC. At the end of just playing on the beta, like you could tell if you put in that Conduit and you were playing Army of the Damned when that change was happening, you'd have like 20-second APOCs, 100% uptime on DT, 100% uptime on Army Ghouls, but like you still weren't doing damage. So it was like weird.
It would have gotten out of control quick.
That Conduit just needs a rework, honestly, in my opinion. I don't think it serves much of a purpose.
Okay.
It's been that way the entire time, which is a little disheartening as well to see. And then there's the last one, which is like worse than that even. Lingering Plague. Its Surge Strike extends your Plague by 0.3 seconds. In its current build right now, it's useless. It's a trapped Conduit. If you equip it, you're probably trolling. I mean, like maybe like later ranks, you'll be able to extend Virulent Plague enough to the point where you don't have to spend the global on Outbreak. And you could just strictly apply diseases from Unholy Blight. Right now isn't necessarily the case, but even then, slotting in a Potency Conduit to save you 1 global on Outbreak, it gains you like 1 Scourge Strike every 45 seconds. It's not meaningful enough to the point that warrants it as a Potency Conduit. It's just really weak. It's underwhelming. It's weird in its design. Like Bicep said, it might be good with Ebon Fever later if they do like some tuning changes or something like that. But standalone by itself as a Conduit, it seems completely out of place and really bad.
Okay.
That one, I think, by far and away needs a rework more than anything else. And like I said earlier, Spirit Drain is a finesse Conduit that provides more of a damage increase than that one does, which is just wrong.
You hate to see it. Or you would, I suppose.
But as far as like Unholy specific general conduits, not your Potency Conduits from your Covenants, that's pretty much the rundown. You take Eternal Hunger all the time. Embrace Death is probably your second bet. Convocation of the Dead might be good at a certain rank, but it's really weirdly designed. It's not going to be good at low ranks. It's not going to be good at high ranks. And then Lingering Plague is worthless.
Are there any of the Covenant specific ones notable?
All of them, kind of. But it's more so Unholy doesn't have good 3rd and 4th potencies. So the Covenant ones are just like, hey, I'm here, I guess.
Okay.
Withering Ground for Night Fae increases Death's Due damage. Like we said, Death's Due doesn't do much damage by itself, but if you're talented into Defile, it does like not good damage, not noticeable damage, but it's there. It's better than Lingering Plague, it's better than Convocation of the Dead. So if you have a 3rd potency, slap it in if you're Night Fae. If not, you're not really going to lose that much. If you're Frost, it is worthless because Death's Due provides almost nothing to your damage profile. Mm-hmm. It's just for the buff and the cleave. The Kyrian one is actually really interesting. It's proliferation. It makes it so that your single target dot has a % chance each time it deals damage to spread to other targets, and when it spreads, that new dot also has the chance to spread itself.
Does that dot spread at its remaining value or at a brand new full timer value?
I believe it's brand new, but don't quote me on that one. I haven't really played with it too much myself. I've just been taking it from word of mouth from other people. But regardless, it's pretty good.
Do you guys know Biceps or Mini? Is it like a full brand new value?
Don't know. Haven't tested.
Not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know, 10% chance at max rank. At lower ranks, it's like really low. You won't really notice it that much. It's probably not worth slotting in. But like, again, Unholy's potency conduits are so miserable that like if you have a 3rd one open, you might as well if you're Kyrian. But it does add some later interaction with an otherwise very bland Covenant ability where it's just like a fire and forget single target dot.
Okay.
So it could be cool. It also has implications for like AoE. So like let's say you put up your dot on one target and it spreads to like 4. If you drop a Death and Decay and then start Scourge Striking into those dots, it'll reduce the cooldown a lot.
You can. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. It's per target. Okay.
Yeah. So that one's actually really cool later. But as of right now, at the beginning, it's going to be a little bit underwhelming.
Interesting. Okay.
Other than that, there's the Venthyr one, Impenetrable Gloom. It just makes it so your Covenant ability hits harder. In the first 4 seconds, it's not necessarily interactive, but the ability does hit hard. And it's good for AoE, like I said, so, you know, making your hard-hitting AoE button hit harder is always good. Again, for Unholy, 3rd Conduit kind of slot deal for that one, if you are Venthyr, but it's not the most, like, game-breaking in terms of what it provides you. And then, again, the Necrolord one, don't go Necrolord unless you're PvP.
I'm sorry I even opened the page.
By the way, the proliferation does spread the full
It does.
proliferation dot.
Yeah.
So it spreads a full new dot. So theoretically, you could just have it constantly bouncing everywhere, nonstop, with only one application. In theory, right? I mean, obviously, 10% chance is low, but nonetheless, interesting. Definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it depends on how much haste we have at the end, because maybe you'll be able to reduce the cooldown of it enough to get 2 out at once. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but we'll see.
Okay. What about the 4 frost ones then? Unless you guys have anything else to note on the unholy ones, but that seemed pretty straightforward.
I think the problem with Unholy ones that I think is really important for people to notice is the systems in place with how conduits work in Shadowlands, as of the information that we know now, is really problematic when you have 2 dead conduits. For example, they said that conduits are going to be like items, basically. They're going to drop at like random chance, and they're going to be high item level. It's going to feel really shit when you go do like a raid or something and you get a conduit from it and it's lingering plague upgraded. You're never going to equip it. That's going to feel miserable. And then even the catch-up system for alts is a upgrade token from the Maw vendor, where it randomly upgrades one of your lowest ranked conduits, and if you don't have a conduit, it gives you that conduit. It's going to feel really bad if you're playing like a DK alt and you want to level up your conduits, and it just keeps ranking up your really shit conduits. So them having half of their potency conduits basically be dead, it creates a lot of problems in terms of like conduit acquisition and upgrading.
Okay. Same. Well, I guess. Well, we'll find out for Frost. I mean, this basically just applies. Like, your theory applies to anyone, right? That has a shitty amount of potency conduits, and there's been quite a few, by the way, over the course of the shows.
It's a little bit more, I don't want to like be dramatic, but it's a little more dire for Unholy because the actual conduits provide almost no benefit whatsoever.
Right. Fair. Okay. Let's poke into Frost then, the 4 Frost ones.
All right. So accelerated cold, pretty useless. Gonna be honest with you. Power rune weapon CDR isn't that good. Never has been, never will be.
Especially not for Breath of Syndergosa.
Yeah. Yeah.
The nice thing
that's
about it though is the haste.
Yeah. I don't think it's enough haste at the start, but maybe in later ranks it could be good. So I think that's just kind of a wait and see conduit. I mean it could be good based on Sims, but I don't think it'll be very good in the first tier, even at rank 5 or whatever. I think that's 10%, right? 10% haste. I don't have Wowhead open, so unlucky.
7.5, but
Okay.
it's also important to note that Breath, I mean, once you talk about the other conduits, Breath doesn't have good conduits for it. So
Yeah.
even that like marginal amount of haste increase might be good for a Breath build.
Yeah, that's the problem. One part of the conduit is completely useless. I think we can move on to Biting Cold.
Sure.
I think that's just generally like a good conduit. I don't think it's too broken. I think it's just a good conduit for Gathering Storm. It's just a nice damage increase. Doesn't do anything special really. Just have to make sure you're hitting everything and standing in the right spot, but overall it's just solid.
Is that like your BIS one, or are we still coming to that?
It's kind of hard to tell what's BIS without Sims, I think.
Right.
It depends on like your build, but for Breath, surely.
Yeah, 100% for Breath.
If you're not playing Breath, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how good Glacial Advance and putting Razor Ice is, or Razor Ice up is. Like, and it depends on a couple things, but if you play Gathering Storm, it'll probably be your overall most damage conduit.
Right.
Yeah. It's not very interactive, but it is good for what it is, so it's like a safe bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eradicating Blow. I think this is where we get into problems with Breath of Syndergosa, especially.
Yeah.
Literally increases damage of your next Frost Strike by 10%, stacking it 2 times. you cannot spend that runic power as Breath of Syndergosa. It's really weird, and I hope they make it work with Breath. I hope they do it based on runic power spent. I think that'd be a really good change, and it would make it not a dead conduit for Breath.
It also doesn't work with Glacial Advance, which is a negative aspect.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just one of those things they need to make work with other runic power spenders than Frost Strike.
It's clear that they're trying to push you towards the obliteration build, which I don't disagree with, but I think if you're going to put in something as part of a system that affects the entire class, it should affect the entire class, as opposed to just punishing you if you go one talent and rewarding you if you go another.
All right.
Yep. And then Unleashed Frenzy is pretty much just something to stack along with Icy Talons. It's the exact same duration. They make Icy Talons longer. I hope they make this Conduit longer at the same time. It's just the exact same thing. So it just stacks up to 5 times instead of 3.
4.5% at max rank though. Pretty solid. Question mark?
Yeah. I mean, it's really
crazy
good.
strong.
Right.
The only downside is if you're playing Breath, you're never going to see the benefit of this during Breath windows.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
It's difficult to do. Like if it if it did work on runic power spenders, it might be way too good for Breath. So I don't know. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to make it based on runic power spent, I think. But I mean, you can keep it up as every build except for Breath, right? I mean, it's the same thing as Icy Talons.
Yeah, there's problems still with two-hand obliteration when you get towards the end of your pillar window. If you proc like excessive amounts of rhymes during it, you're gonna lose your buff, basically, because you want to toss the rhyme, you want to proc killing machines first, and then this comes third to all of that.
Possibly. Unclear. Might be a high priority.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see it with all these buffs.
I mean, surely at higher ranks, that's going to gain more and more value that you do not want to ignore.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So once again, seems like Frost slightly better off in the conduit department as well. Any other notables here or legendary time?
No, I think as long as they make conduits work with Breath, we'll be good.
Okay. Legos it is then. Back to the world of Unholy. If there's any cross contamination between these legendaries, like, you know, there's a good Unholy one for Frost or a good Blood one, or obviously the neutrals, you know, feel free to mention it. Don't hesitate. But nonetheless, let's chat about the Unholy ones first.
Sure. So there's two really, really, really good Unholy ones. Which one's going to be better? Honestly, depends. We're unsure as of right now, but the first one I guess we could talk about is Frenzied Monstrosity. Basically, it makes it so that when you press DT, your Dark Transformation, you gain a 20% damage and 20% attack speed buff, and your pet gains a 20% damage and 20% attack speed buff. And we talked about how auto attacks are important to the kit. We talked about how pet damage is important. So naturally, this is like the one you're looking at, like right off the bat. It's really strong. Yeah. It's important to note, though, it is hard-coded to be 15 seconds long. It does not extend with your extended DT with your conduit. So if you have like the DT conduit in and you have a 25-second DT, it doesn't matter. The first time you press DT, you're getting that 15-second buff then. Which is good and bad. It makes like weird desyncing issues later down the road, but honestly, if it scaled with your DT length, it would be too good. The really bad part about this legendary is it drops off a world boss. So like, it better be guaranteed drop rate, and that better be the world boss up during the raid. Otherwise, DKs are going to be pissed. Because like, if your plan is to play Unholy during Nathria, and you want to go into that first week and you kill that raid boss, and he doesn't give you that, or that world boss, and he doesn't give you that legendary, guess what? You're not having your best legendary for the next time until he spawns again, which is like a month, maybe. So yeah, that drop, the acquisition of that legendary is just like fix. The bad part is that's not even like the only legendary that has really shit acquisition. And the next one I'm going to talk about also has shit acquisition. So Unholy, again, is like the dumbass stepchild that everybody neglects, but its best legendary is off a world boss. Its second best legendary, Deadliest Coil, drops off of Nathria.
Before you move on to Deadliest Coil, I do want to say that Frenzied Monstrosity lasts on the ghoul as long as DT is up.
So
but it doesn't last on the player.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Really?
So it's really weird.
That's good.
Sounds like a
But-
bug.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so Deadliest Coil is your next best legendary. It could also be your best legendary. It reduces the RP cost of Death Coil. It drops off to Nathrius. So,
Oof.
you know, maybe if they're not 100% acquisition rate and you go in like Heroic Week and you kill Denathrius and you don't get that legendary either, guess what? You picked the wrong spec. Now you have to wait again until you try and get another legendary, which sucks. It's also a little bit problematic because some people want to be able to craft legendaries before the raid comes out, but if you're Unholy, really you can't craft a good one until the raid comes out, which is also weird. But it's important to note that Deadliest Coil actually makes your class feel functional, like the spec feel functional. It also extends DT by 2 seconds, which is incredibly strong, which is why I said later in the expansion, if you are able to wear both Frenzied Monstrosity and the Deadliest Coil, that's just going to be insane. As well as like the DT extension conduit as well could lead to situations where you have 100% uptime on DT, which is also insane. But yeah, those legendaries, both very good, both work with each other. Horrible ways to get them though. And hopefully they change that.
All right.
But it does feel extremely bad knowing that equipping Deadliest Coil just makes Unholy's resource problem go away, which is like, it feels miserable because you play Unholy baseline without that legendary and you're like, well, if they just reduce the cost of Death Coil by 10 RP baseline, then it'll be fine. But since it's 40, it doesn't work that great.
Right.
As far as like Unholy specific ones, those are the only ones that are good and worth really looking at.
Sure.
Shambler has like a really low proc rate. Doesn't really it's unimpactful for what it does. The other one, although it could help you alleviate the strictness on Night Fae Death Stew windows if you're playing Defile as Unholy by reducing the cooldown of it, again, doesn't really provide as impactful of a benefit as the other two legendaries do give you. Although it is not bad.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but those are the Unholy ones.
All right.
basically.
And anything notable in the neutrals, like pheromones, just because of the haste buff on all your minions?
Pheromones was good. It still is good. I'm unsure if it'll be better than the Unholy specific ones just because the Unholy specific ones are that good.
Yeah.
Surely not for Frost. But Unholy specifically, like the haste is good, but it's not good enough, I feel like.
It's like a flat 5% with Defile, so I can definitely see it being quite good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's probably good in Mythic Plus. In raids, not really.
Okay.
Super Strain, everybody's favorite legendary, was broken beyond belief during beta. It was doing an unreal amount of damage because Frost Fever
Rip.
did a lot of damage for the other specs, and it actually played really well with Unholy, specifically because you'd put out all 3 diseases on targets, and Frost Fever would feed you Runic Power for Epidemic. Felt great on multiple target fights like Kael'thas and stuff like that. They took a bazooka and shot that thing into the floor. It's so bad now in terms of like the damage it provides you. Although the Runic Power generation is nice, it's just really underwhelming now.
Yeah. True.
Damage from other dots are just severely reduced.
Yeah, it's also disheartening seeing that legendary just get a flat like 75% nerf to it.
Yeah, they overdid it.
If they just tuned down Frost Fever like a little bit and still made it a legendary worth taking, I would have been really happy because the RP gain from Frost Fever as Unholy felt really good in AoE, but I mean, what can you do? They looked at that thing, it was flying too close to the sun, they shot it down.
No, I mean, it's the same thing that happens in every beta. If something's good too early, it'll get shot down
Yeah.
and never to be seen again.
Yeah, hard. Not even like a nice, reasonable nerf. It's like, here's 90%. See, there's been a few of them, like the Hunter Tar Trap legendary as well is another good example.
Yeah. And it just has no chance of ever being good the rest of the expansion. Good luck.
Mini, what about the Frost ones?
Frost legendaries. Well, let me pull them up. Kultira's Favor. Pretty good. Same thing as the belt in Legion. Always a good legendary to have. I think we used that pretty much the entire expansion as Frost, besides Bracers, because it was just a bit more damage than Belt. But I think you always equipped Belt. It's just a solid resource generation one. And with the amount of obliterates that you cast now, because you're not putting them into anything else as two-handed, it's a pretty good legendary for two-handed Frost, especially with the obliterate modifier. So I can see us using that one pretty much the entire time.
It's probably just your go-to, honestly.
Yeah. The other ones just aren't good enough for two-handed. But for dual wields, we'll see. For breath, we'll see. Who knows, really? Just kind of waiting on Sims for those.
All right.
But
Yeah.
Coltira's is all around a really good legendary, but it comes from Sludge Fist, so
Well, this is not from a world boss, or the
yeah,
last
that's
boss.
true.
Yeah.
So I
I
mean,
feel
there-
like for dual wield breath builds, it's definitely going to be between Coltira's and Rachel Frozen Champion.
yeah, I mean that one just depends on Sims, really.
All right.
So
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna move on to the next one.
Whatever. you're right.
Biting colds, more Splinter damage is increased by 15%. The first Remorseless Splinter, or the Remorseless Splinter deals. I cannot talk. That's unfortunate. But when it does damage to 3 enemies, you get Rhyme. This is really good. This was an Azurite trait in BFA. I think it's just a nice Mythic Plus one. I don't see it ever seeing play in a raid. It just probably doesn't have enough damage to it.
Again, if they let you wear 2 legendaries, this would probably be a good one for like AoE stuff, but
Yeah, that's
Right.
very true.
it just can't compete with the other ones for what it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just not enough or high enough modifier to beat out Coltira's.
All right.
Absolute Zero, so Frostborn's Fury, 50% reduced cooldown. I mean, that one's pretty much useless. That was a legendary in Legion as well, and it almost never saw play. There was some specific times where you could bug out Cinderghost's Fury to get 2 hits, and then occasionally it saw play, but that's been fixed, and it's never seen play since. It doesn't...
I will say this one is either insanely strong or useless, and there's no
Yes.
in between for that one. If you get into like a raid encounter or something like that where there are a lot of ads that have really high priority that spawn on a 1.5 minute interval, that legendary suddenly becomes god. If you don't have that, it's shit.
Yeah,
It's very niche.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
which isn't bad at all. That's actually good in terms of like what a legendary
you-
should be, I feel like.
You
But
can't have every legendary do everything, then.
absolutely, yeah.
No.
I still think it's a well-designed legendary. It's just, you know,
Yeah.
you're not gonna like look at it and be like, oh, I want that really bad. You're just gonna be like, I want that when I want that.
I just wish it buffed the damage of Frostborn's Fury. So I think that would make it a lot more usable. But when it's good, it is really good. There's no doubt there.
It's also probably really good in Mythic Plus because you get a
Yeah.
lot of dragons off consistently, and it also has a CC component to it as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, depends on what freeze means. I don't remember exactly what that CC is classified as.
Stun.
If it's a stun. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a stun, then it's really good if your group doesn't have a stun, for sure.
Okay.
But if you randomly stun, your group might get really mad at you. So,
Also true. If it DRs,
yeah.
especially for tanks.
I don't think it does, but that might be made up.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some legendary effects that CC that don't follow DR categories, even though they're part of that DR categories, to make them feel legendary, right? I suppose.
Yeah. Not 100% sure, so.
Yeah. So Coltier is probably the go-to. Then any other notables about the legendaries, or we got our coverage down here? Biceps?
Pheromones is decent for Frost as well.
Which one is?
Which
sorry?
one?
Pheromones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just
Also,
you. Okay.
Rage of the Frozen's Champion has potential for breath. I think that's the only time it'll see play, though. Like, you're already pretty resource capped, I think, as two-handed. Or, like, you're doing pretty good on resources. Don't really need more runic power. I mean, that one kind of depends on tuning. But if you play breath, there's a solid chance that gets played for sure.
All right.
I would have loved to have that as a conduit with the scaling runic power gained. I think that would be a very well designed conduit, and you start it at 2 runic power and you scale it up to 8. That way, breath has something in the conduits that makes you go, hey, I should probably take that, instead of just staring at all the Blit and Froststrike ones being like, well, they don't do anything for me. And it still has some benefit for two-hander as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else for legendaries? I think we covered everything pretty well.
Not really. They're for the most part unimpressive in terms of like the bad ones, and the good ones are not necessarily interactive too much outside of the Unholy ones, which are. They're pretty much just like, yep, that one sounds good. I'm going to slam that one. And that's it.
Alrighty. So then, now that we've kind of done our deep dive of, well, everything Shadowlands has to offer for these two specs, we circle it back to what we started this conversation with, which is, what do you think the two specs are lacking at the end of BFA, and that hopefully moving into Shadowlands we can see more of. One thing that was mentioned was lack of utility. For Unholy, what was mentioned was wounds play and too much passive damage coming from pets. And for Frost, you guys didn't have too many complaints, maybe just a bit of staleness in terms of just always playing breath kind of thing, if I remember correctly. Now that we've done this deep dive, do you feel, because it seems to me like some of these are wins for sure, but do you feel like some of these core issues with the specs baseline have been addressed as a result of the implementations of Shadowlands things? I mean, obviously, for instance, utility, of course, you got AMZ now, right? What we're going to complain about. What about the other things, though? Like, do you think these are doing some justice for the specs?
I think in terms of utility and mobility, absolutely. I think when you identify the differences between the specs, it depends. Like we said, Unholy falls short in terms of like what you would want out of a spec. In its current iteration, outside of just like unhinged like AoE cleave things, it doesn't really serve much of a purpose in like a raid setting, which is disappointing because it's basically been that way for 2 years now, where it's just a meme AoE spec. Frost definitely feels like it's been improved going into this expansion without just gutting like one playstyle. I think that was one thing I was scared of. Breath gameplay is still there. It's not as incentivized anymore. Two-hander is encroaching into its niche a little bit, but the two-hander playstyle and the changes that they've made to support it are some of the changes that DKs specifically as a class, not just as a spec, needed to get into like world first progression in terms of like damage profile, cooldowns, and what they're able to bring to a raid. So I think the changes hit the mark absolutely for Frost. There's some things I still want to see changed. You know, there's like weird interactions with some conduits, some spells. Obviously, there's discrepancies. For us, I think Glacial Advance come to mind, but I think Frost as a whole got really, really, really good changes that just made it a lot more desirable in a raid. Unholy still suffers from the same old problems. I think the resource problems for Unholy really triple it in terms of like usefulness in raid.
Okay.
I think if Frost launched today, the way it is right now, it'd be okay. It'd be perfectly fine as a spec.
Yeah.
Obviously, it can get better. There's no doubt there. But if it launched today, it'd be a perfectly good spec. Unholy, not at all the same. It needs a lot of work still.
Okay. What do you think, Biceps?
I agree with these sentiments. Frost is good. I feel like Unholy, they could do a couple of, it doesn't need much. Increase runic corruption, take some cooldowns off the GCD, and I think a lot of people would be very happy with that. So not too much left to go to get a functional spec out there, and I'm staying hopeful that we'll get there before launch.
Okay. So we don't need like a Shadow Priest style revamp for these specs right now.
I think Unholy could use one, honestly. But if like the deadline is already passed, right, for something like that to happen, and we were hopeful that something like that would happen during this beta cycle, but it's been well over 4 months now, and clearly that hasn't been the case. So the best we can do is just kind of like at least make it functional in some aspect of what it is now. And I think the key to getting that done, again, would be like a substantial increase in runic corruption buff, not the 0.2% that they gave it because it's not enough, but more so than that, I would like them to see, or I would like to see them give Unholy an active way of getting its resources back that you're in control of, rather than just through a proc.
Right.
But again, the spec, it really suffers from resource problems, cooldown, GCD, desyncing, and more than anything, the frustrating part about it is it plays almost the exact same way as it did in BFA, which is disheartening to see because you expected the spec to change at least somewhat in the way that it plays.
Yeah,
Fair.
honestly, it just feels worse than it did in BFA because you're losing stats, you're losing corruption. Obviously, everybody's losing corruption, but I feel like it's hitting Unholy particularly hard.
Yeah, and even like essences and azurites.
Yeah.
Like it's the same spec, but just it lost all the systems in place from BFA that supported it.
Lucid Dreams covered a lot of faults of that spec, and losing that is going to be huge.
Also, the active Soul Reaper rune gain
Yeah.
is big.
Yeah, I mean, I know
right?
those went
Losing
into
that is also-
Apocalypse. Those went into Apocalypse, but Apocalypse is 2 times the cooldown of that. It doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad, really.
Alrighty, so some wins. Certainly a higher amount of wins leading into Shadowlands, well, for Frost, definitely, than I've seen in, honestly, quite a few of the other specs so far that we've done this show with. Nonetheless, let's jump into a bit of Q&A because I know, well, I mean, it's definitely late for Biceps. I know he wants to get going soon, so we'll do a bit of Q&A here and then your guys' final thoughts, and we are out of here. So, again, chat as usual. If it's something that we've covered in the show, which has been going on for a while now, then I'm not going to ask it again because you can just check the VOD and YouTube and all that later. Nonetheless, let's start here. Any thoughts on combining, just jump at these unless they're specifically for you. Any thoughts on combining APOC and Unholy Frenzy like Berserk and Incarn?
I think it depends on the context of what else is either given back or just left alone. I think if you merge the two without changing anything else, it's fine, but Unholy Frenzy's duration needs to be increased to match the APOC ghouls, if that's the case. I wouldn't like that change personally myself, because you know, Unholy Frenzy has AoE applications as well in terms of giving your pets a haste bonus, and you don't necessarily want to like forego having your single target cooldown also tied into AoE and all-ending yourself into one sort of situation. It's nice to have flexibility.
Also, I
can
know
say-
this isn't really a PvP show, but at the same time, I think that'd be really bad for Unholy and PvP. So it just reduces the potential there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Biceps, what do you want to say?
For single target, it absolutely makes sense, right? Those two abilities are consistently used together pretty much every single time. It's when it comes to other situations where it doesn't make sense. AoE, you don't necessarily want to use Unholy Frenzy with Apocalypse, and you know, I don't play PvP, but that also makes a lot of sense. And that's 2 good reasons for not putting them together.
Okay. Frost and Blood, well, let me rephrase this a bit. In your opinions, do Frost and Blood need a permanent minion like Unholy? It doesn't need to do much damage, just take it off the GC or make it permanent for the other specs. What do you guys think?
I think it'd add nice flavor. It's nice to see your little friend by your side, and sometimes he has really funny names, so that'd be cool. But yeah, does it need it? No. Would it be nice to have it? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't auto-cast Claw, all is good.
Yeah.
Or not Claw, whatever.
Aw.
Gnaw. Yeah, Gnaw. That's real bad.
Claw now. So, will dual wield be the Frost Haste Breath build and two-hander be the crit Oblit build?
So that question is both a yes and a no. So dual wield breath, 200 obliterate. That's the obvious kind of differentiation. When it comes to stats, probably not. I think it's going to be crit mastery for breath, and then maybe haste mastery for obliterate. Actually, not too sure, but like you don't get a lot of killing machines from stacking lots of crit, but you do buff your obliteration killing machines a lot with mastery. We'll have to tell with Sims, but I'm not sure if crit is going to be like go-to stats for two-hander.
It's also important to note that like the first tier stat DR won't really matter too much, but once you get later into the expansion, really you can't afford to just stack 2 stats into high heavens, and DK is a class that like historically has always just slapped on the highest item level piece to begin with, so itemization and optimization of things like that are pretty marginal, but crit mastery is like pretty universally good if you had to pick.
Okay. What do you guys think of Chill of the Grave coming back for Frost?
I wish it happened. I think it should be a leveling perk or a finesse conduit if they decide to make class specific or spec specific finesse conduits. I really wish it was a leveling perk. I think it'd be a really good one because it's nothing too broken. It's just a nice utility thing.
I don't have an opinion on it.
No, that's fine. You don't always have to answer every question. Just whoever wants to jump at it, kind of thing. Would you want to go back to an earlier version of Unholy, specifically using Death Coil to cast DT on Ghoul?
I'd like that.
I wouldn't mind it. I think that'd be good. The only problem with that is it makes the GCD thing hell on earth again, without any other changes made to the GCD thing. Because then you're inputting GCDs, building up stacks so that you can transform your Ghoul. You now have transformed your DT input from 1 global to 6. You have your APOC input, which is still 3 globals to set up that. I think it'll suffer again from the same thing of like too long of sequences for you to actually get use out of your cooldowns. Although it was fun to play with during WOD.
I think it just doesn't fit into the current game, especially with the current way we generate resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because back then you used to be able to stack things at like blood tap and be at 100 unit power and not mines, but you can't really do that anymore without losing a ton of rune.
Fair. Any quick suggestions to make the Covenant abilities more on par with each other?
Do they have to be? Do they have to be? Really? I think an ideal scenario, personally, this is biased, but I would like just one Covenant, clear choice, all content, slam it. But, I mean, it's so hard to tell because the DK ones are like very different in what they do. So I think fundamentally that's the problem with it, is you can't just like make them all in line with each other because they just do different things, and you're going to want different things for different things. Like the Vent Theory one's really good for AoE because it feeds you RP for every target that you hit. The Necrolord one's good for PvP because it keeps gripping things in. Like you're not going to need to keep gripping things in PvE. So
there's this unfortunate situation where there's very good situational choice when it comes to these covenants, but there's no way to actually make that choice on a situation by situation basis.
Yeah.
Like they all have their niche, but we can't pick them as we want. So it's very tricky.
As someone once said, very eloquently, covenants are a punitive choice and not a meaningful choice. So making them all on par with each other isn't really a reality.
Okay. With the secondary stats, non-linear scaling, can we expect better scaling with versatility and Frost?
Yeah.
I would go yes.
I mean, Verse isn't even a bad stat for either spec. It's just not as good as the other ones, but I think more so than Frost, it's better for Unholy, because Unholy really at this point has to all in on 2 stats, and the other 2 don't really do anything for it. Haste and Mastery, like Mastery more so than Haste, but Mastery and Haste are everything that the spec plays off of right now, and you can't stack them forever. So if you were to give relative value gained by every point of Verse, I think Unholy would probably benefit more from that, just because Verse and Crit and Haste and Mastery are all good stats for Frost.
Okay. What do you think, I assume conceptually, about only Night Fae replacing an ability? Should every spec get a new button?
No, I think Night Fae actually taking over an ability is horrible in terms of design. I think it should be separate, if anything, because then it leads to like weird interactions currently on a spec by spec basis, like we have now, where Obliterate's cleaving for Night Fae as Frost, but then Unholy has a 20-second Covenant ability because of Defile. It makes for very weird interactions in that case.
It can just never be balanced across specs like this.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you guys think of adding Gargoyle to APOC, buffing it but reducing the duration and putting in an older end tier talent?
It's a decent idea.
Yeah, a lot of people have been bringing that up repeatedly over time in terms of like abilities to merge, and I think it does make sense. 15-second duration arbiter, 15-second APOC ghoul, single target cooldown. I think the implications of that for PvP again are a little wonky. People are going to get globaled in PvP if that's the case. With how low you can get APOC CDR, it's going to get out of control there. So I think, although it's a nice idea for PvE, it doesn't translate well across into PvP.
All right. Are Frost DKs going to be okay if they want to play both two-hander and dual-wield build by being in the same Covenant, or is it that vastly different?
I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be fine. Good luck getting weapons from the raid, though. Sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of weapon tokens is the only downside, and you're on a very competitive weapon token, but
And nobody plays Warlock anymore. It's fine.
yeah.
I feel like dual wield versus two-handed on breath is going to be pretty much dual wield to go to, right? It's going to be quite a large difference, but obliteration, I feel like they're going to be quite close.
Yeah.
For Frost again, why do you think it doesn't have a base AoE RP spender? Should it have one? And if so, what would be a suggestion, do you think?
I don't think it necessarily has to. I think it's fine if different specs and different classes have differentiations between what they bring and what they don't bring. I don't think with that same like train of thought, like not every single caster needs to have spammable AoE, not every single melee needs to have a ranged interrupt. You know, you could apply that same train of thought to everything. I think it sucks in terms of like gameplay, sure, but I don't necessarily agree with it has to have one.
Okay. All right, 2 more questions here, and then we got to wrap up. Are stats vastly different in terms of going dual wield breath versus two-hander obliterate?
Possibly. Unclear.
I don't think it'll be as big. I don't think it'll be that dramatic. I mean, especially the way that stats look right now, it looks like primary stats just going to be king for everybody. But we'll see.
I think, if anything, the largest impact it's going to have on your gearing decisions is when it comes to like jewelry.
Yeah.
Just because they have increased secondaries with no primary on them. And since all 4 stats are good for Frost, you, in most situations, will be better off just taking a higher item level piece.
Okay. All right. The last question always comes from me. It's always the same. If we lived in a world where covenants had no player power tied behind them, it was just purely cosmetic and lore reasons and all that kind of stuff. Of course, we don't live in that world. But if we did, which covenant would you take?
I think I'm going to go Night Fae
Really?
with the combination of the Volpera.
All right. Ultimate furry weeb. Love it.
Disgusting.
All right, I'll go next. Whichever one has the quickest campaign, so I can stop doing it instantly.
So you don't play RPGs for RP reasons? Gotcha. Atlas?
I don't know. The Night Fae one has a cool zone, but at risk of being called a furry, I'm gonna have to disagree with that one. I like thematically, I don't really like them. I just think the zone looks cool.
Okay.
Probably Maldraxxus. I don't know. They're just like skeletons that fight. I fuck with that.
Chad Rexus.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, gents. As always, we wrap up the show with just a final thought from each of you. It could be anything you like. It could be an address to the devs. It could be to your community. It could be just like a wish list thing. Whatever it is. If you have any final thoughts about our the DK situation for Frost and Unholy moving into Shadowlands, whoever wants to bang first here. Atlas, why don't we start with you? What's your final thought here for the show?
I just want to say that, one, I appreciate the changes that DKs have gotten over the beta cycle. I think there's a lot of them compared to other classes. And although some of them missed the mark for Unholy, at least they're communicating and showing some sort of attempt to really shake things up a little bit. I think the changes to Frost are great. I think Shadowlands as a whole is great, although I disagree with a couple of the systems and implementations of those said systems. But overall, I'm more so excited to see DK having more universal applications in raiding situations rather than just feeling like, you know, the stepchild of the raid group a little bit.
Okay, fair. Minnie?
I agree with everything Atlas said. I just want to say one thing. Please make Conduits not a 1-week CD. I am begging.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Also, I completely forgot something, but I think many would agree with this. Bring back Necrotic Plague immediately.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, and Biceps to close it all out.
Yep.
All the pressure on your shoulders.
Please address Unholy downtime.
Unholy downtime. That's the big one. All right.
Yeah, I think that's the single most important change.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, gents. I know it's thanks for spending the time here. We actually weren't too far off of the WotLK show, but nonetheless didn't actually reach the WotLK show. 2 specs versus 3. It is what it is. Biceps, I know it's late for you. You got to get some sleep, man. So thanks a lot, guys, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Good luck with everything coming up, whether it be World First Racing or just guide writing and all the sim crafting you got to do, Biceps. And hopefully I'll catch up with you dudes later in 9.0 or 9.1 or to kind of see the state of DKs and how it's looking then. But guys, thank you very much for coming. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much.
It was a blast.
All right, dudes, take it easy. I'll mute up here. You guys can scurry off as you'd like, and thanks again.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Thank you for hosting. These are great.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Bye bye.